Some huge impaled silhouette could be seen in the distance. Suddenly, a person appeared near that silhouette who already understood who was there. This monster had a face exactly like this boy's. He wondered if he was dead. He didn't understand if that was even possible. Also, the kid didn't know what the place was, but his shoulder got blood on it. This monster cried out for heroic souls. He seemed prepared to attack. The guy was covered in white light. Meanwhile, the girl was standing near a huge sakura tree. She's had too much tea, so she can't take it anymore. Apparently, she has no other choice. She's better now. Truthfully, she hadn't even expected some sort of portal to appear behind her. And from this portal, a strange man will appear. He's got it all over his head. The boy didn't understand where he had gone. The girl was watching him, completely confused. The boy was thinking at that moment that he was not dead. Many years ago, when humanity was at the peak of its technological development, countless armies of ancient monsters rose from their graves. They massacred people everywhere. Eastern cultivators and Western mages, who had been forced into hiding for thousands of years, now began to return again, one by one. All countries suddenly realized the importance of immortals, so they began to make special policies to support them. As a result, a new doctrine called cultivation emerged in the universities. However, these people did not rally together to fight against the undead, but only showed their greedy natures. Only the 7 great nations still continued to fight over cultivation resources. And in the end, a brutal war broke out. He was an ordinary student from a poor family who had no education or cultivation skills. But during the war, he managed to find a powerful treasure called the Hall of Heroic Souls. And the wise empress ruling the Dunlun at that time became his mentor, so he managed to become very strong. The great warriors of the present and past became servants of the Heroic Soul Hall. But because of his power, the major powers were in fear, and they ended up ambushing the boy during his battle with the monsters. In order to protect his celestial mentor, he went up against them alone, summoning all the heroic souls he could. He began to summon the strongest warriors who existed simultaneously in the 3 worlds, about whom legends have been written throughout history. In the name of the last emperor of mankind, he calls out to them. They must come to this world once more, and heed his call. They must protect the human race. The great creation of the 12 gods, who eventually became himself. Pangu must rise again, and as a result, they were all wiped out along with Pangu, who had been summoned through the sorcery of 12 ancient demons. There was absolutely nothing left of the world. He really did die then, didn't he? But the big question then was, what is happening now? He recognized the Tianquan Cultivation Academy. It had been destroyed by demons, and he was the only one to escape at that time. As it turned out, he went back to a time when he was 18 simply by looking at his watch, which said 3001 year, July 23rd. Suddenly, he turned back around and saw the girl. He started to get up. He was shocked at what a fortunate situation he had found himself in. In response to this, the girl only shouted. The other students, however, heard that it was the president's voice. They began to worry that suddenly she was in trouble, so they immediately started looking for her. Meanwhile, they were sitting behind a tree, and she covered his mouth, telling him that if he dared to make a single peep, she would bury him at once. If anyone caught them, her reputation would be ruined. He found out that it was the president of the disciplinary committee, who is the most outstanding student of the academy. It was the senior student, Zhang Yu. In the end, they couldn't find anything and decided to look elsewhere. The girl removed her hand and asked what he was trying to say there. The guy offered to fix her to pull up her panties. She looked down, shouting what a pervert he was, and slapped him. He had already smoked a whole pack of cigarettes and still didn't understand what had gotten him so wrong. The girl guessed that he was also a student here and asked what his name was. This kid's name is Zhang Qingqing, who is a freshman in humanities. Since his academic performance is very poor and his parents are poor, he has no opportunity to attend cultivation classes. It turns out he has a completely different faculty. Zhang Yu asked if the guy knew who she was. Of course, he knew the president of the disciplinary committee as well as the strongest student in the entire university. She made an intimidating face and decided to ask him again if he knew who she was. The kid immediately realized what she meant and replied that he didn't know who she was at all. They had never met. If he tries to blab about this case, he'll be a corpse in a second. They were approached by 2 girls who were looking for the president. They got the girl and the guy at a not-so-convenient moment. The girl with blue hair asked if this was her future husband. The girl with brown hair could not believe that they were engaged in non-consumptive activities, even in such places. Zhang Yu replied that everything was not as it seemed to him at first glance. The girl with blue hair replied that they wouldn't tell anyone about it. The girl with blue hair gave the guy a thumbs up. Zhang Xingcheng repeated her gesture and smiled at her. Zhang Yuyu started to get angry and asked if they were still laughing. Suddenly, lightning struck from the sky. The two girls were frightened and were holding onto a tree. Now he had seen with his own eyes the strength of one of the academy's top students. The news broadcasted that yesterday, a neighboring city was invaded by half an hour of monsters who wreaked havoc. More than 100 cultivators and 10 million citizens were killed in one night. No one understood what awaited humanity and whether or not people would be able to stand up to the end against this almost invincible and ancient race. They hoped for every student in all the universities so that they could later join the army and defend their homeland. The girl turned her attention to her neighbor. The two guys also looked back at them. Now the kid realized that he was really back. He shouted that he would definitely succeed now, and he would save everyone. The guy would not let the Donglun Empire fall into oblivion this time. The teacher immediately took notice of his shout and stopped. The other students also took notice of him. They immediately started laughing with him. Gao Hao, who is a 5th stage cultivator, replied, which is quite expected from the most important idiot in the group. A beggar student who doesn't have enough money to pay for cultivation lessons has decided to sign up to be the saviors of the Donglun. They probably blew his last brains out when they beat him up that time. Chen Yuan, who is interested in studying humanities and does not attend cultivation classes, replied that their country is one of the 6 great countries, and no one would accept help from an idiot. But the protagonist only gave them a serious look. Gao Hao asked why he was making that face. He is acting like a weirdo today. Does he really want to match his commoner's aura against the aura of the 5th step? The girl replied that he was just a simpleton who pretended to be cool. He's pathetic to look at. These disciples were originally born with a silver spoon in their mouths, and they always looked down on the less wealthy. Relying on strength, power, and money, they always tried to intimidate him during his training here. But on the battlefield, when the demons showed up, they were mere ants about to be trampled. The instructor replied that if the guy wasn't going to listen to the explanation of the material, he could just leave. The guy thought for a moment and apologized nonetheless. He could really be pissed off by a bunch of scum. It seems he lost more than just skills with the rebirth. He was approached by his neighbor. Her name is Chen Ning. How did the kid never realize he was in love with her before? The girl noticed that he was very sweaty and suggested that he was having a nightmare. The guy replied that you could say that. He has the audacity to sleep through Zhu's evil lectures. Chen Ning asked what could, and she was in that dream. Qin Zheng replied, whenever he fell asleep, her beautiful face was everywhere. The girl looked away embarrassed and didn't understand why he had so suddenly started saying all this. He thought about the terrible events that had happened in the future. If only he had been able to save her in time. If he had even a small chance to become a cultivator and make things right, he would have died for it without a second thought. A month ago, a low-rank demon suddenly appeared in the school and began to destroy everything around them. Although the cultivator from Tianshi City managed to deal with it, Chen Ning and thousands of students died that day. Since that day, his life had completely changed. This time, he would be sure to protect her. The girl reminded that she is on the 8th stage of development and is in the top 100 students of the immortal ranking. If he wants to be her protector, he's going to have to work hard. With his rebirth, he lost absolutely all knowledge beyond this era. But their return is only a matter of time. Suddenly, he felt someone watching him. Gao Hao remarks that this brat has too much self-importance today. The whole neighborhood knows that Gao Hao's brother likes Chen Ning. This guy is no match for her at all. He's even willing to give 100 grand reward to whoever gets this guy to embarrass himself in front of a girl. Chen Yuan replied that she was in. She decided to do it all on her own. She started accusing asshole Zhang of stealing her money. She mentally apologized to the kid, but for that 100,000, she could go to the cultivation department and become the best. Everyone turned their attention to them. He, on the other hand, with a menacing face, glared at her. The teacher asked the protagonist if this was true. Gao Hao confirmed her words. He had indeed seen the girl's money in his bag. The guy's sure they had time to switch his backpack. If you search it, chances are the money will indeed be there. And probably worse things than that. Someone had suspected for a long time that this idiot was bad. It was as if everyone was certain that he was the one who did it. There were also rumors that this fool Zhang was an orphan, so he didn't have a proper education. And once he was allowed to enter the Tianquan Academy. The protagonist swept up that this group of clowns is already diligently spreading dirty rumors. He only now wondered why Gao Hao, Chen Yuan, and the others never gave him a pass. Could it be because of envy? Possibly. There is also his fault here. Or was it all because of weakness? under the pretext of which his fellow students bullied him without consequence. Also, they probably don't like the fact that he's quite close to Chen Ning. And in their eyes, he doesn't deserve a single minute of her time. He wondered for what reason the people around him only called him Idiot Zhang, and with an incomplete name. He decided that in this life, the young master would play for them to his heart's content. The girl said that this jerk didn't need to make excuses, because the others had seen it with their own eyes. He should return it voluntarily, or we'd have to search him. Even his teacher told him to stop pretending. He has to hand over the stolen goods immediately. A girl stood up for him and said that she was overreacting. She had grown up with him since childhood, and could only speak positively about him. Another guy stood up for him and explained that everyone had seen Gao Hao and the others constantly messing with Qin Chen. He asked if their words could be believed. This academy is truly merciful. It even has the pity and compassion to socialize with such trash. They must not let themselves be fooled. Qin Cheng is 10,000 times worse than one can imagine. The boy knows that Chen Ning's parents have taken him under their wing and given him shelter, but she may not realize what he's really like. She wondered what they were getting at. It's just that in addition to the money, her laundry was also missing. Gao Hao and the others caught him. They all knew he was an idiot, but they didn't know he was also a pervert. How could they be around such a horrible person? It seemed like someone was about to throw up. It was unclear why such a scoundrel was being protected by Chen Ning. He needs to be expelled as a matter of urgency. They can't sit in the same classroom with a pervert. Chen Ning remarked that this was just absurd, and he was completely different. Yuan suggested checking his bag since he was so decent. The girl inquired if the guy was against it as well. She advised Chen Ning not to get close to him. He might have lustful thoughts in his head, but if she's fine with it, Yuan will just keep quiet. The girl asked what was wrong with her in general. She also explained that she and he were just friends. She told him to open the bag and be done with these ill-fated accusations. The guy remarked that she was as naive as ever. Since their gang is acting so openly and aggressively in front of the teacher, there's clearly a whole lot of them ready to go. If he lets them rummage through his bag, he could be the loser. In that case, I transferred to teach him a lesson. Even though he had lost all his skills after being reborn, the Hall of Souls had returned with him. The Hall of Heroic Souls was not cleared by the ancestor Dao Hongjun, who combined history and myths in the three ancient kingdoms, and these days. It was created to protect the legacy of civilization. According to legend, a person who possesses it will be able to travel through time and space, summoning heroes of the past and present to acquire their knowledge and powers. There is the greatest god, the bow and arrow god called Ho Yi. The nine-tailed fox demoness is Da Ji. The descendant demon is Ming He, and the goddess of birth is Yan Xiaonian Nian. And all of them are his servants, gathering the spiritual chai of heaven and earth by passing it through your own soul. The Hall of Heroic Souls can open in this world. It taps into the emotions of people's hearts to summon the greatest from around the world. Due to the full scale in the heroic pillar, a warrior or other with similar feelings can appear in this world. His cultivation level is too low right now, so he can't summon them in reality. He is only allowed to use Stage 1 abilities. He turned to the brave heroes. If any of them shared a similar remorseful aversion as him right now, then let them appear here to rewrite the horrible fate of humanity. The pillar of the soul of repentance is now full. In order to protect all things, he caused a close friend to die tragically. This hero wants all three kingdoms to collapse under the weight of his wrath. The boy noticed that only 6 of the 7 stars were now lit. The soul pillar would continue to be consumed by the obsession and thoughts of the world, opening up new places for warriors in the Hall of Heroic Souls, which would make him even more powerful. The 6th-level God Soul had only appeared once, when a Buddha was summoned. The boy had already guessed who it would be. Zhen Yuanzi, the majestic god of the firmament and ancestor of earthly immortals, the first spirit of the quasi-sacred level. Zhen Yuanzi, one of the followers of Taoism who has one of the coolest techniques called Magic Sleeve. He's even better than Hong Huang. All that's left is to use it to perfection. Wanzi was surprised that an inexperienced kid who didn't even have enough knowledge to materialize a heroic soul could summon a deity. The kid asked what if his wisdom was inside. Even the supreme beings of the 3 realms are bound to obey him. The young man is too arrogant. Yuanzi comprehended all the secrets of Taoism and dominated the immortal lands. The protagonist decided to call him Da Jiba. He cleverly used different surnames and names of other greats to come up with his name for this god. Gao Hao got tired of the big wait and told everyone to disperse. He pushed the girl away and reached into the main character's bag. And there really were those things that were talked about. No matter how much you beat that stupid head, it still doesn't understand where he belongs. Qin Cheng is even openly trying to steal Chen Ning away from him. But this time, he will make him always walk with his head down. The protagonist wondered if he was really thinking of doing that. The kid asked the Celestial to lend him his power. Yuan Zi asked if the jerk was going to use it to collect women's pantaloons. The kid corrected that in modern times, they are properly called panties. This youngster is definitely out of his mind. His magic arm in this versatile technique, useful in both defense and offense. It can definitely be put on the list of the top 20 attacks of all time. Even the Sage Monkey King fell in a matter of seconds to from him, as well as Tathagata, Buddha, and Ming He. The guy used the first style for magic sleeve, swaying flowers and tree connections. Yanzi shouted for him not to dare to do so. He turned over the main character's bag and said that now everyone would know the truth about the perverted Zhang. They could no longer allow such an unscrupulous freak to remain in the academy. He suggested that the professor expel him. Someone looked at it in confusion, and some with joy on their face. The teacher told the boy to take a closer look at the bag, because there was nothing in it, as it turned out. Gao Hao didn't understand what they were talking about at first. After all, these things should be visible 3 kilometers away. He couldn't believe her that they really weren't here. The guy didn't understand how that was even possible. He'd definitely seen the evidence inside. The teacher ordered them to stop making noise and return to their seats. Qin Cheng stopped the man and asked who was allowing him to leave. Gao Hao began to feel angry that the damn orphan would speak to him in such a tone. He thought that this guy had eaten something wrong today because he was acting very strange. The teacher asked Zhang Qingcheng to reason sensibly. She explained that Gao Hao was only concerned about a fellow student and did it out of kindness. Qin Cheng replied that the teacher seemed to be still young and she already had eye problems. She hadn't expected that tone from the guy and wondered what he was talking about. Qin Cheng said that Gao Hao stole those things himself, but decided to blame it on someone else. Gao Hao couldn't believe that he had just been called a thief. Everyone at the university knows that he is the son of a decad. His stipend is over 10,000. So why would he steal someone else's stuff in the first place? The guy said not to worry because they already know about his financial well-being. Suddenly there was a wallet and Yuan and a pile of money. Also, her panties fell out. The protagonist suggested that he was really lacking in lingerie. Yuanzi grabbed the guy's head and said that he was defiled, then asked how he could wash himself of it now. Gao Hao didn't understand how he had all these clothes. This is quite expected from their pseudo-master Gao. If he wants, they can go to the lingerie store together, and specially buy the right one for him. Therefore, there is no need to steal someone else's. No one would have thought that Zhao would be doing this. One even remembered that girls had been complaining about missing underwear lately. Could it be this bastard's work? No one had ever imagined that this guy had such a hobby. Many of them hated to see Qin Cheng being bullied, but were too afraid of becoming outcasts. Therefore, they just stood by, making him a scapegoat. Zhang Mei Li, who is a humanities student and do not attend cultivation lectures, told him to answer where her underwear went, but he suddenly punched her in the face, knocking out one tooth. Gao Hao yelled for that vile cow to get off of him. She should have looked at herself in the mirror first. The teacher asked if he had lost his mind. Student cultivators are forbidden to use magic on normal students. He decided to go against the rules of the academy. Gao Hao started shouting that he was the law here. He immediately attacked the protagonist to kill him. He asked Yuan Zi to lend him his strength again. The situation has escalated. If they join forces, they will show these weaklings where the crayfish are. Since the guy has a mortal body that doesn't have a normal energy flow, the old man will absorb all the audience's chi with his magic sleeve to turn it in the guy's favor. But it was Chen Ning who decided to join the protagonist's defense. She ordered the wind to come together. This girl is an 8th stage cultivator, and the second best student among the first years. She stands at the 52nd rank in the academy. Suddenly she stabbed him in the arm and he started screaming in pain. The lad was surprised that the girl, who had always been meek and shy, was showing her temper for the first time. And then they'll enjoy a performance by a young Gao master. It's called the Stinky Mouth. This slap the protagonist gave for all the girls he stole panties from. He used a magic sleeve, wiggling flowers and tree connections. After that, he spat out another pair of panties. Now Mei Li finally knew where her underwear was. She didn't understand why the bastard had stuffed them in her mouth. Chen Ning watched him with a judgmental look. But Yanzi thought they were fighting, so he didn't even realize how his technique had gathered even more pantalones. The teacher yelled for them all to shut up. Whoever continues to be disobedient will be left with broken arms. and will also be referred to the disciplinary committee for punishment. She was furious. The guy certainly didn't want to end up on the disciplinary committee. He asked to believe that it really wasn't him. He accused the protagonist of setting the whole thing up and to make him look guilty and ruin his reputation. Qin noticed that he was only spinning his wheels to try and justify himself. Did the kid really think that he could fool the others further? The protagonist leaned closer to him and said that it didn't seem like today was his day. Recalling their Grand Master's words earlier, how could such a shameless and thief be allowed to lecture? Qin suggested that he be expelled immediately. He turned to Chen Yuan and asked if she wanted to explain herself. They also put money and underwear in his bag together. He asked for a quick confirmation of his innocence. She immediately started talking about getting him to stop taking. He was the one who offered the girl 100,000 yuan to lie to Qin Cheng. He also wanted to expel the protagonist so that he wouldn't hit on his beloved Chen Ning. Therefore, interfere Yuan in his dirty deeds is unnecessary. After all, he's the only one who comes up with such lousy ideas. They watched their conversation with horror. It was immediately obvious that they had thought of a plan to make Zhang a social outcast. This couple had just blurted it out. Gao Hao was really willing to give so much money just to get rid of Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng replied that he was hardly worth such an amount, but one beauty from this group was definitely worth it. Chen Ning tapped him on the shoulder and said that he was a flatterer, but the girl wondered if old Qin Chen had always been such a bully. She asked him to stop joking around. The boy asked what she meant. If the case is gaining momentum, it needs to be made even cooler. From now on, he will follow her around, and those who do not agree will be beaten. A blush appeared on her cheeks. Everyone was definitely shocked at this turn of events. In his past life, the girl's death was solely his fault because of his weakness. Then a monster from an ancient tribe invaded the academy grounds without any warning. Even though he was a low-ranking monster, the students couldn't stop him. Teachers were yelling for the kids to get out of here soon. They would deal with this monster on their own. Someone started looking to see where Suizhan had disappeared to, but this monster chopped up the teachers with ease. The protagonist ran to meet the monster. Afterward, he saw Chen Ning's corpse, but bitter tears appeared in his eyes. He couldn't believe that the girl he was in love with had died. These nightmares are the only thing he still remembers of his past besides the Hall of Heroic Souls. In his new life, he would definitely end them once and for all, rewriting the fate of Chen Ning and the others. It also refers to the obstacles that hinder the growth of his cultivation. The teacher became agitated after asking the guy about where he put his hands. How dare he even molest a girl in class? The guy didn't explain that there's nothing wrong here. Would such a thing be considered harassment? Gao Hao replied that it was absurd. He told the girl that if she was being held forcibly, she should wink. She must not be afraid to tell the truth. On behalf of all lecturers, the lecturer swears to personally ensure her full protection. Chen Ning replied that she was fine. The other guys just stared at her in amazement. He mentally apologized to the girl, but it would serve as a good cover for their relationship. How's that asshole with his rake groping a girl? Qin Cheng glared at him menacingly. He, on the other hand, deliberately decided to play the situation in his favor. Gao Hao praised this good move. Until now, not a single living soul in the academy had tried to stand in his way. Now he would have to hide behind Chen Ning's skirt forever. He promised that there would no longer be the main character's foot here. Qin Cheng told him not to get angry a lot, because a wrinkle would appear. A little later, the man said that Chen Ning was just a waste of time. It was Liu Bao, who was the vice president of the Ancient Martial Arts Society. The value of martial power is 9. He is also ranked 50th on the list of cultivation students. He had to stay back for a second year because of his bad behavior. Liu Bao asked if this wench had offended him that much. Gao Hao will give 500,000 if a man can kill Zhang Qingcheng and catch this girl, but the master must be joking. Liu Bao is an ordinary student, not an assassin. Especially she fell in love with him a long time ago, and still remains a kind and sweet goddess in his heart, so more money will have to be tucked away. Gao Hao suggested that the man set his price. He decided to kill this kid for 800,000. He also guarantees that Chen Ning will jump into bed with him the very next day. But there was one condition. The first part of the night with Gao Hao's girlfriend. The second part he would give to Liu Bao. Meanwhile, the main character was lying on a bench outside talking about how this world is both ugly and beautiful. Yuanzi replied that the guy had behaved too recklessly and impulsively. Togo Gao Hao has a very hot temper. He will definitely try his best to take revenge. The protagonist replied that his behavior has gotten to a lot of people, so why not be an asshole now and make fun of Gao Hao? According to the preachings of Taoism, one should avoid the 3 calamities and 9 misfortunes. Also, bickering and swearing are also included here. He is not yet strong enough for such strong opponents. The kid replied that he had previously destroyed it. This act protected a lot of other guys he was bullying. It may sound childish now, but it's definitely coming to an end soon. Wanzi remembered a monkey named Sun Wukun. He was as brave as the protagonist. And then, the old man tied him up in his Wuzhuang temple, where he was tortured with a sacred whip for 3 days and 3 nights. The kid is already imagining that leather whip, the old man asked. Yes. How dare he even think of such shamelessness? But be that as it may, Zhen Yuan is right. After being reborn, he lost his magical abilities. His current body now is no different from a mortal's. One must enter the initial stage of development as soon as possible. If the guy wants the old man to be his divine mentor, he must kneel down and perform the ritual of 3 tosses and 9 earth bows. The old man will reluctantly give him his consent to learn cultivation, and after a month, he would definitely be able to defeat Gao Hao. The guy felt that this old man was unable to train faster than just a month. That jerk's strength value is only 5, while the monster that will invade the academy has a value of over 2,000. When it arrives, no one will be able to survive, and it will be too late. Did he really think that he could easily become the reincarnation of the golden immortal Daluo? Even that nasty Gao Hao took 10 years to reach the 5th stage of development. The kid wouldn't be able to win without the help of a mentor. If he listens to the old man and trains hard for 5 years, he will definitely get better. But this is too long, so Yuanzi today will see what the protagonist is capable of. The stages of self-cultivation are 9 in total. Establishing the foundation of development, purifying the soul, transforming qi, accepting immortality, nascent soul, returning to eternity, spiritual realm, and complete perfection. The strength of each stage has a significant gap between each other. If he can reach the phase of complete perfection, he will be able to soar into the heavens and reach enlightenment, becoming an absolute immortal. The old man began to grumble that he would regret it later. He only managed to learn the technique of the Heaven and Earth Unified Chi Sutra, with the help of the fragments of the primordial chaos writings that are recorded in Heitu and Luo Shu. The guy has no idea what this secret is. He is the original source of all the magical attacks of the Sutra of the Unified Kui of Heaven and Earth. Without the old man's help, this guy will never be able to replicate them live. Suddenly, the guy blurted out about the stars traveling in the sky 365 days a year. He asked for the art of primordial chaos to be revealed to him. The old man noticed that this child was not absorbing spiritual energy. In the name of the Lord of Heaven and Earth, he forces her to submit to him. Such a thing can only be achieved through pristine chaos. He did not understand how the treatises of forefather Hong Jun had ended up in the hands of an ordinary young man. And now the first stage of the foundation has been completed. In just 10 minutes, some kid managed to pass the first stage. But even so, the body of a mortal couldn't do much with a mortal's body. Apparently, forcibly controlling the academy's aura, it had reached its limit. Then the guy decided to act more seriously. He had the first stage of cultivation. Foundation establishment. Combat power equals 1. He decided to keep going. People didn't realize what was going on at all. Yuanzi didn't understand at all anymore whether this guy was human or not. The guy asked to borrow a little more of his divine power. The old man called him the #1 bloody scoundrel in the whole world. He used magic sleeve, second style, the energy of mountains and rivers. The old man used all sorts of foul words. The kid shouted to his darling to come out soon and see how God appeared to mankind, but he had completely forgotten that he didn't have a girlfriend. The girl noticed some sort of silhouette in the tornado as well. Its silhouette seemed very familiar to her. The teacher recognized the skill of heaven and earth. She assumed that an outstanding talent had descended to them. Perhaps a student from their academy. The disciplinary committee must go to the school grounds immediately. They must find out who has such power. Meanwhile, the woman swept up that this tornado was heading towards Tianquan City. She wondered if there had ever been a cultivation genius in her Donglun Empire. 1 hour later, Yuanzi still couldn't believe that he was actually able to break through this far and pass all the initial levels. He decided to test his strength and successfully shattered the stone. Having purified the essence, renewed and rebuilt the muscles and marrow, the palm of your hand is now sufficient to break stones and split gold. This is a sign of successful anchoring in the foundation stage. It's so cool to have your powers again. He now had a level 9 base stage unlocked. His combat power was equal to 9. Wanzi was curious about the strange object on his wrist. The kid replied that it was given to him by Chen Ning. It was a progress watch that was only issued to students from the Cultivation Development faculty. They are able to determine his current cultivation stage, as well as his combat power through mana detection. Since his strength was now 9, dealing with Gao Hao would be a cakewalk. However, if he were to face the real geniuses of the academy, these points would not be enough to resist them. Not to mention stopping the monster that would attack the university in a month. Starting from the moment the incident with Gao Hao in the auditorium happened, it began to absorb people's desires and feelings. Once the scale of the pillar is filled with the obsessive thoughts of the world around him on Earth, one of the immortals who is obsessed with such ideas is randomly summoned. When this happens, he will be able to gain a significant new enhancement to his current skill. It turns out that the Hall of Heroic Souls was originally a sacred relic that encapsulated all the myths and legends of the past and present, and now the current Yuan Zi is not real, and the illusion created by the artifact based on his story. The kid was only able to summon the old man due to remorse used as an obsessive desire. Perhaps the reason for summoning holy measures of people is that deep within them there are emotions left that torment their souls. For example, the old man responded to his remorse by experiencing the same thing and decided to come. It turns out he has regrets. The guy noticed that Professor Zuizhan and the disciplinary committee had come over here. She didn't understand how those terrifying chi fluctuations could suddenly dissolve into thin air. Yoijin ordered a search of the area. They shouldn't lose such an incredible talent. Fortunately, the technique of primordial chaos can hide a person's energy and allow them to further masquerade as a mortal. Once he noted that there was a truly sinister aura emanating from his teacher. The boy replied that she was the dean of the cultivation direction in the academy, nicknamed the Deviless. All the other teachers, her younger sisters and brothers. But the old man realized that something was wrong here. That woman's rage seemed to bring about the destruction of at least 1,000 lives. It is unlikely that a mere teacher could possess such energy. The boy began to explain that at the age of 6, he was bullied very often by other orphans. After running away and wandering for a long time, he almost died of exhaustion, but Chen Ning, having found him, decided to take him to her home. In the end, they became a big friendly family, even though they don't have much money, but he is glad to have gotten to them. Wanzi felt very strong streams of qi near the door of his house. He saw that the head of the disciplinary committee, whose name was Zhang Yuyu, was standing there. Did she recognize his advancement in perfection? The old man advised him to listen carefully. After all, they weren't talking about him. He used a secret style, keen hearing, shan feng er. Zhang Yuyu asked what makes this Zhang Qingchen so good. Does she really think that this guy is better than her? Chen Ning asked Jiang to calm down. The head of the disciplinary committee assumed that the girl had accepted his confession today in front of the whole group to get her off her back. Did sex now seem more important to her than true love? The girl replied that nothing could happen between them. She's the chairwoman of the disciplinary committee, and if the details were to come out, it would leave a stain on her reputation forever. They clearly didn't expect to hear one girl's confession to another girl. The old man asked if this was the same passionate lily love from the legend. The guy thought about the fact that Zhang Yuyu had been added to his list of competitors. Chen Ning told her sister that she herself now had a boyfriend, Qin Cheng. So the head of the disciplinary committee should behave with restraint and befitting behavior. Oldika remarked that they looked very handsome together. It looked like their family was expecting a new addition soon. The guy said not to say such nonsense, and to be a little more lenient with old Zhang. Everything in the house was the same as it was in my memory. He and his dad found this table at a flea market. This game console was the one the girl begged her father to buy when she made it to the top cultivation students. She later gave it to Qin Cheng as a gift. My mom won't let me throw away my toys. His parents came in to see him and had something they wanted to tell him. The guy was thinking about the fact that when one strives to rise above, one doesn't notice the counting of time. 100 years could end up being a blink of an eye. They know how he was always jealous of little Ning because she was studying cultivation, and he himself dreamed of studying in the same department as her. They can't financially afford to pay the registration fee. What they were making the kid upset and suffering because of. Qin Cheng recalled that his father had a heart condition. They had been saving money for his surgery for a long time. In a previous life, this sum had enabled him to go to the necessary lectures. But his father hid the fact that the disease was progressing, and soon died a year later. He doesn't have to worry about his old man's problems. They are both not particularly brilliant in intelligence and culture, but they don't want to cut off his desire for a good education. Even though his knowledge may not be as much as his sister's, but if he works hard, he can advance to the foundation cultivation stage. Being a cultivator opens up more opportunities for a rich future and a job with a high salary. And if your son is doing well, you and the parents are happy. The guy started pushing them out, saying that he knows how hard it is for them to make money to feed all of them. He would not take them on any pretext. Yanzi asked why the guy didn't tell him that he had already fully completed the first level of development. This stage was comparable to many top students in the university. The protagonist replied that he doesn't want to shock anyone. He wants to first find a way to earn money, to cure his dad's illness, and start studying towards becoming immortal. The old man replied that he was just having frequent heart attacks. The lowest healing elixir wouldn't be enough. The guy asked if he knew how expensive pills were in this current era. Alchemy was invented back in ancient times by two of the greatest sages named Zhen Yuanzi and Taishan Laojun. Their knowledge could be used to speed up cultivation development, restore magical powers, and heal wounds. However, this art is now virtually lost due to the shortage of alchemist sorcerers. Spiritual pills have become an essential resource on the path to gaining enlightenment. Even the weakest one is worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Then he remembered the name of the progenitors and the creator of alchemy. Just in front of him sat the very same Zhen Yuanzi. Now he's going to be fabulously rich. The old man noticed something under his bed. He had all kinds of smutty magazines. The guy immediately yelled for him not to open them. All of his journals were scattered. Suddenly, Chen Ning entered his room. She wondered why he refused his parents' money. Could it be that he had boyish pride in him? She caught him in time, though. She came right out and apologized for intruding at an inappropriate time. Qin Cheng immediately shouted for her to listen to him. Everything is not as it seems. He sat across from the girl, embarrassed. She, on the other hand, was sitting across from him in the same state. The old man had read about how Sun Wukun had stolen a couple of ginseng roots from the Wuzhuang temple. He was bound and tortured by Saint Zhen Yuan for 3 days and 3 nights. He really enjoyed this book. They finally decided to speak. It's already hard enough for a girl to earn money to support 7, and she still has to find an excuse to get by. The guy still can't believe that Zhang Yu is stalking her. The girl, however, replied that he had gotten it all wrong. Qin Cheng asked why she was embarrassed then. On the contrary, it is good to be loved by the surroundings and receive various signs of attention. Chen Ning interrupted him and thanked him. Thanks to the guy's wit, then in class when he publicly played out the courtship drama, she will finally be able to get rid of those 2 little devils Gao Hao and Jiang Yu. It turns out that today little Ning officially accepted his recognition. She was glad that Gao finally got what he deserved. He was ready to tear up and throw down. Now everyone will definitely believe his rotten nature. She wondered why it had never occurred to her to think of such an easy solution to the problem, which was to simply pull the wood out from under the boiler. The protagonist wondered what she meant. She explained that he was her boyfriend from now on, which meant that studying and cultivation elevation would take place in peace. He replied that he understood, but in the back of his mind, he was only thinking that he was in the role of her cover. Shivering with fear, the unlucky Zhen Yuanzi received a turnaround from the goddess Nuwa. Then 12 of the greatest sorcerer ancestors began hunting for him, pursuing him for 6 whole days. He became the laughing stock of all 3 kingdoms. The old man was yelling about who the fake letters belonged to. The girl, on the other hand, was talking about holding hands at home after school. Dobby's classmates thought they were living under the same roof. It's the perfect plan. Suddenly the guy's mouth was bleeding and she wondered what had happened to him. I can't believe the bright kid didn't think of such a great idea. They've been coloring together since they were in diapers. Of course he's ready to help his little sister, especially since he's seen her face at different stages of growing up. No one would like that kind of horror. But the guy's mouth was bleeding even more and he was talking about how they are family after all and get along very well. He really can't imagine their relationship. The girl asked him if he was okay because a lot of blood had already come out. He replied that boys just have days just like the female sex when they feel nauseous. So girls and boys are alike in that respect. He asked her not to worry. When asked who her boyfriend was, she would be able to boldly give his name. He would try to solve any problem. The old man in the background started talking about how the author of this book was a real fool. The girl said goodbye to him and left. She was probably just getting caught up in the weird thoughts for nothing. She even felt a little resentful. She immediately pounded her cheeks and wondered what she had just thought of. It would be nice to always live as brother and sister. The guy started beating himself bloody, calling him an asshole and a fool. He himself had dreamed of being her umbrella from the weather, and now his dream had been fulfilled. Finally, his blood stopped flowing. He immediately approached the old man, calling him his brother, so that they would go somewhere tomorrow. The old man cautiously asked him what he was up to. The guy replied that he wants to get rich and hit on some hottie. He also wants to enjoy the good things in life. The next day came. The old man asked if there was definitely an elixir apothecary here, and who the Su family was. The guy replied that their clan runs an underground black market in Tianquan City, and various pills and other spiritual resources can be purchased from it. Even a not particularly talented alchemist would easily become an honored guest of major countries. He has a whole founder of the science. The old man guessed that this brat had decided to profit from him. The guy explained that nothing depended on Yuanzi's opinion now. The guard told the guy to get out of here. This is the Su family's main selling point. No commoners are allowed in. With his device, he found out that this guard was at the 3rd level of the foundation stage, and his combat power is equal to a 3. And with such a paltry cultivation elevation, he dares to show people the door. The guard walked over to him and took him by the collar, asking if he was deaf or if he just needed to reach out. Others began to run away, for a fun show was coming. Others advised the little fellow to go home and also wondered why he had gone to such a place. So this guard thinks he's a mere mortal. The protagonist unwrapped it, after which, using his palm, he used his palm to seal the guard to the floor. They couldn't believe that a level 4 guard was defeated in a couple of seconds. They also learned that this guy had a strength rating of 9, so young and already standing on the 9th step. The girl assumed that he was a young master of some famous family. The guy asked again if he could come in. The guard's thoughts were occupied with the fact that if the guy had hit him a little harder, he would have died by now. This guy is ruthless but calm at the same time. He must be a member of some powerful group. He thanked the gentleman for his kindness and apologized for not recognizing him. Yuanzi observed that regardless of age, people everywhere respected cultivators for their skills. Hot offer, a miracle pill that revitalizes ki and body. For only 2 million yen apiece. They must hurry. The last 3 potions that strengthen mana for a whole month. Someone shouted out, "Who wants the spiritual material Chilim grass?" He's willing to give it for 300,000. The old man had picked up on the fact that there were only low-grade goods that were not in the 1st class. If they were in the past now, there was no way he'd feed his familiars detailed crap. He found one that could be used to prepare a pill that would make his father's illness go away forever. The vendor replied that little brother had a good eye. This rhizome is the choicest. He could buy it and then ask the Su clan's alchemist to create the pill he wanted. The success rate of creation can be up to 30%. Yuanzi asked if their master was completely clueless. Qincheng explained that in their time, cultivators who were able to achieve at least 10% good at creating a top-quality elixir were called the best. The seller asked this brother not to hesitate. At the moment, it was worth 300,000 yuan, and it would cost the same amount to hire an alchemist. If successfully processed, this pill would be worth over 2 million. The old man wondered what would happen if nothing worked. They charge the same prices for the ingredients and take no responsibility for failure. After this explanation, one could conclude that this direction was an easy money-making field where one could in no way lose profits. Since this herb was in excellent condition, he would take it. The salesman began to raise him with the fact that he was not wrong about this customer when he first saw him at the doorstep here. The mana was just so intense. His gifts of reading people came in handy. He asked if he would pay by cash or card. The protagonist replied that he didn't have a dime. The salesman immediately had an intimidating look that warned that he better not be joked with in this manner, or he would receive serious consequences. He's about to report on a guy who hairs himself a freebie. He started shouting to keep this poor man from leaving. Fu Wenlun, who is one of the 5 tigers of the clan, appeared there. The man inquired if this puppy was causing trouble. He learned that this person was at the QE development stage and his combat power was 15. He was also sent a warning that the difference in strength with his opponent was too great. The salesman began to explain that when this guy first walked in, he thought a valued customer had arrived. His gift of seeing through others had never failed him before. Yuanzi asked the protagonist not to behave recklessly as usual. This man's level of enlightenment was a whole area higher than his own. But the kid only smiled and asked if he was laughing to talk to him like that when he was a pathetic fighter with 18 points. He said to call the head of the family here. Yuanzi only clapped his head disappointedly. The salesman didn't expect him to be so arrogant. Fu Wenlun only asked who this kid thought he was since he wanted to see the master. The protagonist replied that he was a second-rank alchemist in Tianquan City, in addition to a master from his clan. Everyone just remained silent on his statement. But suddenly they started laughing at the fact that he thinks he's an ace, and the second best. Holding back his laughter, the shopkeeper decided to explain things more concretely to the guy he called crazy. At the foundation stage, the cultivator still lacked knowledge. Only after reaching the level of Kui development can one fully utilize magic. For example, you can create pills, control fire, read spells, and fly swords. Moreover, alchemy as an art was lost many centuries ago. Even they only have skills of its second-rate kind. And now this inconsiderate student claims to be a second-ranked alchemist. The protagonist approached him and advised him to broaden his horizons, for his eyes do not always see the truth. These words made him even more angry. The very herb he wanted to buy appeared in his hand. Looks like it's time to play big. If he, Zhen Yuanzi, wishes to make a pill, why would he resort to a pottery kiln and ordinary spiritual fire? Heaven is the fire, earth is the hearth, the alchemy of creation, the burner of the greatest illuminating flame. The shopkeeper couldn't believe that this guy really wasn't lying. The Su clan's alchemists need 5 tries to create a pill from the chilim herb. And he succeeded the first time. With such a chance of success, he could really be ranked second. Even if the wisest mage took over, he would not be able to achieve 100% processing. Not to mention that she prepares potions without the use of stove and fire. Not even a rank 10 master has such a powerful skill. Fu Wenlun said that it was just a miserable trick to pull off the scam. Qincheng asked if he had ever seen fake pills worth 2 million. The man wanted to counter him with something, but the guy beat him to it. He revealed that this guard had taken the Xiang potion 13 days ago to increase his step breakthrough. However, after a dozen other days, the effect began to fade rapidly. Wenlun asked how he even knew about this. Its real influence is indeed excellent. But the manufacturing process must be carried out by an intelligent cultivator, for not everyone can give the grass the cooling it needs. The guy does not advise to process it slowly. It is better to find a chilled room so that the properties do not disappear. Wenlun immediately called the kid as master and thanked him. He then asked if he had now shown enough of his abilities to meet their leader. All the other guards called him a respected mage alchemist and apologized for being too blind. They asked him to forgive their ignorance. An 18-year-old master, one of the few capable of such miracles in the entire Eastern Dragon State. The Su clan must gain the ties to him at any cost. Wenlun asked why they stood up tin soldiers and ordered him to lead Miss here. Suddenly, a female voice was heard saying that there was no need to yell like that. She saw everything with her own eyes. Everyone immediately began to greet their mistress. She asked Wenlun if he was trying to entertain the guests. But he immediately apologized to the hostess and explained that because of this guy's past actions, he had lost all his manners. The girl told him to shut up and explained that even if he behaved arrogantly, there was nothing wrong with it. After all, not everyone he meets is an outstanding alchemist. The girl inquired as to his name and where he was studying. The clock has sent a warning that the other side is 2 stages above the protagonist, unable to determine combat strength. Yuanzi replied that this girl's skill was enough to beat a dozen people with enlightenment like Wenlun. Finally, the beautiful viper who is in charge of all the black markets in the city has finally appeared, and her name is Su Yun. The main character introduces himself and also mentions that he's a student at Tianquan Academy. His master is very demanding, so he won't say what his name is. Now the girl realized that this kid was too brave. Well, the main character there was all handsome. The shopkeeper called him a show-off, and he does not support the protagonist's self-confidence. Su Yun said that his tongue was painfully long and needed to be shortened urgently. She asked her not to stop her. Wenlun asked her not to get angry. After all, he is a second ranker. And she herself said that arrogance is not a vice. No one would believe him if he said that he was under the patronage of the Eastern Dragon Empress, whose name is Jishi. The girl apologized for using profanity against the guy and called him a sacred mentor. She introduced herself with the young mistress of the Su family, Su Yun. Her father is seriously ill, so she now holds the title of clan head. The guy wanted to offer her something. The girl in her thoughts tried to hold on and not dare to vent her anger on him. Though he's still a little thing, but he's already able to compete with her father in creating elixirs. And he's also secretive about the one from whom he learned the secrets of the craft. She assumed it was one of the superpower cultivators. He asked for full payment for the weed. Why? He was a miracle worker who was as poor as a church mouse. The guy replied that money is not on the first place for him. He called the girl cute and offered to eat delicious rice together. Wenlong said not to pester the hostess or he would kill him. The man was asked to cool down and said that the money for the material could be debited from the account. The Su family needs such an outstanding genius. She would personally pay for it. The shopkeeper said again that as soon as the young man entered their place, he sensed an aura that was unlike the others. His keen eye and intuition never let him down. She was indeed a rich woman, for she gave 300,000 without hesitation. The girl called the lad a gentleman and added that they always welcome outstanding artisans, especially since his father had fallen ill, for there was no one else to process the pills. If he was willing to produce them for Su's family from time to time, they were willing to offer a favorable deal. The boy inquired as to what she was talking about. She explained that it was enough to do it only occasionally. The clan would give a premium for his services at twice the market value. He's willing to fulfill any whim for their money. Yuanzi was shocked that, holy front of the earth, he was so lucky to be stuck here with this stump, that is, the protagonist. Provided the guy is willing to cooperate with them, then he can take her gold card. It's got 10 million yuan on it. Let him think it was a gift for him. The guy had no idea that a second-grade alchemist was so expensive. The old man was starting to change his mind that it seemed that pride and dignity were not that important. The old man asked him not to lose his prestige in the face of the femme fatale. The guy asked him not to teach him. He's not some corrupt underling, and 10 million isn't that much. The girl apologized for her impoliteness and said that a wise man like him certainly didn't need such pennies. But the guy immediately changed his mind and said that he would humbly accept her gifts. Yuanzi replied that it was not bad at all. The shopkeeper said there's no less Ponzi, but now it's all what a master should have, and they don't even know whose credit it is. Since they all decided, the man decided to leave to try the method of processing the potion that the protagonist told him about. From now on, he relies on the young alchemist's care. He completely forgot to mention that although that method is effective, it can make a person nauseous for a couple days. That's what happened. Of course, he's not taking that card for nothing. The other ingredients began to flock to him. The girl noticed that it was a raw material of high levels. She asked the master why he needed it. The old man inquired if he wanted to make the very pills. The boy replied that he did. Even though they were only of the second class, they were popular in ancient times. And the success rate of creation is much lower than that of the third-grade potions. He hoped that the old man remembered the correct recipe. This kid is kidding, because this recipe was invented by Yuanzi himself. The conversion is complete. They had never seen such an elixir before. After such a long time after the Su family head's ailment, someone in this city was finally able to process a level 2 potion. It's a spiritual elemental pill even father couldn't create. The clan spent hundreds of millions of dollars to create them, but nothing worked. This young man really is the best. They're very lucky. This kid is a real alchemy emperor. Now he wants to return the favor with these presentations. He did such an incredible thing for her. They still don't have the skill to transform the perfect Yuan Hong potion yet. As a result, when one reaches the soul refining stage, one's progress in cultivation exaltation will be incredibly slowed down. This potion will make up for the inhibition. Nothing less was expected of the wise man. With one word and movement, he showed everyone the truth. They had spent a whole capital just to get the formula, but Papa was not skillful enough for it. The girl refused and replied that she did not deserve such a generous gift. But he decided to take matters into his own hands and immediately popped the pill into her mouth. The girl blushed. Gradually, she will feel the improvement of her triple spirituality. Perhaps in 3 days, she will be able to fully move to the third stage of soul purification. Any spiritual materials will be at the girl's expense. A little later at his house, he looked at the gold card. The kid's mind flashed through the fact that from now on, they, related to the business relationship. Without Zhang Qingchen, they can't live without him. When the old man first saw the Su Yun, he had one bold thought. The guy said to put them aside. The state has a whole set of laws whose violation would put him in the penitentiary for half a century. The old man asked if he was thinking of tempting her in a step-by-step manner by making false hopes and promises. The protagonist replied that he did. All people love ears when they are treated with affection and courtesy. Hence, a word or two is enough. A man has confided in someone. Sometimes the old man thinks that the guy is very scary and treacherous. To confront Gao Hao, his powerful entourage will have to enlist his support. The most important thing now is that the medicine for his father's heart has been obtained. Now we can prepare for the battle in a calm and measured manner. When first applying the primordial chaos art, the soul nodes that absorb the chi of the heaven and earth of his surroundings would begin to open up. But afterward, it is better to continue cultivating as one is supposed to. However, the speed of elevation with it was much faster than normal spells. Not taking into account the fact that he has the skills of Yuan-Zi elixir creation, an artifact hall of heroic souls at his disposal. The black market pharmacy pillars absorbed a tremendous amount of emotion today. But the biggest outburst occurred when the guard was on the verge of life and death. He should try to prepare properly because Gao Hao would not give up so easily, and the rematch was just around the corner. The pillar would soon be filled to its fullest, and another god's soul would be summoned to the earth. He'll be sure to protect everyone. The word brought all the footage of the guy running to help the girl. But it didn't work out this time either. In front of him, Zhang Yu became Zhang Yu. She told him to be an obedient boy and run away from here. If only he could become immortal. Well, nothing would change. A mentor appeared in his hands. He rebuked him for behaving too softly and decently, which was why he lost. Even after receiving the imperial throne, he could not fix anything. The guy asked for another chance to protect the others. If necessary, he'll resort to the dirtiest means. He'll do whatever anyone wants him to do. Suddenly he opened his eyes. He had the same dream about the past again. Meanwhile, the old man was yelling at the Pikachu to throw 100,000 volts at him. He recalled his previous life, which had countless and sleepless nights. The desperate cries of Chen Ning and Eastern Miss Qi, the mountains of corpses of innocent people. All those pictures are imprinted in his memory and turned into nightmares that torment him over and over again. They were the only thing that came with him in the real world, other than the Hall of Souls. Now that he has a powerful artifact with him, he uses its full potential to rewrite the fate of humanity and Chen Ning. Suddenly, the guy heard yelling for them to stop doing this. The father was yelling for Chen Ning and wifey to be careful. He came down at once and asked what was the matter. Mom replied that it was fine and the kid should go back to his room. They found out he's the loser brother. He's all grown up now, but he's still hiding behind his mom and sister's skirt. He repeated that their father owed them 200,000 for the treatment. If they didn't pay the debt today, they could kiss their store goodbye. They have some kind of abnormal percentages. How could 50,000 suddenly turn into 200? They don't have that kind of money. He's already named the exact amount, and it's not up for discussion. In this neighborhood, no one dares to give back the money he took from him. This kid's name is Chu Tianyun. The girl asked if dad was sick and why didn't mom say anything. The woman explained that they work very hard, working and studying to provide for them. There was no way the mother could complain. They should not hope to get out of duty just because she is a cultivation student. His younger brother is one of the 5 tigers in the Su family. His name is Fu Wenlong. He recognized this name and couldn't think that he was really his brother. With Su's influence, the arrival of 2 disciples is not a big deal. A man asked why they were even talking. Better to break the premises since they don't want to pay. Or if this cutie spends one night with them and gives them a good service, they'll forgive their debt, and all will be forgiven. The henchmen said what a smart boss they had. They've never tried young girls before. Otherwise, rumors would spread around the academy and the siblings would be expelled. This statement made the protagonist very angry. The girl tried to stop him somehow, even though their combat power was roughly similar, but he had ties to the Su clan. It's best not to mess with them. It's a good thing these kids know. Their group is the most influential people in Tianquan, along with the Li family. If he wants to kill someone, he'll have no problem at all. The protagonist didn't give a shit about those connections. But looking at the girl, he realized that he needed to behave with more restraint. The boy replied that if they only needed 200,000, his friend would bring it now. The girl asked where he even got friends with that much cash. The man also said that students don't have such sums. The protagonist replied that he just doesn't carry money with him. Or is the man afraid that Qin Cheng can escape? The man replied that he doesn't care. If he tries to pull some stunt, it will end badly for him. He called back to Fu Wenlong. Qin Cheng asked if he was free right now. He wanted to summon the man for a meeting regarding a matter. He shouted for everyone to be quiet. There was an important guest on the phone. He told the young master if he needed anything, he should just ask. He doesn't even know how to thank the young master, because the elixir worked well. Qincheng replied that a burly guy named Chu Tianyun, whose daddy's brother has a loan, broke in. He says for the kid to give him the interest too, or else his gang will wreak havoc. He's already sending the coordinates and asked if the man can help with the case. Chu Tianyun shouted for him to give the 400,000 already. The woman reminded him again that they were only borrowing 50,000. They have to pay exactly what he says. The boy replied that he himself must have heard everything. After all, the man had already upped the ante. They should hurry up and come here. Wenlun calmed the guy down and replied that he understood what the matter was. He told his security team to move out because a job had come up. He was furious that some jerk had the idea of touching the Sioux clan's VIP. They're even trying to trash the house of the best alchemist. The man is ready to split that jerk's head in half. The mom asked the guy what kind of friend he was, why he was willing to lend him so much money. It's commendable that the offspring have more brains than their own parents. Once they take their money, then he'll try to forcefully take this girl who looks like a fairy. And within a minute, a lot of cars had arrived at the store. They were a little confused. Also, no one expected to see Mr. Fu from the black market pharmacy here. Chu Tianyun immediately approached the man and asked what fates brought him here. Wenlun inquired about who he was. Chu Tianyun introduced himself as his younger brother's friend. The man simply passed by, replying that he did not recall such a thing. He immediately approached the boy and called him mentor, but the boy asked him not to give him away. The man put his hand on his shoulder and asked Brother Zhang if he was okay. The protagonist replied that he was fine, but he wants everyone's arms broken. He accepted that order. Chu Tianyun asked Tiger Fu to listen to him, because the man had no idea that they were friends. There was just a slight misunderstanding. Qincheng stopped him. They don't have to break anything in this store. The kid doesn't have to worry about that. Wenlun punched him with his fist. Others have his accomplices in custody. This couple needs to know their place too. The kid turned to the two girls and said he didn't want to watch them being bullied. The girl didn't understand at all how he managed to meet such an important mafia bigwig like Fu Wenlun of the Su family. The protagonist replied that they met when he used to moonlight as a courier. Brother Fu saw a hard work ethic in him that reminded him of his youth, so he decided to take him under his wing. The kid turned to the man and asked if he was speaking correctly. The man confirmed his friend's words. He can't watch his friend dare to be bullied by a bunch of freaks. In his mind, Wenlun hoped that Madam would not be angry about this. But even so, isn't it too much to beat people to a pulp? The man calmed my aunt down. He explained that those three assholes were in the foundation stage. To them, a broken arm is just a minor scratch. Now everything was ready, and the man inquired of his brother what to do next. The kid reminded him that he wanted 400,000 and offered to give it to Brother Fu. The battered man immediately replied that he was unaware of their friendship. He also apologized. They will cancel debts specifically for them. It can be considered that this proposal is accepted. However, his family was abused by this particular man, and he's not going to let it go. He warned them not to set foot here in the future. The man began to thank the gentleman and replied that he understood. If everything is stacked, he'll go too. The kid remembered something. He handed his mom the very medicine that Brother Fu had made for him earlier. Let mommy give it to daddy, and he will get well right away. Mom didn't understand how they could take such a valuable item. It's the same Chilim herb pill that can cure any ailment. Qinche replied that there was no need to worry and he just decided to take out a loan. He would definitely repay it after graduating from the academy. Tears came to her eyes, for she was glad that now Daddy would finally not suffer. Mr. Fu is really a good man. But they must return the money. The guy noticed how intently the girl was looking at him and wondered if he had something on his face. Chen Ning replied that it just seemed to her as if he had grown up and matured. Qin Cheng asked, "And at what point?" The girl replied that he was acting like a fool again. He went into his room. After all, he can't rely on someone all the time. Absorbing the fear and greed of Chu Tianyuan and his 6 pillars shone even brighter. The next summons was not far off. Yanzi noticed that his strength was already higher than all the first years combined. He didn't understand why the guy was so anxious. The protagonist replied that his opponents were not childish at all, and once a month there will be a monster attack on the academy. Someone even called out about the Black Dragon of Springs. He grabbed that monster by fiat. They used the 9th style, crumbling earth. Stone spikes appeared there, the man's mastery of freedom. A whipping wave of foam. That water froze, holding the monster in place. Now it was Yu Yu's turn. It was their last chance. Lightning of the firmament, wrap yourself in the divine sword, great spirit of dew, and unleash your fury on the unclean. The mastery of thunder, a roll that shakes the field. Everyone was clamoring for it to work, but suddenly there was a rumble. It's like this monster wasn't attacked at all. He was surprised that even a combined attack couldn't break through his defenses. The monsters used the rift of space. The rector began to splinter into small pieces. After that, he was gone. Could his magic be capable of destroying even the planet's matter? The monster shouted for this pathetic commoner to die. Suddenly, he snapped out of his thoughts. He asked the old man if there was any hope of victory, if he had to give battle to an inferior demon with a combat strength of 2,000 points. The power ratio was too different, so he himself would have to guess to the answer. Yuanzi and the undead tribes have been around since ancient times. Maybe the old man knows a way to deal with them. The old man began by saying that it all started from the moment Pangu created the world. The boy asked closer to the point. He was a creator god who fell dead after creating the heavens and earth. As a result, his soul transformed into the 3 supreme celestials. The sorceress power took the form of 4 demon emperors. And the physical shell, in turn, turned into 12 ancestors of descendants who entered the clan of monsters. It turns out their greatest strength lies in their direct kinship with him. For example, the old man is a part of Pangu's soul, absorbed by the ginseng tree and then reborn as a saint. His roots are second only to the lineage of the 3 immortals. He was fortunate enough to reincarnate with a huge amount of soul chi, so he became the head of all other cultivators and gods. All demons were born from his flesh, therefore possessing eternal life and abnormal power. In their eyes, the human race was an inferior species until they developed their own extraordinary methods to counter them. The boy didn't understand what he was talking about. Yuanzi replied that there were only 3 of them. First, you need to find a sacred artifact that is strong enough to pierce the bodies of monsters. And it's also worth finding a way to counteract the opponent's natural skills. Secondly, we should summon as many souls of the greatest as possible and unite their knowledge with our own. Third, combat power must necessarily be at least 900. This is the 9th level of enlightenment perfection. To do so many things in a month seemed like something unrealizable. He would first have to worry about the people who were following him to the academy, for they were comparable to the people in question now. Gao Hao and his gang posed a very serious threat, but the guy is sure they can't do anything and will stop halfway through. Technique Primal Chaos gets better when more people come to die. Their deeds will make its combat power build up faster. Also, negative emotions will be the perfect energy boost to the spirit pillars. Meanwhile, Yuanzi sat at his computer and watched the boy's skill that only emperors of past dynasties had mastered. He wondered whose reincarnation this boy was. The protagonist was sitting in couples classes and thinking about cultivating through meditation for a very long time. If he wants to really advance through accepting primordial chaos and improve it, one must emphasize on real fights. But he didn't know who it was best to spend them with. A man approached the protagonist, talking about the bad deeds. He heard that Gao Hao had paid a round sum to some dangerous bully from the ancient martial arts society to finish him off. Qincheng turned around as if in joy and asked about if it was true. They had now gathered in full force, giving Chen Ning a distraction and a surprise attack. But the guy thinks it's just fine. His friend didn't understand why he was having such a strange reaction. Suddenly, someone threw a crayon at him. It was the teacher. I asked the guy to answer the question asked. She asked who was the center of power in the Eastern Dragon State. Once again, the jerk was out of luck. Everyone was wondering if this time this punishment would last until morning or all day. The guy replied that this sect is the #1 sect called the Lurking Dragon Pavilion. It inherited the ancient Taoism from the 3 rulers and 5 emperors. Hence, it became responsible for governing the country and the affairs of the people. Any government and immortal organizations of all cities, as well as the Punishment Bureau, directly fall under their jurisdiction. The current ruling empress of the East is called Zhishi, otherwise known as the Pavilion's Sainted Maiden. The teacher certainly didn't expect him to know such information. The boy wondered what his mentor was doing right now. The boy asked the teacher if she could ask something more difficult. She was shocked that he actually listened attentively to the lectures. Gao Hao decided to let him blitz one last time. For when physical training starts and the ancient martial arts club makes a move, there won't be a wet spot left for him. Now that guy realizes that Gao Hao and his gang are the perfect match. How could he not have thought of it in the first place? The teacher reflected on the fact that this is the age of cultivators. So why do we even need sports nowadays? Chen Ning suggested that the guy go together and play tennis. Another girl asked not to invite a bad person. Chen Ning told her not to be rude. After all, this was her friend whom she had been growing up with since she was in diapers. The guy explained that he'd rather look around at ball games than be a part of them. Again, he started up his shuffle with the ramblings of a lunatic. He's a twisted asshole for sure. His girls are off playing tennis. The guys praised Chen Ning's kick. He also added that the balls are good too. He looked at the girl first. After which, he turned his attention to Li Shilan, saying that her breasts were pretty good. The man advised him to stop with his perverted fantasies and watch tennis normally. Suddenly another man approached him. It was a Wang Tao who is one of the strongest freshmen. He is ranked 51st in the Academy's immortal ranking. His combat power is equal to an 8. Wang Tao asked the protagonist if he knew why they were here. The guy shoved the man's arm off his shoulder and told him not to interfere with his enjoyment of the game. The man, however, asked if he was actually the brother of the Tao, who is one of the 3 leaders of the club. Boiling with anger, Wang Tao decided to improve the view for his eyes. The kid inquired if he was Gao Hao's chain dog. He's definitely asking for trouble. You don't want to anger and distract a man from watching sports. The girls immediately took notice of what they had going on there. Li Xian explained that these were the same bandits who were obsessed with fighting. Now this pervert in the group would definitely get the best of them. Chen Ning didn't understand why they were messing with the kid. We should go and find out. But suddenly, she heard a voice behind her saying that she wanted to protect Zhang. It was Lu Bao who advised her to worry about herself first. The girl managed to somehow block his attack. Still, blood appeared on her hand. Chen Ning, a freshman who is ranked 52nd in the Academy's immortal ranking. Her combat power is equal to an 8. Lu Bao, a sophomore who is ranked 50th in the Academy's immortal ranking. His combat power is equal to a 9. It didn't take long for the girl to recognize that it was Liu Bao standing in front of her. The attack was too sudden, a boon that avoided hitting a vital point. However, her left arm was now broken. Li Shilan immediately wanted to approach her friend when she saw that she was bleeding, but she told her not to come anywhere near here. It's less like a disagreement between students. For the other side has been very prepared. She assumed that Gao Hao had done his best and had a hand in it. But Qin Cheng was also in danger. Liu Bao attacked her with words about how they had enough time to worry about others. The protagonist noticed that they were the only ones here, so he wondered where Gao Hao had gone. A friend from behind what started panicking and talking about how this time they were really done for. Wang Tao asked, did this guy really think he was worthy of Gao Hao's presence? Still, this little rat Gao is capable of doing the right thing. He wants to kill the protagonist, but he doesn't get into trouble himself and doesn't get his hands dirty. The kid asked the protagonist not to be afraid. They have been friends for over 10 years since elementary school. Even if Qin Cheng gets piled on, he would also share his fate. But the protagonist's attention was focused on something else. He noticed that Chen Ning was being attacked. In his mind, once again the memory of the girl dying from the monster's attack on the academy flashed through his mind. He was determined to deal with everyone quickly. The man prepared to attack the protagonist and asked not to blame the cool uncles for their ruthlessness. He had asked for trouble himself. The kid was not confused and hit the man with his bat, telling him to just shut up. He tried moving the mana into a baseball bat. The hits would be equal to flying rocks. The man started accusing him of sneak attacking him. The guy has no military dignity. After that, he passed out. The boy explained that human life was too short. He asked why he should choose the shortest way to his own death. They silently just watched Qin Cheng flaunting himself. He abruptly changed his face, saying that he didn't care whether this Gao Hao showed up here or not. He would deal with these mongrels first and then go looking for him. The man didn't understand why on earth his friend was squirting so much mana out of him. The others were also puzzled, for they had heard that this kid was a dumb loser who was incapable of even cultivating. One already thought that he just had an eye problem. After all, they didn't understand where Fool Zhang could get so much ki from. Also, they had never seen this kind of color before, so they didn't understand what element this ki belonged to. Not even a watch could measure his combat power. Wang Tao replied that it didn't matter where he was lucky enough to get a bunch of energy from. However, trash would forever be trash. Qin Cheng threw his baseball bat and asked if the current villains only had the brains to make empty insults. Wang Tao is one of the best freshman cultivators, so this guy won't even be able to touch his clothes. But the kid didn't see it that way and ended up right in front of him. Wang Tao, on the other hand, did not understand how he could have such speed. Qin Cheng recognized this smug smile of Wang Tao's as particularly charming. It was amazing that he had defeated one of the 3 martial arts club leaders. And he had an 8th level foundation stage on top of that. Everyone just stared dumbfounded and didn't understand how he had the strength to do that. Wang Tao swears he'll kill the bastard. He ordered those standing assholes to engage in battle at once. Wang Tao was even willing to pay 10,000 to the person who broke the leg of this brat. Everyone immediately stirred when they heard the reward. The friend shouted for Qin Cheng to be careful. Yuanji advised him to use the abilities of the Hall of Souls, because there were too many of them. He understood this very well himself. The first style of artifact mastery, Zhen Yuanzi's unified soul. His body was merging with the spirit of the saint. This will allow him to show true omnipotence. He used the second style of magic sleeve, the aura of mountains and rivers. He lifted these people up with his technique. After which, the kid used the third style of magic sleeve. The splendor of the sky is immeasurable. A wave of energy appeared around him and threw those people away from him. Then again, the others were shocked that stupid Zhang had actually won. He had been attacked by 7 people and couldn't inflict a scratch. But after all, the club leader himself was among the opponents. If he was able to beat up Wang Tao so easily, doesn't that mean that his level is around the 6th level at the Foundation establishment stage? The guy shouted that Qin Cheng was too cool and also asked why he was hiding his talents. The protagonist noticed that his opponents were weak, and his QE had only increased slightly. It wasn't enough to break through the 10th level of the first stage. Qin Cheng was already standing in front of the seated and beaten Wang Tao, and he also remembered that he had ordered his legs to be broken. This is definitely not the same asshole Zhang knew about. He needs to run away immediately. The protagonist won't kill him today. As soon as Brother Bao is done with Chen Ning, he will also be killed. He used the second style of magic sleeve again, the aura of mountains and rivers. He pulled Wang Tao to him again, and he shouted that he didn't need to do that. The protagonist hit him hard, saying not to underestimate the rage of ordinary people who are desperately trying to survive. Meanwhile, Lu Bao wanted to hit the girl. Chen Ning managed to dodge his attack. She realized that with this kind of punching power, he was capable of breaking all the bones and the man would die on the spot. She used a martial art, soaring leaf petal. By transferring the chai of the wind into various objects, one could accelerate them to the extreme speed of flight. But his body had gone through the training of 30 mentors. His muscles had become true steel. It can pollinate its leaves as much as it wants. However, these attacks will not even leave a scratch on it. Fortunately, the girl was still calmly dodging all of his blows. He's not as fast as her, but he tries to keep up with her speed, and that takes too much mana. Sooner or later, he'll run out of mana. The teacher explained that although the 30 mentors technique was strong, it wasn't exactly perfect either. All it takes is finding a vulnerable spot. I mean, he did say that those measly flowers weren't enough to do adequate damage. Now she has nowhere to run. She's finally found that vulnerable spot. At that distance, a feather that flies at the speed of wind energy is sure to bring victory. If hit exactly on target, the mana will be completely depleted and the person will die. It was unclear if she really had the guts to kill a human. While she was in her thoughts, this attack reached her. The girl fell to the ground. Liu Bao was already walking towards her with a smile on his face. He took her by the hair. Liu Bao was even very grateful to Gao Hao, because he had never had the chance to taste the female students before. Li Shilan shouted at him not to dare touch Chen Ning. Liu Bao slapped her and asked if this beauty was jealous. Perhaps she wants to keep the Great Bao Company with her. She, on the other hand, was beginning to worry about her friend. After which, she turned her attention to where I was supposed to be Qin Cheng. Not seeing him, she immediately inquired what they had done to him, but the guy immediately appeared and punched Liu Bao in the face. That one flew back from such a blow. The kid told the girl not to interfere and to take better care of his arm. He would take care of the rest. She was immediately relieved that he was okay. She immediately wondered how he had gotten so much magic power. She also wondered where Wang Tao had gone. Chen Ning knew that this guy's mockingbirds had gone to Qin Cheng's soul. Qin Cheng replied that the academy grounds shouldn't be littered with trash. A second later, another kid brought a cart with the beaten-up people. They decided to take them back to the club. The girl couldn't believe that they had gotten so much exactly before the main character. His friend did a good job, so he praised him to keep it up. They'll be finished soon enough. He turned his attention to the girl and noticed that she was hurt all over. Li Shilan shouted that it was Liu Bao's fault. Zhang Jincheng must take revenge on him for Chen Ning. She is willing to fulfill any conditions just to take revenge on that man. She is even willing to become his girlfriend along with Chen Ning. The protagonist replied that this was not the right time for such suggestions. Liu Bao immediately stood up and asked, "Did this brat really want to die so badly?" The girl told him to leave her and run away from here. The protagonist is no match for him, but Qin Cheng didn't understand the meaning of retreating. He wanted to immediately end it right in front of her. Therefore, the girl must observe it carefully. He used the third style of magic sleeve. The splendor of the sky is immeasurable. Wanzi shouted that there was no need to do that. The guy asked what was wrong. He explained that with the protagonist's current level of combat power, the duration of the shared soul ability could be a ling 5 minutes a day. The kid asked in bewilderment, so why was he silent and not told about it earlier? Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to counter this blow. Yuanzi said he just forgot to say it. Lying on the ground, the main character was saying something into the air. The man thought he might have hurt his head. Chen Ning shouted out whether Qincheng was all right. Li Shilan knew that Liu Bao was too skillful in fighting. The kid stood up, telling them not to panic, for the situation was under control. He's giving it to him on purpose. The protagonist is just afraid being more serious will turn him into a wet spot. Meanwhile, Liu Bao didn't understand how he stayed alive after getting hit directly. If bragging was a criminal offense, he'd definitely get an 8 or 10-year sentence. After her words, the protagonist realized that no one believed him. He immediately turned to Liu Bao, after which Qincheng asked the man to strike again. Now you girls were sure that he had lost his mind, and also that Chen Ning's boyfriend had his brains blown out by the fall. But Liu Bao didn't think of stopping and immediately threw himself at him. Much to his surprise, that punch didn't do anything to him. If that's the case, now it's his turn. Qincheng rebuked him for somehow not having much strength. It was even a pity. Liu Bao replied that he was hearing this from a brat. The man didn't understand how these Qincheng's punches were even able to break through such a defense. The protagonist stopped his fist, after which, the kid explained that he hadn't even authorized the assault now. Having the same level of combat power and practicing primordial chaos, there was no way to defeat him. He used a primordial chaos skill called, "The more you fight, the more you get." Others admitted that the guy was really cool. They also did not understand where and when he had managed to gain so much knowledge. Liu Bao only became more angry, shouting that he was about to die. The man wants to tear his body into pieces. Others also noticed the man freaking out. He used a fist of form and will, a fiery tiger. The girl yelled that he was going to use a spell. They are meant to increase one's own strength and fight to the fullest. These teachings are only passed down from master to apprentice. They are not taught at the academy. Combat between immortals depends on more than just the level of combat power. Even the weakest spell can increase his stats by several times. He's not going to be able to fend off that attack now. It turns out that Liu Bao had reached the peak of his abilities. Chen Ning shouted to Qincheng to hurry up and run away. But the guy stood there motionless, as if he didn't even want to run away. Some sort of glow appeared at the site of their battle. The others watched dumbfounded. When there was no smoke left at the battle site, they didn't understand how this was even possible. The protagonist grabbed Liu Bao with a firm grip. Qincheng said that now he would definitely see the absolute omnipotence. The kid knocked him head over heels. It was amazing that he was able to break Liu Bao's spell with his bare hands. The protagonist knew that he was the one who had injured Chen Ning, after which he stepped on his hand and asked which hand Liu Bao had used to do so. With his foot, he began to break bones. The man started screaming in pain. Meanwhile, even more spectators showed up for this fight. Qincheng touched his hand and asked if he still wanted to kill him. The man started making excuses that he was wrong. He asked me to let him go. Liu Bao would do anything he wished, even maybe dog his personal dog. The man offered to go beat up Gao Hao since he was always annoying the protagonist. He only asked that the kid not make him an invalid. That asshole Gao would pay for daring to lie. He didn't understand why he had to bully others like that and set them up. The guy reminded him that it was getting late. Everyone should have their own boundaries. This man crossed them and raised his fist at the girl. The protagonist's friend was also watching the whole thing. He immediately thought of how they were constantly bullied. He was screaming for the protagonist to kill him. That man should know how to turn up his nose again. But the girl asked me to stop it. If the guy goes ahead with it, this Liu Bao will die. And such an act will not distinguish the protagonist from him. But Qin Chen replied that today, he wanted to be a villain and a murderer. The girl wondered if the guy in front of her was exactly the same Zhang Qingchen. Liu Bao starts yelling about how Qincheng has no right to touch him. Standing in his shadow is one of the coolest founders of their club, whose name is Want Ho Cheng Wu. He is the greatest master cultivator of the second year. If he has common sense, it won't mess with him. Zhang Yu arrived to this commotion. She even wondered who had the guts. I'll have an open scuffle right in the academy. Or do they just think that the head of the disciplinary committee is just for show? The girl wondered if the guy lying on the ground and beaten like a pig was the one to be slaughtered by Liu Bao. She walked over to the man and took a closer look at him. She was glad she wasn't even wrong. Finally, a bunch of martial arts scum got what they deserved. The protagonist asked Mrs. Old Age why she had come here. She immediately recognized Chen Ning's rumored brother. The guy swept up that they were even living together. She asked to give way since her identity was already known. The guy did not expect that a girl with big breasts would be rude too. When she heard his words, she started to get angry. The girl stepped between them to calm them down and asked what they were arguing about. Zhang Yuyu pointed out that she had come here to see Chen Ning, not a man. The committee came here to administer justice, so he should leave here. The guy remarks that it's only to his credit that the girl is still in one piece. If the head of the disciplinary committee dares to be rude to him one more time, he promises to knock the silicone out of her boobs. Chen Ning immediately calmed him down and asked him if it was okay to say such things to a girl. However, she still laughed at the joke about fake breasts, so she immediately apologized. The girl unbuttoned her jacket and wondered if he was completely blind. They're completely natural. She must fend off any barbs directed at her. Fortunately, she had studied enough material from the morning and had done her homework ahead of time. In such a situation, when a wealthy woman comes face to face with a villain of second-rate provocation, it is imperative to continue to remain confident and cool to match the status. No one has the right to sass her. She advised the brat not to play with fire. No one said a word to that effect. The guy guessed she was trying to pussyfoot around those dominant women from the weird stories. The friend, on the other hand, said about how he is definitely running into trouble. He's rubbishing Zhang Yu herself, who is the leader of the school's order. He doesn't even know that their coalition is made up of only genius students. The head of the cultivation department, Zhe Yuzhan, is her aunt, and their family's origins, according to others, go back even further in history than the Gao Hao clan. Now the guy realizes who this girl is so strange and impudent. But, according to the novel, the guy should take water in his mouth after her actions and be very shocked. After finding out who she is, students usually falter and kneel down, begging for mercy. She didn't understand why on earth he continued to stand in his stinking stern pose. There's probably only one good reason for this. He wants to show off in front of Chen Ning. He's just on the verge of getting a double dose of punishment and detention for lewdness and vulgar phrases. If he is not afraid to be so brazen, Mistress will not be left behind. Guy just hopes she doesn't think her vocabulary is seriously trendy and intimidating. Qin Chung wondered if outsiders had ever made remarks to her about how her manner of speech was just awful. He's seen people on the disciplinary committee call her their beautiful goddess. She just blows him away. Others could not dare to hint it to her, for they were afraid of death. They could only tell her once, and then they would regret it for the rest of their lives. That's why it's better not to even interfere. The girl herself is a young golden lady who suffers from a severe form of sociophobia. She's a fan of novels and learns to connect with others through books. After that description, the guy finally understood. Chen Ning explained that this girl always behaves like this, so you need to pitch in at least a little. The head of the disciplinary committee asked the girl where she managed to hurt herself so badly. The guy replied that the situation was under control, and she just needed to step back and let that asshole Liu Bao be done with it. The girl asked if the person who had created all this fuss was the one who was Liu Bao. The protagonist replied that he was the one who started it. They just hadn't resolved some issue yet. She laughed, not knowing if there were any limits to his boasting. Not even a fool would believe such nonsense. The boy lived his turn, only glared at her ominously. She thought he was angry that he'd been exposed. She couldn't believe that the boy had made this mess. He just ignored her and went to Liu Bao. The girl asked how he even dared to ignore the headman. He immediately turned his attention to her and asked her. They had never met after all. She, on the other hand, recalled the incident near the tree when Zhang Yuyu had threatened him. It was because of this that she replied that they were seeing each other for the first time in their lives. The guy, however, replied that he had no need to care about strangers. She had heard that thought of his, however she was not interested. Even if Liu Bao and his gang deserve the most painful death, there is no need to start a fight in a public place. And since the protagonist has confessed, he should go with the headman to a special study area. Since this kid wanted to be the object of the lovely lady's affection, then he shouldn't blame her for deciding to settle a personal score with him. The protagonist asked what would happen if he turned it down. He can try to do that, except that in this institution no one is allowed to answer no to the head of justice. He almost forgot to check her combat power level. The watch showed that the difference in combat power levels was too great, so it was impossible to recognize the exact parameters. Although she suffers from mental retardation, she is the first-ranked cultivator of the academy. Along with the president of the students' union, named Li Tianyi, Zhang Yu's skill is superior to any other student. Yuanzi noticed that her aura was similar to Su Yun's energy. The guy wouldn't be able to match her even with the soul unification ability. The protagonist began to sympathize with her. The old man, on the other hand, was furious again and asked her to listen to his words for once. Qin Cheng didn't listen to him and told the headman that today she ran into someone who didn't care about her threats. When the older Huo tried to hit on this girl, he was slapped and had to go to the hospital for 3 months. The Student Union Disciplinary Committee are the Academy's most influential organizations. Each of their members stands at the peak of incredible excellence. And it would seem that the innocent silly girl in front of him right now, however, she could match the strength of Li Tianyi, who is the president of the union. After all, this poor Zhang Qingcheng was really unlucky. Even if heaven is open to all roads and paths, hell is not. And by provoking Zhang Yu, he is only bringing closer his doom, which Liu Bao will finally see today. The kid touched his shoulder and told him to stop the gratuitous provocations. With her authority, even Gao Hao was always forced to retreat. Chen Ning explained to the chairwoman that he did not have any bad intentions. Therefore, she should not be divided against him. The girl had completely forgotten that she needed to maintain a good image and not fall in Chen Ning's eyes. But she can't let this creep go with impunity. According to the stories in the books, to get someone to obey her opinion, there's something you have to do. She only needs to be told words that can leave behind a sense of maturity and experience. As the old man in the book said it, namely that you should not point out to your elders. She turned to her object of admiration with a smile on her face. In truth, she had ruined everything she could with her words. After all, the girl had asked how dare she give orders to those above her rank. Chen Ning wondered why people would even be intimidated like this. She didn't even expect that she was now being feared. And the protagonist did not pay attention to them anymore, and decided to continue to figure out the relationship. That idiot Zhang Yu couldn't even restrain that psycho. The guy reminded him that all of Liu Bao's limbs were broken, so would he really risk objecting to anything? This scumbag wants to humiliate him in front of everyone. The man began to explain that he was the only one to blame for what was happening today. He shouldn't have gotten involved with Big Brother Jiang. The others couldn't believe that this man had bullied them for years, and now he was just apologizing to the strongest. Qin Cheng is a true hero. The protagonist is always in favor of justice, and since this man has repented of what he has done, it can be considered that the conflict is over. Now they will move on to the second skirmish. Since this man had the audacity to raise his hand on the girl and beat her up, his dantian would be destroyed, so that he would no longer be able to cultivate and pose a threat to Chen Ning. Liu Bao asked not to do that. An intimidating smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he said, "Even if Liu Bao refuses, he will still have to get rid of the dantian. He should thank the laws, for it is forbidden to kill people. A kind-hearted society has given him salvation." He had already approached the head of the disciplinary committee, begging for her to save him. Would the disciplinary committee leave it at that and watch a student being stripped of immortality skills? If he dared to fall on Chen Ning, then this jerk better die. She immediately dealt him a huge blow. Even Qin Cheng looked at her dumbfounded. The head of the disciplinary committee is truly intimidating. Everyone immediately rushed over to help the man. He mustn't die. They need to call you for help to lift the body, because they can't do it themselves. Now she realized that her image of her sister as protector had been shattered. She shouted that this time they would part in peace. But from now on, she would keep an eye on him. And the protagonist thought she was out of her mind. He took Liu Bao by the collar. The guy reported that the dantian channel had been successfully suppressed. He should reach the hospital within an hour to survive. But first, he must tell where Gao Hao is now. The man explained that Gao Hao had taken a couple of clan guards with him and took that petty slip of a Cheng Yuan to the bar Lu Nian. He left the man, for he needed nothing more from him. Liu Bao thanked his brother for his favor. Now everyone was busy rushing to get him to the hospital. The girl wondered if he'd lost his mind altogether, and didn't realize at all what he was about to do. His family's bodyguards are much stronger than Liu Bao, and they're unlikely to risk a riot on the school grounds. So why is he taking the initiative to take revenge? The girl asked Liu Ziming to talk to him and try to talk sense into him. But the kid, on the other hand, wanted to go along since his friend wanted to track down that crazy jerk. The protagonist asked if he wasn't afraid to kick him back. Liu Ziming asked if when they were being beaten up, he was cowardly and ran away. He really is a brave man, but that kind of arrogance can get you in trouble. But it's better to go together. Even if Ziming flies off, Gao Hao will get twice as many blows. These two are really crazy. After the fight with Liu Bao, the Taoist primordial chaos technique had surprisingly strengthened very well. There wasn't much left to ascend to the Kui development stage. Now he urgently needed a stronger opponent. Also, the energy of the heroic soul pillar had finally filled up to its fullest. The summoning of the new immortal warrior, his main trump card against the Hao. Meanwhile, Someone was cursing that damn unscrupulous tramp from the martial arts club. How dare he charge as much as $800,000 to kill a poor man? It was Gao Hao. Now he would have to ask his father for more pocket money again. His personal bodyguard walked beside him. His combat power value was 15. He is at the first stage of chi development. He asked the young master, since he wanted to kill someone, so why didn't he turn to his bodyguard? Any guards for families, suitable choices, unlike Liu Bao who only has 9 measly power points. The guy explained that one scion of a family of officials had already ignored the rules of the academy and openly dragged a clanmaster there for 100% victory in a fight. The next day, he was expelled by the principal who was supervising the teachers of the cultivation faculty. Although the mentors are walls, however, ordinary students are not a threat to them. That's true. But the members of the student union and disciplinary committee stands well above 15 units of combat ability, which is almost similar to the skill of their elite assassin. And the leaders of these organizations, Zhang Yuyu and Li Tianyi, can compete with his father. Their lineages are themselves the greatest in all of Tianchuan. The Li clan is governed by the laws of commercial circles, and Su controls the underworld. Yes, and the son of the first community is the president of the students' union. Young Master Tian is barely 18 years old, and he is worthy of comparison with the best mercenaries of this family. But they saw something that completely amazed them. There were a bunch of beaten guards. The guy asked who dared to raid their manor. They didn't expect all the tough guards to be beaten to death. The battered man replied, something about the scum of the Lai clan. But they had always done business with them over the years and honored them highly. He didn't understand why they would send someone to raid them. The guard responded that the attacker was only one person, namely Li Tianyi. He managed to overpower 10 cultivators of the chi development stage by himself. The boy rebels because his daddy is on the soul purification stage. There's no way he's gonna lose to some pathetic weaklings. Young Lord Li decided to invade the shareholders' meeting at the Zhao conglomeration and injure most of her subordinates. Explanations are not gonna cut it. He greeted Uncle Gao and apologized for such an unexpected visit. He had come here to discuss an important trade matter. Li Tianyi, a brilliant student of the academy and whose combat power was unknown. He apologized again for his tactless behavior. The man had never previously seen negotiating in this manner. Li tugged and explained that the formal style is quite tiring. He hopes that the lords present are willing to unconditionally transfer all the assets of the Gao clan to his name, and henceforth be subject to his own authority. Everyone immediately revolted at the arrogance of this boy. The man will dare to ask if they made a mistake in helping to create conflict and displease the older person. Li Tian and explained that they had misunderstood the situation. This move was not made by the father, and it was not directed at the Zhao family at all. He just wished that any future Tianchuan bloodlines would obey him completely. They just stayed silent at first. Afterwards they laughed, saying that this child was completely crazy. Who the hell did he think he was to be the head of all the merchants in the city? He must have lost the last of his brains on the way here. A man came out to him and explained that the power and authority of the assessors was not commensurate with some worthless characteristic of a minion. If this young man doesn't leave here immediately, you can't blame him further for the bruises that will have to be seen on his body. Suddenly everyone present was surprised by what they had just seen. Li Tian didn't think of retreating so easily. He defeated this man in no time. Whereupon he took off his glasses and suggested we get closer to the substance of his proposal. They were furious. Gao Hao immediately went to his father. He saw how many men had been beaten. His father seems to have been injured as well. The one told his son not to come even one step closer. Li Tian and immediately took notice and greeted the younger brother Gao. The guy, on the other hand, asked what had happened between them. Li tugged and asked his uncle again what his answer was. The future fate of the rest of the family depended on it. The man turned to his son and told him that he was tired. He advised him to find a good place and choose beautiful girls to serve Mr. Li to the best of his ability, so that Gao Hao would treat him with respect for his father's sake. From now on, the Gao clone will become the property of the Li clan. The boy was dumbfounded as he listened to this news, but he accepted it. Li Tian and praised his uncle for his erudition, for he had made the right decision. He promised to treat him and his brother well when he became the ruler. The man asked if he was planning to become the ruler of Tianchuan. He was curious to know why the boy had decided to commit such a thoughtless act. The guy replied that everything that happens is because of them going over the heads of the weak. He just wants to get rid of the eyesore. From an early age, he believed that strength was only needed to inflict pain on people. Therefore, He had no desire to cultivate, even though his parents were very scolding and insisted otherwise. Until that day, Gao Hao asked how he dared to go out on the street without money and called the guy a worthless trash, and after that a jerk Zhang. Li tugged and stood in his defense and asked if it was okay to bully others with magic. Gao Hao immediately recognized the young master of the Li family, who had absolutely no power. There's a loser who thinks he's a hero to other losers. How can anyone be that stupid? In this world, the mind is power. If he didn't want to become a corpse, he'd better give up his money soon. At that time, Li Tian was very frightened. The clan's son is richer than that poor orphan. They made a fortune off him today, and that's when he first surrendered in front of the power roller. But even so, the bullying didn't stop. If he doesn't bring more next time, they'll beat him to death. Li tugged and watched the whole thing. The boy said he would steal more from his father tomorrow and then give it to him later, just so they would let the guy go. This kid's pretty docile. He must be aware of what happens when a promise is broken. After what happened, one annoying thought popped up in his mind. Qin Cheng asked for forgiveness. After all, he had to do this because of him. He doesn't want to remain a weakling like the boy standing next to him now. So from now on, they are no longer strangers. He's not going to take humiliation from some assholes any longer. It was from that time that his attempts at unprecedented prowess began. To destroy every scumbag that stands in his way. And so he beat the crap out of those 3 assholes who had hurt him before. But that wasn't enough for him, and he needed a higher level. He will eradicate absolutely every force in the world and crush it with his own foot. Zhao Hao informed President Li that the seat at the Liu Nian bar had already been reserved, and now a very beautiful female student from the academy would approach him. He decided to go to a bar and party hard. Meanwhile, the guys were also walking in the bars that belonged to Su Yun. As it turned out, the main character had also heard about this heartless seductress. But the guy didn't understand what he meant. The Su clan controls the underworld and the black market, while the Li clan is in charge of the order of business. The two of them are the most powerful families in the city. Eldest mistress Su Yun had always been very attractive and intelligent, which was why she was nicknamed the Femme Fatale. In the meantime, they had come to the bar Lu babysitter. He spotted a drunk girl. She also started to fall and the guy picked her up. He immediately pulled away and apologized, as the guy only wanted to help. She just started yelling at him and asked about how he wasn't taught to watch where he was going. Why did he even bother groping her in the first place? A friend stood up for him and explained that the young lady had hit him with her soccer balls. But he immediately corrected himself, because it's only 2 ping pong balls. His balls are much bigger. He asked the girl if she knew where the Gao Hao could be found. The girl's face immediately changed, for she recognized it was the gentleman's mate and asked what family he would be from. She told him that the gentleman was now on the 3rd floor in the VIP deluxe room. She even offered her help to take him there. He would be sure to tell the master to thank her for the tip, but she and he aren't even friends. The guy explained that he came here to kill him. He also hopes that Gao Hao will not retaliate against him for this. They arrived at the 3rd floor, and there was already a cluster of people there. According to her, the VIP area for entertaining important persons is on the 3rd floor. Entrance is only by reservation in advance. He thinks that with Su Yun's character, the security here is decent. Liu Ziming decided to squeeze through the crowd. He found out that Gao Hao is here with the bitch Cheng Yuan. The two of them had a falling out and are now fighting. Because of that wench, he had fallen foul of the young master. As punishment, he will make her drain all the bottles to the bottom. She must try to serve Master Li better. She doesn't even have the right to refuse to do so. She asked Mr. Gao to let her go. It's her first time and she doesn't want to do it again. And if she doesn't want to take off her clothes, then she should drink all the alcohol. Li Tianyi demanded to finish the rest of the whiskey, and then she can get the hell out. But she's really not going to make it because her stomach hurts too much. If she keeps this up, she'll just die. There were indeed too many bottles near Mr. Li. For a man, much less a girl, that amount of alcohol would actually be fatal. She won't make it to the hospital in time. Gao Hao slapped her and asked since she wasn't dead yet, so why pretend to be an innocent sheep? Or should we just pay even more? She fell right in front of the protagonist. After rising a little, she recognized Zhang Qingcheng standing there. The guy, on the other hand, wondered why it wasn't trying to fight back. He doesn't even know who is in the room behind him. It's the president of the Academy Student Union, whose name is Li Tianyi. He is the son of one of the most powerful and major clans in the city. I mean, she is just an ordinary beggar with no cultivation education. There's no point in fighting if she doesn't want to make trouble for herself, as well as getting the guy's fate pissed off Gao Hao even more. Otherwise, she would soon suffer humiliation from the others and become an outcast. That's why the protagonist hates people. Some of them look down on the weak, and they don't even try to stand up to them. It is foolish to think that life will be better if you give up your own worth and pride for a while. That's why there are so many like them among the masses. It is because of their unwillingness to rise from their knees that a terrible calamity is coming, where 7 great powers will be destroyed by ancient monsters. Now Yuanzi learned that this boy had fought demons for real. Jiao Hao noticed the protagonist and asked what he was scoring here. And wasn't he supposed to be finished off by Liu Bao? Qin Cheng decided to show a different way of living. But this act is not done for the sake of helping anyone. He only did it because he was sick of that bastard. Gao Hao is at the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, and is among the elite among the immortal schools. He has no need to be afraid of this brat. It's time for debt collection. The man wanted to attack the protagonist to finally stop his nonsense, even mentioning his mother. But his fist Qin Cheng calmly stopped him. He then twisted his arm and told him to keep his words about his parents to himself. That scumbag should give back everything they took. He has to take it step by step, and also the money along with the interest. Qiao Hao has to give absolutely every stolen item back. Everyone began to support the actions of the protagonist. After what had happened today, she would be an abomination in the eyes of others, at any rate. So the boy wondered what she would do with her life next. But the girl only shook and tears came from her eyes. Now there are guards in the way of the protagonist. Senior Master ordered them to destroy anyone who would harm Lord Gao. A combat power analysis was performed. Yancy told the guy to be careful, for one of them is a practitioner of the threshold of Qi development. The same girl who helped the protagonist recently informed Mrs. Su that someone had decided to make a mess. Su Yun thought that young master was doing something outrageous, and by fate they met in her own bar. Su Han, who is at the 5th stage of Qi development, said that he has conflicts with the son of the Gao family. Wen Lun also hates their clan. How dare they even make a fuss in their territory? His father should have warned his favorite son not to cross the road of the Li and Su clan. Su Han asked if the young mistress wished to intervene. His bodyguards are experienced in fighting. She doesn't think this student can handle them. The girl replied that the alchemist's master wasn't some uptight schoolboy. Yuanzi advised him to find a way to avoid the collision. Practitioners of the Qi elevation stage could fly swords and cast spells. This skill wasn't even close to the Foundation establishment phase. He also didn't have the ability to use the soul unification technique yet. Against 2 enemies without it, it would be too dangerous. But there was no point in abandoning what he had started halfway through. The first blood had already been spilled. Gao Hao ordered that insolent puppy to be finished off. One man tore his clothes. He used the art of gold, the cleaving palm. Yuanzi said to be careful because he has a spiritual weapon on his hands. It doubles his power. A man attacked the protagonist. A man with a spear also began to come up behind him. He used the Thunder Greatness technique, the spear of 8 discharges, after which the man also attacked the protagonist. Wen Lun asked the lady to let him intervene. These techniques were feared even by the deities. They also had artifacts for self-defense. Few people could handle the cultivators of the QE development stage. But the girl advised him to take a better look. The sorcerer's aura changed. He ordered the shower room to open, sacrificing to him the greed and emotion of the world. The greatest with the same feelings must infiltrate this call and come to the rescue. He called upon the deceased hero. He was originally the voice of Wudongshan Mountain. But in Yangcheng he met a man, Xiangyang City. What good is it if he has no equal in this world? Even so, she never looked in his direction. She really liked the pathetic mortal. For a full 50 years by the shores of Lake Danjiang, he watched them grow old, love and hate each other, and die. Then he was finally able to renounce his attachment. He was able to comprehend the secrets of the supreme yin-yang, gaining immortality. That's when he was dubbed the righteous San Feng. If future generations mastered his knowledge and techniques, it would become an anecdote. It turns out that inside were the memories of Zhang Sanfeng, who is the founder of the Wudong school. He spent his whole life trying to understand the power of yin-yang. Now the ghost did not come. However, the teachings of the past arose. It turns out that the Hall of Souls calls not only to deceased masters, but also to anything ever recorded in mythology. By absorbing the insight of a celestial, he will learn the highest level of mastery of these enchantments, and without exaltation. The superior style of Wudang Mountain Tai Chi. The power of yin-yang. Everyone watched this battle with bated breath. On one hand, a hand almost touched him. With the other, a spear was presented to his face. He extended his yin-yang seal. Afterward, the guy easily dodged the blow as I did. He used Tai Chi Yin. After which he slapped that guard in the face. There was already another man behind him. The guy got into a stance and used Tai Chi Yang. Secret skill, a regular fist. This man was thrown right into the wall. These guys really are some wimps. It was surprising that he finished the fight in one slap and fist strike. But Wen Lun didn't understand what spell equal to 9 points of combat power could instantly kill 2 enemies with artifacts. But Su Yun learned that it was a unique technique of the ancient Wudang school called Tai Chi Yin Yang, maximizing the fusion of the 2 higher realms of the origins of the world. It was incomprehensible how he was able to learn an incredibly complex style at such a young age. It was not clear how he had managed to learn an incredibly complex style at such a young age, especially when countless followers of this martial art had only learned the basics in their lifetime. Yuansu's point was that these are very interesting charms. Apparently, there are also geniuses among his descendants of the Taoist teachings. Suddenly, they felt a very ominous aura. Its possessor is in a position to pull at anyone who is in the room except the hostess. These are not mere impulses, but a suppression of the surroundings. He, like their young mistress, is at the stage of purification of the soul. This sinister aura comes from a monster named Li Tianyi. He only patted them. Li Tianyi. He is also the top-ranked immortal. It was quite an entertaining show for him. Scum had gotten stronger over the years. It was because of this that Li Tianyi barely recognized him. Qinqing didn't expect to see little Li here. He also greeted his old friend. Su Yun didn't expect them to know each other. If the young alchemist were to side with him, the Su clan would be at a great disadvantage. The boy never thought he'd see the Union headman in person. Li Tian also greeted this disciple. Qinqing asked his friend if they were friends. Liu Ziming replied that everyone knows about the president of the Union, as well as Zhang Yuyu. They are considered the greatest before this school. Also, the kid shouldn't worry because President Li is nothing like the wacky chairwoman from the disciplinary committee. Smart and tough, kind and gentle. Born into a family cultivator on a completely not arrogant. Also is the idol and idol of the students. Li tugged and thanked for these words. But the truth is he didn't want to waste any more time on empty flattery. This fame and reputation is only an illusion that is created by the locals. It seems that fate has given the protagonist the great honor of meeting Su Yun, Zhang Yuyu, and now also a man of legend. Liu Ziming asked the kid for his autograph. He is a huge fan of his. The protagonist told his friend to stay away from him. The same didn't understand what had gotten into the protagonist. He even assumed that Qinqing was just jealous. As far as the guy understands, their Pai Gao was now having a great time with Gao Hao, drinking alcohol. Liu Ziming asked if they had come here together. Looks like their president is actually his biggest supporter. Suddenly, Su Yun intervened in their conversation and replied that it was like this. She called Li Tian and a wolf in sheep's clothing. For some reason, the man had the impression as if the lady was very angry with young Master Li. As it turned out, their families had always been sworn enemies. Moreover, he had tried several times to win her heart, but had gotten a sharp turn away, and this white-faced kid had the courage to do such an act. Lun Wen inquired about what happened afterward. The rejected Casanova went mad and decided to take revenge in return. He pushed the landlady's 6-year-old brother off the roof of the building to his death. All suspicions pointed to him, but no evidence could be produced. Li Tianan mentioned that the era of Gao clan groups belongs to his clan. Naturally, they have a good relationship. He never would have thought that the once former loser would suddenly become immortal. And he'd be the best of all the first years. The protagonist said that so much politeness is unnecessary. There are many outstanding experts in the Students' Union. Then how can he dream of getting into the top places with such a negligible skill score? But Li Tian never sought to be courteous to anyone. He just always appreciated other people's talents, especially since they were also longtime buddies. He suggested a compromise. The guy guaranteed that the Gao clan would not lay a finger on him, and their conflicts would end. Qinqing asked what would happen if he didn't agree. Li Tianyi replied that if he did not agree, he would die today. The truth is that he had wanted to do this for a long time. Liu Ziming asked Headman Li, isn't his organization responsible for order and justice in the academy? So why is he threatening innocent people? He called him a vile and fat pig and told him to shut his mouth. His painfully long tongue carries only nonsense. It seemed like he had never let go of his own unbearable past. He had a high opinion of him until now, but he never thought that in a couple of years, Tianyi's brains would degenerate to the level of those who bullied him as a child. Whether the little guy eventually lost by his own conviction. But who's that even talking about regression? In all periods and eras of history, heroes in the world have been respected for their strength. and now he had more mana than the protagonist, just like any other human. And those assholes had finally learned the punishment of being treated the same way they had treated him. Qin asked, did he really enjoy playing the role of the bad guy and bullying the others? Lee tugged and saw that someone couldn't wait to die. Wenzi advised him to get ready to flee because this guy was determined to destroy. But Qin told him not to panic because there was still an ace up his sleeve. Zhang probably has a better weapon than Tai Chi's reception. He had the courage to stand up to Li Tian and also not fear him one bit. But the protagonist has just begun to report to Mrs. Su Yun that the gray-haired brute is wreaking havoc in her territories. Does she really want to let him off the hook? If she didn't intervene, his head would be smeared immediately. They certainly didn't expect such a statement from the protagonist. She had already forgotten that the young master was shamelessly insolent. In her place, no one would dare lay a finger on him. Liu Ziming expected that even the clan mistress of his own person, Su Yun, would appear here. Li tugged and asked if she was also going to fight him. She asked the guy if he didn't want her to demonstrate a couple new moves, though their families are two sides of a coin, who are responsible for the underground world and trade. However, the water of the well has never tried to openly antagonize the flow of the river. But somehow, the river had decided to get into the well and make a mess of it. She would cover for Zhang Qingcheng, and if Li Tianyi tried to touch him in any way, she would declare war on her entire clan. They wondered why Su Yun seemed so cool for a moment. He's afraid to pick a fight with her right here. There's nothing to gain by doing so. Gao Hao explained that the Gao clan has been working for him for generations. His father is one of the 7 cultivators at the soul purification stage. Therefore, Li Tianyi can't just turn his back on them. Since it's the hostess herself asking for it, of course he'll concede. But Qin would really regret for not taking his advice and beating up the elite guards of the Zhao family. Let him leave now. But the experienced warriors and mercenaries would still get him from under the ground. Since he's so threatening, let her just take it and walk up to him. After all, he had decided to be a show-off. The young magician had no tact or conscience from the beginning. He was just seething with anger. The main character was hiding behind Su Yun's back and telling him to dare to do it. Li pulls and even sympathizes with him, for he never learned to appreciate the last chances that could have saved his life. After which he flew away. The main character is also sympathetic to the fact that he has become the one he hated more than anything else. The girl only laughed. It was the first time she had met someone who managed to so hung Li Tianyi. Now their friendship was strengthened. The girl didn't understand at all how this idiot Zhang could be so powerful with Senior Miss Su on his side. Su Yun asked the guy what he would do with Gao Hao. Qin replied that it was obvious. If he owes someone else, he is obligated to pay back everything 100-fold. And if he owes the protagonist, 1,000-fold repayment won't be enough. And now it was time for the first installment. Gao Hao had told Liu Bao to kill him, so the kid was wondering how he was going to pay for it. The kid replied that his father is from one of the 7 branches of the Li family. He is also a noble master of the soul purification stage. It just so happens that the other member of the Li family is also here, and his level is as good as his father's. This time he knelt down and asked not to be killed. If he was left alive, he would give the protagonist anything he asked for. Truth be told, Qin doesn't like killing. After all, it's a violation of the law. That person immediately started bowing and talked about how it was not good to kill people. He thanked Brother Zhang for saving his life. From now on, he would stay as far away from him as possible, and they would never meet again. In his thoughts, the boy thought about how he hadn't noticed before that the main character wasn't such an asshole. But the debt will have to be repaid anyway. So the protagonist wondered what it was about him and why his life was so valuable. His family has a high position, so he will be useful to him. In his mind, he thought about Qin forcing him. This is blackmail. He also noticed that his spirit weapon was pretty good. The protagonist had advanced to level 9, but had not acquired any decent equipment. If Qin told him what item he liked, and he would bring everything. Even though they may be priced in the tens of millions, life is still more precious. But he doesn't need them. He had heard that the Li family were artisans that wielded great spiritual weapons. They teamed up with the 7 richest people and gave them their knowledge in exchange for their loyalty. One such person is the father in Gao Hao. The protagonist is sure that the father loves his son very much. So he asked if Gao Hao's self-defense item was his gift. Gao Hao replied that it is a family heirloom. If his father found out that he took it, he would definitely kill him. Therefore, he asked to choose something else besides it. Then Qin would simply choose his life. The guy reminded again that he had said he would get him a gun, so there was no way he could retract his words. He asked the protagonist to calm down, and remembered again that murder is illegal. He took out an object and started pouring qi into it. As it turns out, it's a mid-grade weapon that can change size. Even the Su family doesn't have such a treasure. Yuanzi revealed that this item was made of 1,000-year-old mysterious gold that could pierce through physical defenses. Gao Hao asked if he could leave now. Qin Cheng replied that he could not yet. The first payment went through, so they will continue. The guy recommended preparing his wallet. Gao Hao asked how much he wanted. The protagonist remembered that Gao Hao had previously extorted money from him and Ziming. The payment for the goods, as well as the moral and physical damages, should also be counted here. It's definitely not less than 8,000. Gao Hao proposed to settle for 10,000, but he said all debts had to be paid back in thousands of times. He offered to settle for 10 million in cash. Something tells her this guy better not put his finger in her mouth. And so he received a message from Gao Hao that a transfer of 10 million had been made to his account. It was still a brilliant idea to make an alliance with the Su family to deal with Li Tianyi and crush Gao Hao. There was also a well-deserved slap to this Chen Yuan. Today he overshadowed everyone and President Li and Raptor Zhang. He has a new fan among his fans. Ziming also inquired as to why his spiritual weapon was floating on its own. The kid replied that it was probably because of the hilt. He also wondered if it would be able to break through a low-level demon's defense. Yuanzi noticed that the material used to make the sword was extremely rare. It was a pity that the Li family's skill had now lost its former glory. To forge something like this, the help of the unclean will not be enough. But in Tianquan City, stronger weapons can't even be found. He decided to try putting magic runes on this spiritual weapon. Yuanzi put absolute annihilation on this sword. And now, everything his blade touches will be destroyed. The protagonist almost forgot that he himself is an alchemist. It's the most marvelous science in the world. These seals are truly terrifying. If you have enough mana, you can really chop up an entire clan in one fell swoop. Yuanzi doesn't want to brag, but in this art, other than Buddha and Yun Zhongzi, there is no one to compare with him. Ziming asked the boss who he was talking to. The old man also became a little curious. Earlier, the main character had taken 10 million from Su Yun, and now Gao Hao had also taken 10 million. He asked if people who strive for perfection could be stingy. It's just that Yuanzi doesn't quite get it yet. The new society is resource-centered. Even medicinal herbs must be purchased with money. The old man assumed he planned to spend his savings on them and the elixirs. The guy replied that he wanted to buy a luxury villa and a car. Even though Yuanzi is not a human being and there is not much to impress him, the protagonist never ceases to amaze him. The kid decided to explain himself after all. Last time, he had absorbed almost all the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius, and had only obtained the 9th level of development. In order to break through to the QI refining stage, he needed more emotions and auras from the martial arts. Mansions are often built on the outskirts of feng shui rules. The place should be a source of spiritual energy. It should also meet your needs. Turns out Yuanzi was unfair to the kid. And this house, he believes, has a magical aura. Qin Cheng replied that they were using this aura for their own benefit. And with those words, he struck the old man again. He must have imagined Master Zhang running laps around the school in the awesome car, while holding onto Chen Ning's thigh. The mere thought of this already made him excited. The kid asked why the old man had gone silent. Yuanzi replied that this young friend perfectly hides his brilliant mind behind cynicism. However, the old man noticed that his hands were trembling. The protagonist immediately asked if it was exactly 12 o'clock on June 6th. Zemin immediately asked his friend what was wrong. If he remembered correctly, a brutal battle would break out today, where a clan of demons would cross the border of the Donglun Empire, and then plunge this world into apocalypse. Dunlun border. The man asked the petty officer if the legendary monsters were really that dangerous. The man with red hair replied that he didn't know. He's been on duty here for several years, but he hasn't seen these creatures yet. But can a patrol consist of 3 people? A leader at the soul refining stage and 2 at the QI refining stage? Are the elite of the Cultivation Academy unable to deal with such a pathetic race? Suddenly a man said he saw a monster. The other man could not hear anything because of the wind. This man has already been killed. It was a huge demon. He used a martial style of swordsmanship, Shushan. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to do anything. Another demon crushed him. The remaining man shook with fear and realized that they had failed. He needs to run. But suddenly he stumbled and fell. What he saw stunned him to the core. The entire watch party fell at the hands of the demons. There were 12 of these monsters. Suddenly, the demons began to summon gods of perfect formation. The dead man's skin was colored black with runes on his hands. The dead men rose. They immediately began advancing towards the surviving man. The guy yelled out that there was an enemy invasion, a border town of Zhuling province. The demon has ordered them to be killed and turned unclean. The peerless demon warlocks must let the human females live and continue to procreate. People started running from the demons and screaming for help. Unfortunately, mother and son were crushed. Now they were being attacked by people who had been turned into demons. But those leftist airplanes lived. The big demon turned his attention to them. The pilot yelled for everyone to get ready to attack. We must destroy this demon. But he also wasn't going to just stand there and watch him get attacked. Someone's silhouette could be seen in the sky. It was General Hu Wu Wei, who is an elder of the Kunlun clan. His combat strength numbers 500,000. He shouted for them to dodge. Right now, this demon was using his spell. This attack only backfired on them. The general watched the whole thing with horror. The baby yelled to his mom that he wanted to go home. Another man was bitten by a demon. The border was completely breached. He was approached by a demon who called the old man a commoner leader. The demon also said that they would wipe them all out. And the general only got angry at this statement. He used a forbidden technique, the 5 great elements. The ringing voice of the phoenix Kishin. Hu Wu Wei shouted that he dare not underestimate people. There was an explosion. Really, it didn't hurt this demon in any way. He grabbed the old man and asked him what his last words would be before he died. He was the sacred emperor of the Eastern Dragon Empire. The old man vowed to take revenge by destroying their entire clan. After that, the demon just crushed him. A purple aura appeared around him. He turned into human form. The man then ordered that the warriors be given the prisoners as a reward, and they would need the humans for breeding. They must remember that the swine genus, which seeks to achieve immortality at any cost, is very restless. They must not be allowed to cultivate them. Dunlun Empire. They are all gathered here to hear an important announcement from the Overlady. Dongfang Jixi reported that last night, hordes of monsters invaded their frontier. 3,000 practitioners, 500,000 science and technology soldiers, and tens of millions of citizens all died. But that was impossible, for the province near the snowy mountain range is guarded by his younger brother called Hu Wu Wei. He is a great master of the 5th stage of the nascent soul. He is also one of the top 10 strongest clans. But the lady said to ask this girl. Her name is Jian Shui'er. She is the president of the Student Council of Zhuling Cultivation Academy. This girl is the only survivor. They asked this child not to be afraid and to tell what had happened after all. The girl only shouted that everyone had fallen, and no one had survived. Their tribe are the true monsters. Humans will never defeat them. It's not a war, it's a massacre. They couldn't believe that there was really nothing left of those lands. Zhuer said that both warriors, innocents, and even children were not spared. But the young girls who have magic skills, they took them captive. It seems that pure-blooded beasts are unable to reproduce on their own. That's why they keep them as sows. The Overlady decided to show her thoughts from the past. These terrible events flashed before their faces. The man inquired then how she had managed to survive. The girl said that Qi Lu, who is the leader of the Wu sect, made the women take turns to entertain him, and promised to let the one who gave him the highest pleasure go. They couldn't believe she had gone to such a low act. The girl replied that that's the way it is, that's why she's here now. However, in her womb is the child of a spawn. I believe they call them half-demons. Others started calling this girl obscene words and asked how dare she even come back. She immediately grabbed the sword from the guard, and then she stabbed her stomach with it. The Lordess couldn't believe what the girl had just done. The girl asked the Empress for only one thing. She asked her to take every memory of her and find a worthy use for them after her death. If one applied the soul art to retrieve the memory, her shell would dissipate. The girl replied that it was too late and they should take action. The Empress asked what it was all about. She'd heard the head of the unclean speak of their lineage being descended from werewolf cultivators, indistinguishable from humans. They'd mingled with the human race decades ago and were now in almost every corner of the world. Even among them there may be demons. One has already infiltrated and they seem to be looking for something. It must be a sacred artifact of the Emperor, the Xuanyuan's sword. A few days ago, her inner Hundun should have changed. Xun Yuan should appear in the next province. Now the capitals of the 7 great empires are safe. But this is humanity's last attempt to defend itself. Demons have attacked the border to take the sword. They want to eradicate humanity with its power. Any Xuanyuan goes to the Wu clan, they're finished. But death doesn't scare the girl. She's just afraid that people won't know about the founder of the Wu clan. That no one will hear the stories of how people fought to their last breath to defend their empire. She wonders if no one will appreciate their sacrifice. After all, no cultivator in her empire had ever chickened out. The girl collapsed dead on the floor. He remembers the Empress's uncle, who was one of the 9 elders of the Chanlong Pavilion. He seems to be living in seclusion and looking for that very ball. Sister Zhuizhan is one of the few who managed to survive the clash with the Wu clan. Despite being severely injured, she is still strong and trustworthy. Then you'll have to go to her for help. Meanwhile, the guy was busy cultivating. Yuanzi watched him. The old man used the secret technique of the invisible eye. Mana materialization is a characteristic of the QI cognition period. Could it be that after 3 fights yesterday, he would finally break through the level? Suddenly something started happening to him. The old man yelled to stop his momentum, or the entire building would be destroyed because of him. The kid got hit by a pillow. Suddenly he shot from his window into a tree. Without the help of external objects, mana will quietly flow out of the body. This is the true period of learning Qi. He looked at his watch and recognized that the value of combat power had increased from 9 to 15. Suddenly, a voice could be heard asking who cut down the 30-year-old tree. Entering the practice period means one thing, namely that he can finally fly a sword to school. It's a dream from his past life. Yanzi asked the kid to wait for him, and he also said that the protagonist forgot to take him to the heroic soul hall. Upon reaching the academy, he descended. Suddenly, a message arrived on his phone. It said that last night, the border of the province was attacked by the Wu clan. Hundreds of millions of people were killed. The borders of all 7 countries are surrounded by the Wu clan. Is humanity really coming to an end? The story develops the same way as in his memories from his past life. In as little as a month, the demons will attack the Palace of Perfection. Apparently, it's inevitable. Someone said yesterday's battle was incredible. The people from the ancient martial arts club were just pathetic insects compared to Qin Chen. Usually these holier-than-thou guys look down on them. The guys from the martial arts club think they are the strongest in the school, so they bully others. This time, Qin Chung really got angry. The girl is sure that each of those students can afford the registration fee of 100,000 yuan. She thinks that as long as there is such an opportunity, they should counterattack. The other asked not to talk about any nonsense and asked how foolish Zhang would defeat them. A pathetic group of humanities students without cultivation abilities gathered every day to dream. The girl assumed he was just jealous. She had seen what had happened on the playground yesterday. He has a level 3 combat power, and why would he be envious of the deputy headman? He's not even comparable to him. Is dumbass Zhang even worthy of being a disciple? In this world, only strength is respected and valued. Poor kids who don't even have the money to contribute can't prevail over the geniuses. It's just their dreams. Fatty is supported mostly by liberal arts students. He, on the other hand, gets all the support. The politics of immortality never divided anyone into classes, but people subconsciously divided themselves into worthy and unworthy. In the future, when he rules, he will definitely get rid of class segregation. Suddenly, the main character intervened in their conversation and asked what they were arguing about. Was it really him they were talking about? This dumbass is right on time. As always, these humanities students are praising him to the skies. That's why the guy in the shorts wanted to fight him. Others said that the dumbass couldn't even handle him. I guess yesterday wasn't enough. These pathetic losers are pushing for more. Suddenly, the main character asked if this kid was sure he could handle it. The poor kid's knees in his shorts became absorbent cotton. He immediately got on his knees and almost burst into tears. The guy realized that he had better not show his true strength and better use the primordial chaos. It would be enough to suppress the combat power to 9. The others immediately looked at their watches and found out that the main character has a combat power of 9. Wang Tao and Chen Ning are the strongest in the first class and has a combat power of 8. Would the status of the strongest go to someone else? He suppressed the immortal disciples with a single impulse. That boy is really handsome. The protagonist's friend praised him and said that pork is expensive nowadays. If he tries to intimidate Su Ming, he must be prepared for the consequences. This humiliated man is the only thing that disagreed with him at the time. Does he really want to have fun with their freshmen? The guy sitting on his knees said that his mother always taught him to respect the strong. Qin Cheng is the prodigy of perfection of all time. He admires the protagonist endlessly. Qin Cheng asked if this guy had been so flattering before. Ziming replied that he seemed to be a toady at heart. Suddenly, a guy who was shouting about the list on the school forum had just announced himself. Zhang Qingcheng, whose combat strength was 9, had replaced Liu Bao and was ranked 5th on the immortal list. In first place was Li Tianyi. the president of the student union, whose fighting power was unknown. In second place was Zhang Yu, the head of the disciplinary committee. Her fighting power was also unknown. In third place, however, was Ho Cheng-woo, the president of the ancient martial arts club, whose combat power was 90. His actual combat power is 15. The gap is still large. He's made enemies. The student union and Li Tian aren't going to let him go that easily. It's going to take a bigger force to deal with this. He told the knuckle-dragger to lead him to Madame Xuejan's office. Tsuming asked why he needed it. The kid replied that he was going to apply to the faculties of immortals. Meanwhile, it was watching the daily Dunlun, which told the story that the border of Zhuling province was being attacked by the Wu clan. She couldn't believe that Hu's brother had sacrificed himself for this. They're all demons. Everyone praises the Empress of the Eastern Empire so much, so why is she afraid of these things? The woman had heard talk that the famous first-timer had done something interesting with the guys from the ancient martial arts club yesterday. But others didn't believe it, saying that it was just a fake. Also, someone said that the famous first year was going to change faculty. The protagonist opened the door with his foot. He greeted the teacher, informing her that he wanted to transfer to the immortal faculty. Ziming asked how he even dared to kick the door to her office with his foot. That snake would definitely kill him now. She asked if he was the first-timer everyone was talking about. She can't sense any mana fluctuations from it. That's curious. After all, according to the immortal rating, his vegetables are only level 9. The teacher explained that the registration fee is 100,000 yen. The exams are taken rasa every 6 months. If he does not pass them, the fee is not refundable. He immediately cash deposited all that money. She saw it was 200,000 yen. The guy must have prepared himself. The protagonist replied that it was for the two of them. Ziming didn't expect that he was going to pay the cultivation faculty tuition for his friend as well. The protagonist knew that he was constantly looking at the other students and drooling with envy. Z- asked if it was okay to spend such a huge amount of money on him. It's too late to say no. Now they're still practically brothers to each other. The guy burst into tears, talking about how Boss Zhang is too kind. He doesn't even know how to thank his friend. If the kid wants to, he can give up his body. The protagonist immediately dismissed him from himself. The teacher asked if they were finished. She's busy without them. Since they are now on the list, they have to come to a meeting in 3 days. The main character wondered what kind of meeting the teacher was talking about. She explained that this is a temporary event that the third year is organizing. It would be in a duel format. Everyone voluntarily enters the ring to learn new spells. She feels like a lot of people are waiting for Qin Cheng to show up. It's interesting to see if the guy is as good as they say he is. Thanks to this meeting, she is now acquainted with the genius who became so famous in the academy. The boy asked if she was waiting for that too. She replied that she didn't have time for such trifles. However, this time, students who perform well can take something from the treasury. The teacher wondered. He wouldn't miss such a good opportunity, would he? Could this kid really be a genius? Suddenly, they were joined in the office. Zhang Yu asked her sister-in-law about the crowd outside. Li Tianyi heard that a first-year rookie had decided to apply for a transfer. So that's why everyone came to see. The teacher slapped the girl on the head and reminded her that she should be called Teacher Xuejan in the academy. She asked if the student union and disciplinary committee representatives were here to discuss the upcoming meeting. Tianan replied that it would be held in 3 days, and their star freshman had attracted a lot of attention, also pulling and reminding him that his council members would be there as well. This star freshman must be afraid to fight with them. The girl turned to him and said that he was a grown man, but he was talking nonsense that was disgusting to listen to. So she told him to imitate him, and the protagonist, when the time comes, has to get in the ring with her. She wants a member of the disciplinary committee to beat him. Yuanzi shouted that it was simply unbearable. They accept this challenge. The student union and the disciplinary committee simultaneously declared war on the newcomer. He won't be laughing this time. Challenging the two main organizations of the academy was no joke. But others thought that it was just nonsense, because he wouldn't risk fighting them. Tsu Ming asked these idiots what they were discussing, after which he told the protagonist to forget about them. The student union and the disciplinary committee are at the top of the list. Only a fool would challenge them. The teacher said that all students attend the meeting voluntarily. If he doesn't want to do it, no one will force him to do it. Just like Teacher Xuejan said, Chairman Li and President Jian are enthusiastic. Therefore, there is no way he can disappoint them. Seniors should not let their subordinates down. The guy advised them to try not to lose, at least in the first few minutes. He will try his best. And the protagonist hopes they don't lose face in the eyes of their subordinates. That would be sad. As long as the demons don't attack the academy, he will fight against masters of different ranks. This is a great opportunity to improve his improvement base and show perseverance. The girl was screaming about this guy playing with fire. She pointed to her subordinate who would represent the disciplinary committee. If this man didn't get the protagonist to drop to his knees and admit mistakes, he could forget about his place on the committee. He reassured the president and said that there was no way they would lose. Tianan also chose the one to represent the student council. If he accidentally kills the main character, it's no big deal. This guy turned out to be the vice chairman. He threatened to deal with this freshman in a heartbeat. He's definitely out of his mind. The girl guesses that this guy doesn't even know what the student council and disciplinary committee are. The weakest of them has a combat strength of 15. The guy who was standing behind Tianyai's back was the vice president of the student council. His strength can be compared to that of a teacher. And how would they even stand up to him? Chen Ning's boyfriend has definitely lost his mind. She asked her friend to change his mind. But the girl saw her boyfriend's confident face and said that since the gauntlet had been thrown down, he should give him a proper fight back. And the kid thought it would scold him. But the girl has no way to change his mind. He must not succumb to them and must show the true strength of a rookie king. She must see it with her own eyes. The guy is getting sick of publicly controlling his feelings. The girl needs to control both brother and sister. But it won't do any good. Yanzi noticed that he had been sitting here alone for a long time and asked why he wasn't going home. Qin Sheng replied that most of his potential opponents were strong masters with a fighting power of 15 and above. With Kui energy, he will be able to release mana and use it to fight. However, he is stronger in close combat, and this ability might be useless. The old man asked if the guy wanted him to fabricate spells with him. The protagonist replied that he had 3 more days to learn at least a few new ones. Time is short. It takes at least a week to learn and successfully use even the simplest spells. But that didn't matter. Also, the guy noticed that the old man had probably already guessed that the main character had undergone reincarnation. Let it be a little different from the usual. Yuanzi asked if he was sure of that. The memories of his past life held the experience of learning countless spells under his careful guidance. If he practiced, he would master at least some number of them. There is less and less time, so he suggested we start practicing. The kid used a great art, the art of true power. Some small light appeared in his hand. Then that light burst into a bright flame. Wanzi shouted that they had succeeded. But unfortunately, the wind blew in. He put out that fire. The old man asked if that was it. This guy is definitely messing with him. The kid replied that fire is just not his poetry. This time he used the great art of wind, a rushing torrent. Now that old man won't look down on him. But unfortunately, it didn't last long. He fell with a clatter. Yuanzi started poking his face with a stick to check if the guy was even alive. He also asked how long it took him to master the technique in his previous life. Qin Cheng replied that it was about 3 or 5 months. He has had countless students throughout his life, but this case is just something with something. The old man advised him to go home, for that was enough for today. He'd better let him sleep for the remaining 2 days. Even that would do him more good. At least it would cheer himself up. But the guy used the technique by the fire again. The raging flame technique. But unfortunately, he didn't have that fire for long either. Accuracy suffers, but the flame definitely held on a second longer this time. The guy tried that very technique again. Again and again. Gansi told him to stop. After which he decided to talk about the essence of fire. 3 days later. He still has 3 hours. The meeting's about to start. Yanzi of course knew that he wasn't a smart guy, but he didn't expect such persistence. If he happens to win, he invites Chen Ning to meet the sunrise on the beach with him. Yuanzi knows the guy has a crush on her. He'd never wanted to capture the good moments so badly. But sometimes there are moments that would take a lifetime to capture. He wanted to say something about midsummer, but the guy realized this wasn't the time for empty res. Gotta go to meet them. Together they're bound to make it through. A meeting place to share experiences among cultivators. There will definitely be something to look at. People were talking about how this freshman was fed up with life. The other one didn't know who they were talking about. Looks like he's going to take a break. Zhang Yu, who is called the Great Deviless, is also here. The guy said to look over here. He piandos with his kicking that man's ass. The strongest of the first class, Wang Tao, challenged Ma Tian of the second class. Ma Tian won. Before that, he lost to that Zhang Qingcheng. He fell for that trick again. Ma Tian has won 6 fights in a row. Does he really want to transfer? The first grade trials are over, now the second and third grades are over. He gave everyone the finger. These rookies need to remember the lesson he taught them today. Would any of the freshmen dare to come out? Didn't he mention Zhang Qingchen earlier? Someone was talking about how he definitely didn't want to go against him. Why doesn't anyone give him a hard time? So the main character didn't want to listen to her before, and today he didn't even show up. But these two tried their best to talk him out of it a couple days ago. Yuan Yuan asked, why would he even come if the opponent had a fighting power of 15 points? Qin Cheng was unlikely to be able to handle it. Chen Ning noticed that Yuan Yuan had just called him Qin Chen, not a jerk or anything else. Li Shilan remembered that he was also called Dumbass Zhang before. Yuan Yuan was embarrassed and asked what she was talking about. Zhang Qin Cheng is the same as when he was a kid. It looks like he's still running away. I'm surprised anyone's even interested in him. Turns out he's a real asshole. Suddenly, someone turned their attention to the sky. There was a rookie flying around. The protagonist stated that he would achieve a dozen today. He did come. Everyone started encouraging him so that the others wouldn't look down on the freshman. Everyone began to greet the newcomer king. The girl asked what this nonsense was. Isn't it Fen Xinying? Since he can already fly in the wind, it means only one thing. This guy had already started to learn Qi. His combat power index had reached 15. Everyone shouted for Ma Tian to pile on that freshman. Let these pathetic freshmen learn what it meant to disrespect their elders. Qin Cheng introduced himself as the one who represented all the freshmen and challenged the old men. Did he really think that with the same combat power index, he would be able to fight Ma Tian? The guy, on the other hand, stated that he could win by 3 strikes. Today, Ma Tian would make an exception for him because the difference in combat power between the seniors and juniors was too great. The protagonist made his opponent very angry. He immediately began with a powerful attack. Others immediately recognized his trademark spell called a turbulent stream of water. This first year is definitely dead. For the first strike, he used the power of the Great Yin, secret technique. The guy was shocked that Qin Cheng had broken the attack with his bare hands. The teacher found out he was using Tai Chi. The girl resented, is this even possible? Their academy is unique, so why was he identified as an ordinary student? For the second attack, he used the power of the wind. Feng Xingyin. Ma Tian used the water technique, breaking the current. It seemed that this hit and did not hurt the protagonist in any way at all. After which the guy appeared behind his opponent. The man didn't understand how this was even possible. He was perplexed, and now it was time for the third final blow. The power of Tai Chi. Deadly breakthrough. Ma Tian was thrown right back to the audience. It's not like they couldn't believe they were beaten by a first-year rookie. The audience shouted out the name of the main character. The girl was glad he was okay. They believed that Zhang Jincheng would win. He defeated the strongest sophomore. The girl couldn't believe that Ma Tian had been defeated with only 3 moves. Others wondered if this guy was too strong. Perhaps he would challenge another sophomore. If any of them wanted to go, they could do so. But some of them just didn't want to die like that. Tianyi thought that there was definitely something wrong with this guy. He thinks that he can be equated to students with a fighting power of 30. The girl inquired of her sister-in-law. She had seen it too, hadn't she? This kid's mana is stronger than their mana. Any techniques he performs will be several times more effective than their techniques. She practices the mind method of the Qiangwang City sect. There should be no mana purer than her in the world. The power cultivated by chaos is the disorderly source of all magic. Could its reflective power be the same as normal spells? Since no one else from the sophomore class dares to challenge, then the next fight will be with a third-year representative. It was time for Zhang San's exit from the disciplinary committee to teach him a good lesson. The first challenger was Zhang San. Zhang Qincheng could abstain or accept this challenge. Zhang San is the same one from the disciplinary committee whose combat strength is 30, and he is ranked 20th in the overall rankings. The new opponent immediately descended into the arena. It turns out this is the same Zhang Qingcheng. The guy on the other hand replied that he was not Zhang Qingcheng. That man should call him daddy. Everyone abruptly started laughing because of his statement. The man on the other hand only began to get more angry. The teacher asked if the protagonist accepts the challenge. Yen Yuan told the girl to talk her boyfriend out of it. It is said that this San has a fierce temper. Every person detained by him for indiscipline was beaten up, and some were even disabled. She shouted to the protagonist that he had already defeated Ma Tian and that was enough. He had already avenged all the freshmen. Why doesn't someone else from the disciplinary committee fight? That's right, because the second contestant is the best in the third year. We should refuse, because there's no point in this fight. Even though the guy admitted they were right, he still accepted the challenge. He's here to gain experience and energy. Naturally, he just can't back down now. The onlookers were shocked that he actually went into battle. What a pity that young people are too carefree. It's better to close your eyes so you don't have to see him get beaten up. And his friends didn't understand what the idiot was thinking. The problem seems to have solved itself. If one knows Jung-san's character, this boy will either die or be crippled. If he was that mysterious hero on the playground that day, maybe the outcome of the shaving isn't so obvious. Let the bout begin. Jung-san said that this kid was much more interesting than he first thought. If it wasn't for his president's orders, they might have become friends. They all look alike. So sure of themselves, even though they're nothing special. Chin-chung immediately rushed to attack, but a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Suddenly, the guy felt a change in his body, which caused his attack to just hit the floor. This man didn't even dodge, so why didn't he hit him? He praised that speed and strength. Too bad it's just useless against him. If you can't beat him with brute force, he'll try magic. He used the art of wind, Wind Blade. Blocking this attack was not particularly difficult for him. When this attack was redirected into the audience, someone shouted out, "And why did he only come here?" Fortunately, no one was injured. Everyone just looked at it in shock. The guy didn't understand what strange force had changed the trajectory of his wind blade so easily. The power of the very main character is 15, but the power of the wind blade technique is comparable to 30. That's not bad. Finally, he realized what was wrong. The technique that San used made the wind mana move around his body in a special trajectory. So any force moving towards him would be redirected. This is a new development called the Wind Pearl. It protects its owner. If the combat power is less than 50, the defense around it can only be broken by brute force. Otherwise, no spell will simply not reach it. He can ignore absolutely all attacks. That's why people in the committee respectfully call Old Man Zhang the indestructible Zhang San. In 2 attacks, they've already seen the greatness of his defense. But why doesn't the freshman plan to give up yet? The boy will lose for sure, but he's talented. She must ask her brother to show mercy and not accidentally nail him. They'll talk about mercy after the protagonist gets on his knees and begs for mercy. This guy's really not bad. If he apologizes to the president now, not only will he refuse to fight, but he'll become a surety, recommending him for acceptance to the disciplinary committee. The crowd stirred upon hearing the fact that Jang-san himself wanted to be his mentor. This kid is really talented if he joins the disciplinary committee upon invitation. It's a great honor. The main character can become rich. After graduating from the disciplinary committee, all students have become high-ranking officials of the Academy Tianquan or Immortal Crime Bureau. Boss is about to become famous. If the parents find out about it, they will be beyond happy. Qin deeply apologized, but he was not interested in student amusement. Those who disrespect the committee must pay for it in blood. He used raging flames and wind gusts. It turns out he's achieved a harmony of fire and air. The 3rd year uses 2 spells at once. This is a legendary skill for controlling 2 elements. The girl's implication was that this attack would be extremely brutal. Zhang San is a genius who possesses the magical abilities of fire and wind at the same time. The teacher made an exception and gave him a protecting pearl as a magical weapon. This guy just wants to kill himself. Looks like his participation in this fight is no longer required. The 5 elements and the 4 elements, life and death, hold each other together. Wind ignites fire. When wind and flame are released at the same time, their power is multiplied several times over. This kid should repent or just die. He used a barrage of fire. This idiot better turn himself in or he's really going to die. Everyone was clamoring for him to just give up. The girl started crying, for she can't feel Qin-chung's breath. They couldn't believe he was really dead. Tianyi felt that the person who dared to challenge him should have been able to keep them entertained for longer. The girl immediately shouted out to her aunt why she didn't do anything. She had the power to stop all of this after all. After which, she called Zhang-san a bastard and reiterated that he was just asked to teach a lesson, not to kill a guy. But the teacher said the girl was deeply mistaken. He's not dead. She began to mutter about how that was simply impossible. It's the Emperor. In ancient times, Empress Nuwa combined the magical power of demons, the body of witches, and the spirit of fairies to create humans. Hence, man is the progeny of heaven and earth. He is the bearer of all things. The true mystery of chaos is the true laws of the human race. It is the power that carries within itself all the laws of the world, and if it harmonizes perfectly with the truth of chaos, the true body of chaos will emerge from it. It was indeed the same guy, but the color of his hair had changed. His harmonious fire and wind are dispelled by an unknown force. Most of all, for he prided himself on his ability to wield 2 elements at once. But now the most important character possesses all 9 elements. Other than the Emperor's cousin, there is only one person in the world who controls any kind of mana, a true chaos body that the Emperor had yet to master. However, the technique had always only belonged to the ruling family. The teacher didn't understand where he could have learned it. The art of fire, searing flames. the art of the wind, a violent gust, the union of wind and flame. Now he should accept that he is not the only one who can do it now. Moreover, spells that are cast in this form are much more powerful and common. This powerful attack was aimed at his opponent. He ordered the pearl to protect him. Now the man found himself stymied. The pearl began to break, and the protagonist had already attacked from above. He completely ruined this gem, after which he presented the ball to his opponent. Chin Sung reminded him that he only had two options, surrender or just die. He admitted defeat. This is the man who was at the playground that day. It seems her prayers have been answered. An incomparable genius, a perfect match for the true chaos that could inherit the power of the next generation of emperors. She recognized that Zhang Qingcheng had won. Everyone immediately began to rejoice that he had actually won. It was unexpected that a freshman had actually defeated a member of the disciplinary committee. It wasn't like she didn't understand when Qin Cheng had managed to become so strong. Since Zhang Sun had lost, the boss would raise his rank in the immortal rankings. The first-year student had made it to the top 20 students. This had never happened before in the history of Tianquan. He apologized to the president and said that he was useless. Zhang Yuyu asked them not to blame themselves because they had underestimated this kid. Everyone can win as well as lose. In the next battle, Cao Lan will still fight. Now everyone should see how huge the gulf between the disciplinary committee and the students' union is. Still, it takes a lot more energy than expected. After the past battle, his mana had obviously intensified. A few more, and he would reach a combat power equal to 20 points. Suddenly, his teacher came down to him and explained that his strength was running low and continuing to fight would not work anymore. She thinks it's best to stop there. This kid's true chaos body is still immature, and his subject limit is 3 minutes. Is she really implying that he should just give up? The final challenger is Cao Lan, whose combat power reaches 50 units. He is a swordsman whose skills are superior to Zhang San's. Even if the protagonist gives his best, he will not win. He did his best, so there's no shame in turning down the next fight. Whether he backs out or not, the committee will still accept him as the most talented and provide him with the best resources. 3 days ago, he had promised that he would no longer run and hide. Anyone who gets in his way, whether God or Buddha, he will trample on anyone. There's no other way. Because this is his true path. There is a price to pay for being young and frivolous. The teacher reported that Zhang Jincheng decided to continue. And the last participant is the 10th on the list of immortals, Cao Lan. Freshman King has decided to continue. His opponents are the vice president of the student union. It's time to play big. He's just nuts, and this guy is definitely not at home. It was rumored that Cao Lao had once accidentally gotten hold of the remnants of the imperial swordsmanship of the Shushan school. Every strike of any kind of technique is incredibly deadly. These are the ones that live in seclusion outside the Magic Mountain, one of the 7 strongest schools in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. Yujianshu is the spell of immortals, and its level is far superior. Such a monster seems to be impossible to defeat at all. It would seem that he would not get the opportunity to straighten this guy out. He didn't expect the protagonist to be so reckless. Did the president promise to protect him after the murder of a first-year student? He threw his sword, after which he jumped and started flying towards him at the battle site. Others, however, spoke of that ascending sword shine, the flying immortal king's sword, which was what was expected from the vice president of the student union. But some thought that the first-year rookie was much cooler even. He landed near the kid. The boy explained that in competition, every opponent is an enemy. No need to hold a grudge for the fact that he might be too tough on the younger one. He didn't expect anything less from Li Tianyi's younger brother. Even this is a decent appearance. They're very similar. Qincheng doesn't seem to know their students well. But there's no need to worry. After this battle, all misunderstandings will immediately disappear. Sword Brilliance, Yui Energy, Shushan School. The protagonist engaged the Retribution of Yin Energy, catch the sparrow by the tail. Fortunately, the Xuanjin sword had been improved, and its quality was much higher than that of the Cao Lao sword. Otherwise, the consequences would have been terrible. This is the first style of Yujianshu to use a sword. It was with this weapon that Cao Lao pierced through the defense of his pearl. However, only the strength of the blade is comparable to the strength of the disciples of the Shushan school. Mana Jin Cheng is already running low, so how does he plan to win? Cao Lao asked what was next. Qin Cheng sagged the vice president to wait. After all, he has a question. Cao Lao allowed him to ask this question. Although he tries to hide it, the bloodlust in the energy of his sword will not deceive others. Does he really wish to kill Qin Cheng? In response, He asked if such a question was meaningful to a dead man. Qin Cheng replied that of course it did, for in that case he could not hesitate to give his best and finish him first. But now the games are over. He used the second form, the glint of a sword. It's a technique that kills everyone within 1,000 miles. The blade's ki energy is as powerful as its style. The finale in this battle is obvious. The protagonist's apex is a single sword. Well, what's he gonna do about it if it turns out to be 3? Yancy told him to get ready and give his best. The showers are shared by Zhen Yuanzi. He put up a barrier. Cao Lao didn't expect to have such a trump card up his sleeve. However, powerful spells have a long rollback period. Using them all the time didn't seem like a good idea. And this time, they're going to see how this cocky first-timer fends off all the attacks. The supernatural powers of the ancestor of Earth's immortals aren't just some trump card. Ancient Array, Helogen Star Atlas. The 8 trigrams, the 7 stars, the 5 elements, the 4 elements, yin and yang. All this Taoist knowledge to which he devoted his life, based on the celestial principles of Hedaluo, turn all this knowledge into a unique magic circle. Confront your quest to change your life with the sky, and then the whole world will turn upside down. He shattered the Cao Lao's attack. How was it possible that the sword luster was completely suppressed? Even she is unable to understand the aura of this magic circle. He didn't understand how this was even possible either. His techniques, arts, even his combat power is 3 times that of the protagonist. Helogen Star Atlas is enough to reverse all 5 elements, chaos, yin and yang. The spells that enter into it will be gradually destroyed, and now it was his turn. But he wasn't going to give up so easily either. He'll kill that Zhang Qingcheng. He'll tear that bastard to pieces. With his true Dharma body, the source of heaven and earth, it would be possible to make any magic circle move with the caster. From such a technique, Buddhas and immortal gods, and even the sacred altar will fall. Cao Lao shouted at him to stay away from him. Everyone started to support Zhang Qingcheng again. The guy needs to pull himself together and squeeze the last ray of mana out of his body. He just has to win. The guy took off. Tian yelled to the idiot that he needed to act now. As long as the guy in the air, he wouldn't be able to dodge. Cao Lao should use his sword energy and finish him off. He heard the words Li Tianyi, brilliance of the sword. Unleash your power and ascend into the heavens. There was a small explosion. Everyone watched the fight with bated breath. Fortunately, he had time to use the infinite Xuanden. He began to fly through that seal straight to his opponent. There's enough time to get close enough. He will already be close by when Cao Lao prepare the next blade art attack. There's not much ancient power left. With his cultivation base, the distance that can be shortened is very limited. But it's enough. He pierced the Cao Lao. He started to fall. Everyone immediately looked at the fallen guy. The girl started screaming that he was dead. Zhang Qingcheng killed Cao Lao. He was crazy enough to do it right in front of everyone. How did this whole thing come about? But Zhu Min said the boss is really cool. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had failed to suppress the urge to kill. Without hesitation or guilt on his soul, he felt so at peace. Guy asked the foreman. He must be qualified now, after all. Li pulled and shouted, calling the guy a bastard. How dare he even do that? An intimidating expression appeared on his face. It was as if he were asking who would be next. Because of that facial expression, even he was a bit perplexed. Li Tianyi ordered the student union to kill this first-year student. But everyone just kept silent. They began to explain to the president that they still cared about their lives. They were joining for prosperity. And if they died, the alliance would end. He just walked away, calling them a bunch of garbage. If he doesn't kill this guy today, the student union will lose its greatness. But if he does it with his own hands, the agreement with the Li and Su families will be broken. He went to the teacher and explained that the brat had killed a student. I wonder if she'll continue to watch what's going on. She replied that people die all the time. There's nothing you can do about it. Zhang Yuyu even joined them in the conversation and explained that Cao Lao wanted to kill the freshman, and everyone present witnessed it. According to heavenly laws, this is justified self-defense. The path to immortality is dangerous. Every year, the Academy records a large number of deaths. She ordered that compensation be sent to his family. They'll write a demand. She'll approve it. He turned to the man and asked if he too thought that members of the student union deserved to die. In this matter, Director Shui has the final say. The heir to the Lai family pulling and shouldn't be too bloodthirsty. It turns out the director is asking him to turn a blind eye. Although there are many cultivating forces in Tianquan City, but under the influence of the Li and Su families, well water will never spoil the river water. However, he heard that Pull and lured, and afterwards, under threats, joined the Zhao family and others. making the Li clan incredibly strong. The Lord is too lenient. The rules alone do not prohibit annexation of core families. The old man, however, replied that his students were the elite of the great aristocratic clans. And as a teacher, he hoped that the key forces would strive to keep the balance. Guy wondered if the director was saying that he shouldn't take any action, because the fight between the strongest groups should stop. In this miserable school, students are always bullying and setting up the weak. That's not good. The director asked him what he meant by that. The days of being bullied were horrible. They were like a hell that he would never want to go through again. For him, it was 1,000 or even 10,000 times more terrifying than the imbalance of power. Tianyi doesn't care about his situation. He just wants to trample everyone in his path and make everyone shake in fear, then submit to him, and no one will be able to stop him. There is no right or wrong decision here. If he so wishes, the director will not give him any more advice. The girl asked her aunt if this was the cliched villain from the novels that she should kill. He didn't say anything. Today he would save the face of the two teachers and let Zhang Qingcheng go, but will also ask them not to receive him in the future. Zhu Zhan asked if there were more people who wanted to fight, but everyone was silent. Then, as the principal, she declares that Zhang Qingcheng becomes the champion after gaining the upper hand in the battle with the high school students. In addition, after defeating Cao Lao, according to the rules, the honor of being the 10th in the list of immortals goes to him, the only person in their school's history to make the top 10 as a freshman. At that moment, a new hero was born. He asked all the students to stand up. He invited everyone to stand together to witness a historic moment. Everyone shouted out the name of the rookie king. Someone told the assist that he's just perfect. If the main character doesn't approach her, she'll just throw herself off. He's so handsome. And where has he been hiding all this time? Now, he finally knows what it's like to be the center of attention. The moment he had dreamed of in a past life turned out to be just that. Yanzi felt like he had made a breakthrough. Back during the battle with Zhang San, his Kui control skill had grown tremendously. He didn't revitalize that he would challenge Cao Lao and be able to leap to the third stage of Qi control. The combat power had reached 30, and also absorbed by the audience's obsession. One of the 9 pillars of the Soul Hall is once again almost filled. He can already feel the unknown ancient god wishing to respond to his call. With this kind of aura, Yuanzi doesn't think it's a god or a soul. It's most likely a demonic spirit, the unrivaled genius who was on the playground. It's definitely him. He might be able to inherit the Qianlong Pavilion. So, it's time to announce the award for the champion. First, a magical artifact from their treasury. The winner can choose anyone as a reward. Secondly, he will get a letter of recommendation from him and Director Shui personally. He should choose what he would like to do in Tianquan. The third reward, however, has to do with the secret of their school. They'll tell him all about it later. Tsuming had heard that even the worst weapons were worth tens of millions. With the director's recommendation, there is nothing else to worry about. Parents will be proud of the protagonist when they hear about it. The teacher told them to stop their looks, and for the guy to follow her to the treasure room. Qincheng is really special. He deserves to be her first love rival. Yesterday, she was given a dose of saline solution under the IV, and today she wants a dose of Chenning. She suggested her little sister talk about something else. The boy, however, said that it was quite decent behavior for an older girl. Storage. There were a lot of books that had been taken out of print. Lots of magical weapons. Everything is so shiny that he's about to go blind. The boy didn't realize that he could really choose anything. But first the teacher wanted to ask him something. This student will tell her anything for the treasure. She asked who was the unidentified man on the playground a week ago. The boy replied that he didn't know what Teacher Su was talking about. If such a talent ended up here, he could pick up a few more treasures from here. In response to that temptation, he always had a credo. Not money, but dignity. The kid suggested raising it to 3. The teacher asked if he would really admit to it. The guy replied that only if Teacher Shui kept it a secret. A genius like him should be very discreet. She can't believe that this is the same guy who doesn't have a penny to his name, is worthy of inheriting her position as the master of Qianlong Pavilion. The main objective now is to increase the combat power as soon as possible. And the best option would be to take a high-level panacea. The Dongshun pill is the greatest elixir of the 3rd grade. It has the power to accelerate a guy's cultivation 30 years ahead. Spiritual materials are hard to find nowadays, but they are the most necessary. The selection here is far greater than the Sujiadan apothecary. The guy thinks they'll be able to find them. All of these are centuries-old treasures. There's even an ancient arterial herb. Now he can easily get what he needs. However, he didn't know what to choose as his final prize. Suddenly he noticed one thing that shocked him. It's not a spirit stone. These are the remains of a saint. The kid let the teacher know that he picked this thing out. With the help of others, he can do alchemy. That makes sense. But he needs to understand what this relic is. After death, the body of a saint is turned into ashes and kept as an offering for future generations. But it lies idle. She picked up these remains in the ruins. Then she had to bring them back here for safekeeping. She couldn't have them lying in the dust somewhere. If he didn't want to lose them, he'd better give them back right away. But the guy immediately started talking about the third award. Unfortunately, she's connected to one secret of the academy. She'll tell you about it when the time comes. It just so happened that this treasure also came from there. The boy asked. She wouldn't recant. She chased him away immediately. Last time he'd gotten his ashes in the same place. I think he was beginning to guess what she was talking about. This kind of relic is a simple piece of jewelry. It was because of this that Yuanzi asked why he needed it. The bodies of ordinary saints are really useless, but the guy asked who he thought the ashes belonged to. The old man said no nonsense. It's an ordinary mortal saint. This saint's name won't even scare him. Qin Cheng replied that it was a supreme Buddhist being as famous as Yuanzi, Buddha Shakyamuni Tathagata. The old man asked if it really belonged to the snotty Tathagata. Then he asked again why he needed those ashes. I wonder if he's a Buddhist. In the Hall of Souls, such things are used as sacrifices, and then the chance of summoning a spirit is much higher. In his previous life, it took him 10 years and a battle with a witch to find a Tathagata relic to summon the strongest heroic soul. Unexpectedly, the most important relic to repeat this is right in the academy. So it turns out he wants to use the ashes to summon his master. But it's too soon to do that. There's a very high chance of failure. So we need to prepare ourselves to make it a success. Student Union Office. Cheng Qingcheng had dishonored him, and didn't he have a desire for revenge? Gao Hao asked what he could even do to him if this guy killed Cao Lao. Tian and called him a disgrace. His family is much better than Cao Lao's family, and besides, it's just one person. The first year is now the most valuable talent of the academy. If Gao Hao asks the head of the family to kill him, the headmaster won't just let it go. Tian Yi advised using people from the academy, but Qin Cheng is the 10th on the list of immortals. Other than Tian Yi and Zhang Yu, who else can kill this guy? Tian Yi said to just do as he is told. When they ruin this upstart's reputation, he will die and won't even get a funeral. This can be done by the president of the Guwu Club, who is the 3rd in the list of immortals. His name is Ho Cheng Wu. Meanwhile, the girl asked what treasure he had chosen. The protagonist replied that he had taken the stone. Suddenly, a car pulled up beside them. We can assume that the man behind the wheel is definitely a master since he drives the car so easily. It was Suyun. She greeted Qin Cheng. She also asked for his help in a matter. The boy greeted Sister Su and asked what he could do to serve. How she loves to hear that. The little master gave her a panacea, which proved to be very effective. Her father is very grateful for his help and wants to personally reward her with his banquet. He thanked her for it and immediately moved away from her. Also, it's the girl's birthday in a week, so her father wants to throw a party where he will gather everyone and close family members of Su's family. The guy replied that since it was Su's birthday, he would definitely come. Then they'll see each other in a week. Chen-Ning immediately asked how he knew the girl from the Su family. The guy replied that he had previously brought Su's brother takeout food. That's how they met. So he met a powerful family while delivering food, and now he's invited to a birthday party. I can't believe he's playing her for a fool. But the girl stopped with her questions if he didn't want to say anything. She offered to go home. He, on the other hand, started talking about how he was very hungry and was curious about what his mom had cooked. The girl noticed that Qin Cheng was getting farther and farther away. So far away that she could no longer hold his hand. She'd even forgotten to tell him that she was level 9. Probably shouldn't rush into it. If Yuanzi is not mistaken, the girl had enrolled in Xianke from the very beginning of her studies. It had only been 2 months. To reach such a level in such a period of time by practicing only basic exercises. In this case, even the word genius would not be enough. This brother and sister is like a mystery that even he can't solve. The kid remarked that it's so fresh on campus in the morning. As soon as they saw the girl protagonist, they immediately started running over to him and congratulating him on first place. Also, someone even suggested if he wanted to start dating her if he wasn't in a relationship. He thanked them but asked them to let him go. This was all being watched by his friends. Ziming told the girl to act. After all, she spent so much effort to choose a gift. Doesn't she want to personally congratulate the guy? She did not do that, and asked since when there were so many handsome men around. It was clear to the others that this dove was getting jealous. The protagonist shouted Chen Ning's name and asked him to wait. Yuanzi had noticed that people's hearts were unpredictable. Just a few days ago, he was a scum to be shunned, and now he was suddenly the idol of the freshmen. The guy, however, replied that it had always been like that, so the old man should get used to it. Yuanzi asked, "It must be nice to be a hero." Qin Cheng replied that it was better not to relax, because there were only 20 days left before the Wu clan attacked. "We need to get rid of all the hindrances as soon as possible. Faced with immortal witches, even the slightest misstep can lead to a sad end." The old man asked who the next target was. Would it be Li Tianyi or the president the guy mentioned earlier? Ho Cheng-Wu is the first in the Ancient Martial Arts Club. He is the third on the immortal list, with 9th level Qi control. If the guy faces him at the current stage, he will surely lose. The main thing now is to refine the Dongshu Yuan pills to increase combat power and summon a second heroic soul. For now, Yuan Zi is a disembodied spirit that needs magic power. The spirit material is pretty hard, and the guy's mana is too weak, so it will take a decent amount of time. It will take 2 days and 2 nights without any interruptions. A student came to the Principal Zhu's office. Zhu Zhan inquired if he had come here to get an assignment. It was Ho Cheng-Wu, the head of the Ancient Martial Arts Club. His combat power is equal to 90 units. His conditions are the same regardless of points and bonuses, as long as the rewards remain high. A-level assignments issued by the Immortal Crime Bureau. 4 criminals kidnapped the son of a high-ranking official and used him to escape. The hostage must be rescued, and the reward is 5 million yen. It also reminds one that the risk of dying on a mission of this class exists even for him. One must not forget that life is much more valuable than money. Cheng Wu thanked for his concern, but he accepts this order. This is the 4th mission of this level in the last year. She wondered what she was risking her life for. Those born into poor families have no other choice if you want to survive on the path of cultivation. She also mentioned that his club had been defeated by Zhang Qincheng a few days ago. Cheng Wu knows this because he was watching from the auditorium. He's pretty strong, and the director has a thing for him. No matter how powerful the first-year-old is, he is not an opponent for Ho Cheng-Wu. Xuejian asked her to do her a favor and not touch this first year, but she need not worry, for Liu Bao and Wang Tao had humiliated themselves. Abandoned factory. The man with the knife in his hands asked to be reminded of what they were talking about. The shaking boy replied that if he tried to escape, he would be left without fingers. 2 people had 90 units of combat power. One opponent had 80 units of combat power and another 70 units of combat power. The opponents are strong. 2 people are on the same level as him, the rest are slightly lower. The hostage could get hurt. First we need to distract them, separate them, and kill them. He used the art of wood. Nimblewood. Others didn't understand why the earthquake started. The man was yelling for everyone to get out of here. The kidnappers immediately recognized that they were tree technicians. The ones who came after them were definitely from the Immortal Criminal Bureau. Cheng Wu used a fighting style, snowy footsteps. He became almost transparent. They also learned that the art of concealment was used. It is impossible to determine the number of people unless you can feel their breath. But the man tried to reassure them that he would use the skill of exploration. But he didn't have time to do that. The other, however, found the direction of this attack. He cut the vines of the tree. It seems that this someone moved right after the attack. The man also told the boss that this forest was sucking their mana. The man noticed that these vines had taken a hostage. He wanted to take a hostage and make that asshole get out. The other yelled to the idiot to stay behind the trees and stay out in the open. Another kidnapper was killed. Cheng Wu began to move towards the rest of the kidnappers to kill them. Judging by this kind of skill, it seems to be the elite of the Immortal Bureau. He used the art of water, a wall of water, but his defense has no downside. Therefore, it is worth showing up already. Cheng Wu had already captured his target and released a double shot. That impenetrable defense of his was shattered, and another kidnapper died. Now the last man is trying to escape somewhere. Now it was the turn for a leader with a combat strength of 90 units. This leader goes off on a hostage board. Once he kills this little guy, he can get back at him. The boy started screaming that he wasn't running away after all, and asked not to kill him. But suddenly, Cheng Wu set himself up for this attack. He's definitely crazy if he's risking his life for others. But the guy immediately clamored for his 5 million. The blow hit him right in the chest. Apparently he's standing on willpower alone. Cheng Wu poked him. The deceased man started talking about the Immortal Criminal Bureau. He also called the man a monster. Cheng Wu recoiled and sat on the floor, asking what kind of immortal is he anyway. He is just a student of the Tianquan Academy. That man collapsed and his dying word was student. The boy thanked his uncle for saving him. He will ask his father to pay him in full. Chung Wu asked if he could increase the reward. Someone started walking up to them, saying that this is what we should expect from the president. He's really scary strong. It was Gao Hao. He expressed his respect to Ho Chung Wu. The guy also remarked that no one could compare to the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Club. Chung Wu asked if young Master Gao also wanted to offer an assignment. Gao Hao asked for help in killing someone. Chung Wu asked what his name was and the price for it. Young Master Gao offered 10 million for Zhang Qinchen. Hearing this name, Chung Wu immediately refused. He had already given his word that he wouldn't touch that freshman. Martial practitioners should not break their promises. Gao Hao told him to set any price. In this world, it's worth agreeing to favorable deals. But he doesn't have what Ho Chung Wu needs. If he can't give it, someone else can. For the past year, the Martial Arts Club has been desperately raising money, all for an elixir that can prolong life. Mentally, the guy hoped that Chairman Li was telling the truth. 3 seconds would be enough for Ho Chung Wu to kill him. There are only 5 people in Tianquan who are able to get this item. Therefore, the guy assumed that Li Tian and wants to deal with Qin Chuan. Gao Hao did not directly answer this question. If Zhang Qingcheng dies, it doesn't matter if the evidence remains or not. All suspicions will fall on him. According to the rules, this is a felony, but the guy replied that there would be no such thing. For starters, the first-year boy's reputation would fall to rock bottom. He would become a sinner, reviled by the entire academy. You'll just have to be open and honest with teachers and students, and then punish the bad guy. The family celebrated for Qin Chen's victory. The father didn't expect his son to be so lucky. It's good to be successful. His mom was always worried about his future after graduation, but now, even if she dies, she can rest in peace. Guy, on the other hand, had asked his mom not to say such depressing words. And it seems that after the elixir, Dad's heart disease has receded. But still, he should not forget to rest and not indulge in alcohol. It's such a beautiful day, so they need to celebrate. They need a drink to get their strength back. The girl asked Qin Cheng when it had time to become so powerful. It was so good that it had time to prepare. Quite by chance, he managed to get a few tips from an expert. And after he taught the boy a few tricks, the Su family accepted him as the head alchemist. It is, after all, the most honorable and rare profession among immortals throughout the country. It is said that large families take care of alchemists so that they don't have to worry about money, connections, and other resources for self-improvement. Turns out the guy really covered it up, which is to be expected. Half-truths are half-lies. He's a flawless bastard. The guy said it was his family, so the old man shouldn't give him a hard time about anything. Dad was happy that their son had become an alchemist. It looks like little Nin will have to rely on her youngest in the future. One of the rewards was a handwritten copy of Law and Improvement. Whether it was speed of development or mana refining, the knowledge from the book far exceeded what the academy could provide. The girl asked if he had prepared this book for her specially. The boy replied that he had. Since childhood, Qin Chen loves her baby sister the most. Watching them support each other makes mom's heart rejoice. It turns out the request to give a collection of countless Taoist knowledge was only for Chen Ning's sake. Only the guy didn't understand who created that technique. It might not be as good as true chaos, but the creator's understanding of the path of heaven and his ideas surpassed even Yuanzi's knowledge. The manuscripts belonged to his good friend, the first immortal of the prehistoric world called Daojun Hongyun. Surely she would like to see the Hongyun style. Yuanzi replied that the guy might as well not try. She was killed by the witch clan. Now then, he realized that that time at the moment of summoning were the words that he had caused his best friend to tragically die for the good of living beings. It was about Daojun. Yuanzi asked the guy to promise him one thing. No matter what, they must defeat the Wu clan. Protecting the human race was also her goal. The guy had some kind of nightmare at night. He said something about a red cloud. The guy in the dream was standing in front of some temple. Yuanzi sat in front of the bloody body. She was the first immortal who could create such a thing. Fighting against the demon emperor, she is captured by 12 ancient witches. She doesn't think she can survive. Is it really all for people who have nothing to do with her? He knew he should have gone together. It was all his fault. The Hall of Souls alone is not enough to protect the human race. She asked Yuanzi to do something. He will grant her every wish. Before her soul leaves the world of the living, he must take her body and seal it in this blade that can destroy witches. The saint's powerful purple chi will make it the most powerful and deadly weapon in the world. She's asking you to kill her with your own hands. To her, Yuanzi was a true brother. Daojun could only entrust this matter to him. The man promised, after his death, he will make great wishes. Reincarnate into people from generation to generation, following the master of the Hall of Souls. He uses this sword to protect humanity. The host of the hall can see some of the memories through dreams. Suddenly, there was an earthquake. The guy immediately wanted to run to Chen Ning's room. He walked in on her and asked her what had happened. On his watch was the number 15. She felt as if she had entered into a symbiosis with art. Before she knew it, the girl had broken through to the next stage of Qi training. Looking at all this, Yuanzi told Sister Hongyun that he had finally found her. The next morning, Yuan stood there, and with him were young Master Gao and President Ho. The girl inquired as to what they wanted from her. Gao Hao explained that they would need help to deal with Zhang Qinchen. Gao Hao whispered in her ear what she should do. She doesn't need to be taught how to seduce a man. As for payment, he thought 200,000 was a good price. She needs money after all, so she should just sell her body. Here's to me. But she can become Shankei's apprentice and completely change her life. She apologized, for the girl refuses to do that. Gao Hao started to get angry and took his hand to her face, asking about what she had just said. Yuan replied that she was sorry. He hit her and gave her one last chance. That's why she shouldn't say it again. She won't do anything because she wants to be like Zhang Qingcheng. He's so fed up with that first year. Suddenly, the guy remembered that last time the girl had said that she was still untouched. He decided to check if those words were true. At the same time, he would see if Qincheng would come to her aid. A teacher walked in on them and asked about what was even going on here. Gao Hao explained to the teacher that Cheng Yuan just fell down. He wanted to help her up. Sui Zhen reminded, if she is being bullied, she should just speak up. Teachers provide support. He was now looking at Yuan with a threatening gaze. The girl replied that she was fine. That was the end of it, so he decided to leave. But the teacher stopped him. As soon as he turned around, she immediately hit him. Now the guy's definitely available. The teacher thought Cheng Wu was worthy of inheriting her place. But it seems she was mistaken. The guy, however, replied that he had his reasons. The last one to come out was Yuan, who thanked teacher Xue for her help. In the future, the Dunlun kingdom would be full of this trash. She also mentioned the monsters from the witch clan. The guy was telling Gao Hao not to get so angry. After all, finding someone else wasn't a problem. There is a high school girl who looks very attractive. Luring Zhang Qingcheng, who has never seen life, will be easy. Gao Hao asked where he even found such an innocent girl. The guy said she'd do any position for money. The protagonist was jealous of Chen Ning, who had advanced to a new level in one night. Yuanzi replied that he simply lacked skill. If Chen Ning is really the reincarnation of Huang Yun, then where is the sword that can kill witches now? The guy reported that the king of the firstborn is here. No one saw this coming. That kid fooled everyone. With his presence, Gao Hao will no longer dare to be arrogant. Let him enjoy the moment while he can. Su Ming said to look at the list on the school's website. The first 3 places didn't change, but here in the 10th place was already Zhang Qingcheng, with a combat strength of 30 units. The boss is great. With such popularity, there's no escaping the confessions of the hotties. A girl walked into them and asked if Zhang Qingcheng was here. Everyone immediately blushed as soon as they saw her. It was Sun Qian's bag, from the foreign language department. This girl just fell out of the sky for him. The guy raised his hand and asked her what she wanted. This student was insanely cool back then at the minnow competition. She liked him, so she asked him out. She would be waiting for his answer after school, so he should definitely come. The boy envied him and mentally wondered when his turn would come. Chen Ning didn't like the situation much either. Ziming asked if he already wanted to run away soon somewhere. The protagonist told this fat man to open his mouth somewhere in the temple. In return, he immediately asked which temple. Helen's, Mao's, or Sibei's. Yuanzi immediately asked what kind of temples they were and who they belonged to, and why he hadn't heard anything before. The guy was already thinking about the best way to refuse her. Ziming said so he didn't even think of rejecting this confession. She has been with Chen Ning for so long and no progress. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A friend asked to take advice and go to her. Friends can help him one day, and a girl will always support him. Yuanzi will never admit that this protagonist is his brother-in-law. Therefore, he recognized that there is some truth in the words of his friend. But why the foreboding is bad? He glanced at the girl, but she just angrily turned away from him. The mountain behind the school. What a mess that he got the recognition and doesn't know what he should do better. Yuanzi had never fallen in love, but one day he decided to follow a goddess and failed. The boy asked if he had been rejected. She asked if he was sick, and if he was, she advised him to take medicine. One only has to imagine how worried she was about Yuanzi's well-being. Suddenly they heard yelling about what he was doing and a request to be let go. Yuansu used the law of the soul, the art of the senses. Sun Qian is 300 meters to the right. There are 4 auras surrounding her. Each has a combat power of about 5 to 7 units. The guy thanked him for the information and flew over there. The girl's clothes were torn, and she was asking to stop. Her boyfriend, Zhang Qincheng, and he won't let him get away with it. But the man asked who it was. And then immediately the main character's foot flew into him. The other called this main character a bastard for what he just did. He immediately wanted to attack the guy so he would die, but Qincheng stopped his fists. After which, he directed this opponent straight to the ground, and then hit him with his leg. Suddenly there were chains on both sides. These chains shackled the protagonist. He began to speculate that this weapon could draw out mana, where its power was slowly draining away. The soul-binding lock could block the meridians throughout his body. Soon, his strength would run out. No one expected that Zhang Qingcheng himself, who had defeated Liu Bao, would fall into their hands. Buying a spiritual weapon was worth the money, but suddenly his spirit weapon appeared above his head. This sword easily broke those chains. He just tore up high-end artifacts that are worth hundreds of millions of yuan. How dare this poor man even do that? After which he grabbed those chains and used the martial arts, Tai Chi. Those who held those chains couldn't move. Now the 2 guys were in the sky. After that they started to fall and the main character used the death sentence. If he controls the air so freely, his Tai Chi has reached the highest level. Learning the spell is slow because the ability is too low. But the Hall of Soul's ability to use the spell makes up for it. He took off his shirt, after which he put it on the girl and apologized for being late. She, however, threw herself into his arms and replied that he was just in time. A sly expression appeared on her face, and she replied that he had fallen for it. Just then, people appeared, one of whom claimed that Zhang Qingcheng was an animal in human form. Gao Hao asked what he was doing here with Sun Qian. Gao Hao provided information that someone in their school was harassing girls. He didn't expect that the scumbag would be the newly minted hero. After which, the girl went into Mr. Gao's arms and was saying how good it was that he had come. If they had been even a little bit late, there would have been trouble. 2 men stood up. They turned to their president. Cheng Wu explained that directors Zhao and Xue were here, so they should speak clearly and to the point. They were walking through the forest and noticed a first-year boy harassing Sun Qian. After the 4 of them asked Cheng Wu and Gao Hao for help, then he did his best to eliminate the witnesses. Those 2 are on the verge of life and death. Qincheng asked what they were even up to. Did that idiot really think she liked him? If Mr. Gao hadn't given her a lot of money for this, she wouldn't have even looked in his direction. This time the damn psycho is definitely going to die. Yesterday, he praised the protagonist in front of the entire school and called him the talent of the century. The director didn't think that in the blink of an eye he would hit rock bottom like that. Gao Hao, as an informant, will write a report about this incident and the crime bureau will arrive soon. He'd be better off admitting his guilt and not making the situation even worse. The guy, however, replied that he would. They were just perplexed by the main character's behavior. The principal told him to speak up if he really had something to say. The guy replied that it was a coincidence. There was simply no point in fighting. It just so happened that Sun Qian had called him there to confess. He had just his own dream of forcing her into all sorts of vulgar activities, and the members of the Gu Wu Club came by on a whim. Gao Hao and Ho Chengwu also found 2 teachers, even though they only recently found out what happened. How lucky, it's just an incredible coincidence. They just happened to show up on time. There's no need for all kinds of words, so they should just take it as it comes. The 2 teachers silently looked towards Gao Hao. He immediately turned to Qincheng and asked if he really meant to say that President Ho Chengwu, Sun Qian, and the 4 beaten witnesses were just brazenly lying. The guy stood up and replied that that was exactly what happened. He immediately put his shirt back on. The principal asked if the little asshole understood what he had just said. Does he think all teachers are idiots? But they should be more confident and avoid such thoughts about themselves. Not repenting is exactly the choice of this animal. But how dare this degenerate even accuse them? He is the young master of the Zhao family, and to insult him is to insult his family. The guy asked if he was willing to take responsibility for his words. These arguments are painfully annoying. But Gao Hao is quite magnanimous, so he is willing to give him one last chance. Qincheng asked what kind of chance it was. He should repent on his knees before President Ho and Sun Qian. If he sincerely admits guilt, then as prosecutor, Gao Hao will say a word or 2 in his favor. But the guy was suddenly interrupted, and the people reported that they got the report. So they came here to arrest the culprit Cultivator. He hadn't expected to see Kana-san in person. He had once had the privilege of being a student around whom scandals arose. Letting outsiders handle such matters was a bad idea. This person is one of the 4 great masters of the Tianquan Academy. It seems to be the main immortal of the crime bureau. Gao Hao told him to kneel down and admit his guilt, for this was his last chance. A camera was set up here. When Chen Ning sees the scene of Qin Cheng begging on his knees for forgiveness, he will surely feel utter despair. In gratitude for this generosity, the protagonist will also give him one last chance. He listed Gao Hao, President Ho Cheng-woo, and Sun Qian to kneel down and apologize. If they confessed their crime, they would be kept alive. Even under the threat of death, he is unwilling to repent. The principal told teacher Xue Zhan to just look at it. How could their academy even allow such a student to appear? She confirmed that Qin Cheng's grades are terrible. He doesn't watch his words at all. As the head of the class, he thinks Zhang Qincheng deserves the death penalty. However, she asked how being a mentor could be distrusted by her own students. The principal did not expect her to side with the accused. Shizhan is known that Zhang Qincheng was brazenly lied to. Gao Hao started shouting that it was all useless chatter and ordered him to get him out of here. She told them to dare them to make a move. They were frightened by the teacher's anger and said they were here officially, and for her own good it was best not to get involved. Do they still remember that she was their teacher? Those impertinent people seem to have gotten bolder since graduation. If they dare to arrest her students, they immediately recalled those horrible and scary times of their time at the academy. He also explained that the crime bureau had every right to execute all the cultivators who were delinquent. They don't need Director Su's permission. She asked if Mr. Khan dared to teach her. He also mentally called this teacher an idiot. The chief immortal, the headmaster, the heads of the Li and Su families are called the 4 great masters, who could even take her side. If she doesn't step aside, she shouldn't complain afterward. He suppressed the entire room with just a surge. So that's the power of the 4 great masters. No wonder he was able to lead all the immortals in the Tianquan, and also rally them to destroy the witch clan. The principal asked Mr. Kana to calm down, for it is this gentleman who may die. She, however, replied that it was just fine. She asked if he was worthy of it. The chief immortal couldn't move. Even the mana had frozen. She didn't even accumulate energy, she just moved her finger. How could any teacher ever surpass a master of Tianquan? He recognized it as the mana of a true fire dragon. What kind of master is she from the Qianlun Pavilion? He didn't understand at all how Grandmaster Qianlun was working as a teacher in a small academy. The principal asked Zuizhan to calm down. She'll only do it to save face. He took a knee. The chief immortal definitely didn't expect that the academy had such masters. If she really wants to protect the murderer and rapist, the crime bureau will have to back off. But she has to think about the fact that their organization was established at the behest of the Grand Elder of Qianlong Pavilion. Her antics could call into question the greatness of the pavilion. The old lady went against the rules. What's worth doing now? This asshole doesn't even realize that the elder who founded the crime bureau is right in front of him. They are acting in accordance with the law, so she will not embarrass them. She asked for 7 days. During the agreed time, the disciplinary committee will thoroughly investigate the case. During this period, Zhang Qincheng will be under observation. In that case, after that time, if she doesn't provide proof, the guy will be arrested according to the law. She, on the other hand, replied that if the protagonist lied, she would finish him off with her own hands. Isolation room. He's been brutally framed, and it's perfectly normal to be angry in such situations. But for him, the Wu clan would always be his opponent. And as for the others, that's in the past. It turns out that he wants to trust Teacher Xue and the disciplinary committee. Even if the 4 great masters join forces, they won't be able to defeat Xuezhan. This room is completely isolated. 7 days would be enough time to refine the Dongshuan pill. Yuanzi reported someone coming. Ho Cheng-woo came to him. On behalf of the president of the Guwu Club, he offers him a trial of life and death. In 3 days, there will be a duel on the training field of the academy. He also asked if Qin Cheng accepts the challenge. The judgment of life and death is the supreme contract between immortals and cultivators that is beyond even the laws. After the agreement, death or life doesn't matter. But the kid refused. They are just afraid that the director will find out the truth in these 7 days. And so they want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Qingwu asked. This was his final answer. Qin Cheng asked in response, did the current villains prefer the path of brainlessness and self-confidence? To make a contract, the decision has to be mutual. He doesn't agree, and will wait until the end of the week. Chungwoo has no power here, but what will he say about this girl? Gao Hao wouldn't have had the brains for this. The person behind all this is Li Tianyi. Since he had guessed, he must realize that if he decided to make a move, he had to be prepared for the consequences. Either he accepts the challenge or Chen Ning will have to die. Chungwoo asked not to be forced to kill an innocent girl. The protagonist thought he moved here because of his fight with the members of the Guwu Club, but he was wrong. Instead of a bright future, he chose to submit to Li Tianyi. He only laughed at the word of a bright future. A man with a bright future who doesn't play hero and who everyone admires, and also lives a decent life. 2 years ago, the young Lord Li ordered me to obey him, swearing him to death. All because of this palm. Qin Sheng wondered how he was even able to survive such an injury. Master Li is the strongest man in the academy. A single palm strike pierced his organs. And to live, he has to take a special pill every month. The guy has no idea how expensive it is. Pills can only be created by the incredible abilities of an alchemist. There are no more than 10 of them in a Tianquan. The market price of such a medicine is at least 5 million yuan. If he doesn't want to die, he has to make money. Catch the bastards they reward and buy drugs to live on. Living in the unknown and not knowing if he'll wake up tomorrow. It's all over his head. In that case, he must hate Li Tianyi. Chungwoo replied that this was the case, but Gao Hao found him and offered him a priceless second-grade Sangong pill. By taking it along with the reverse medical force technique, all QI training skills would decrease. Although the improvement base would be lost, there was a chance to dispel the palm force roaming his body along with it. The protagonist should not judge those who behave extravagantly. Dignity and justice mean nothing in this world. Qin Sheng replied that it would not be a battle to the death, but to the death. He accepted the challenge. He gave the guy 3 days to prepare a farewell speech. And afterwards, Ho Cheng-woo will kill him. The atmosphere was too heated, so Yuanzi decided to refrain from asking questions. But the Yuan Zuidan pill is the lowest grade. So why would Ho Cheng-woo take something that the old man wouldn't even give to spirit pets? The protagonist knows what he's talking about, but he has no proof. Ho Cheng-woo's combat strength is 90, that's 3 times more than Qin Sheng. Therefore, the old man wondered what he would do with such an inequality. As far as the kid could remember, it takes 3 days to create a Dongshuan pill. There's only one thing left to do, and that is to accompany this guy in a race against time. They use soul fusion again. The alchemy begins. Hospital building. Ho Cheng-woo walked into them. He apologized to his boss. His dantian had been abolished, so he would ask for medical expenses to be paid. He also apologized. If it weren't for his huge hospital bills, they wouldn't have to submit to these rich kids. He was the one dragging everyone down. Wang Tao tried to reassure this brother. Their hearts were pure. At first, everyone wanted to raise money for the boss. But in the end, with this countless money in their hands, they themselves did not notice how they lost themselves in their desires. Looking back, they realized that it was as if they had been intoxicated. There was no going back. But this lesson brought them back from heaven to earth. They need to stick together. Even if it comes down to becoming a simple band of assassins, they need to heal their boss too. By then, the Guvyu Club, which is passionate about martial arts, is sure to be back. Ho Cheng-woo agreed and asked for everything to be provided to him. If he kills Zhang Qin-cheng, then everything will be over and back to normal. The campus grounds. Everyone was clamoring for the bastard Zhang Qin-cheng to be expelled. Why doesn't he just die? Isn't the disciplinary committee ashamed that they are protecting a rapist? Gao Hao told them the great news that the first-year student had accepted the life and death challenge from President Ho. In 3 days, he will publicly destroy that bastard. That's why he's inviting everyone to join him. His opponent will be President Ho, who is listed 3rd on the list of immortals. This lustful beast is surely doomed. What luck that the Guwu Club will get justice. Ho Cheng-woo has become a hero to them. He had already guessed before that this Zhang Qin-cheng was only good at first glance. He used to think that people like that were to be looked up to. This is exactly the kind of scumbag that's in their class. Their reputation will definitely suffer. Gao Hao asked Chen Ning if she could see his true face now. But his friends began to defend the protagonist, saying that he is not like that at all. It's all slander. They still believe their friend. Maybe Gao Hao could lie, but how could the victim himself lie? Pretend tears appeared in Sun Qian's eyes as she talked about how Qin Sheng could do such a thing to her. Everyone started accusing Chen Ning and Ziming of being in cahoots with that trash. How dare they even dare to accuse that girl? They don't even know how much courage it takes to talk about such a situation. They have no conscience if they are in league with that scumbag. They should face the truth, because this evidence is irrefutable. A scumbag like Qin Sheng has never been confessed to by a pretty girl, so it's no wonder this happened. Above the campus grounds, Zhang Yu appeared. She called this shameless idiot Sun Qian and asked how much longer she was going to pretend. The girl replied that she didn't know what her little sister was talking about. Ho Chengwu is very clever if he proposed a life-and-death trial to prevent the disciplinary committee from revealing the truth. A man accused President Jiang of covering up for a rapist. So this girl dares to talk about President Ho. Everyone started praising the Guwu Club again. The Academy and the Crime Bureau owed President Ho a debt of gratitude. Also, people wanted them to destroy those bastards from the committee. Zhang Yu should already realize that the entire school is against Zhang Qinchen. That arrogant president dares to teach a girl. What will she do if the whole academy becomes her enemy? She should kill one by one or all of the phrase. Another person appeared on stage and asked what about him. Li pulls in here, and so will not allow harm to come to the disciples that are trying to restore justice. Everyone started talking about how handsome the chairman was. They also asked the president to get justice. Being a part of the academy, like President Zhang Yu herself, he was looking forward to fighting. No matter how reckless Zhang Yu was, she wouldn't let a conflict between the student council and the committee appear, after all. But the girl herself didn't think so. Li tugged and she took over, and the rest of the student union must fight to the end, or innately kill every coward. He didn't expect the disciplinary committee to be all crazy. All students were shouted to stop this outrage. The student union and disciplinary committee were told to return to their own seats. Li tugged and thought that this time the main character was definitely finished. If the student body president is that angry, she can offer him a trial too. He didn't expect Zhang Yu to care about anyone at all. Did the president assume she had a crush on him? She was already starting to protest, talking about who could possibly like such a jerk in the first place. After which, the girl noticed Chen Ning's gaze on her. Zhang Yu began to explain to the girl that there was no need to believe his words. It's not like that at all. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan thought about whether Qin Cheng wanted to prove something. After all, he can't even defend himself right now. 3 days later, finally, the Dongshuan pill is ready. This drained Yuanzi's strength, so he needs to return to the shower hall to recover. Unfortunately, on the battlefield, the guy would have to fend for himself. The protagonist thanked the master. There's no way they're gonna lose. He ate that pill. There was a sort of golden glow in the room. Ho Chengwu, who ranks 3rd on the list of immortals and is president of the Guwu Club, was asked to come up for an appointment. The audience asked President Ho with a life-and-death duel to destroy all evil for them. Such a disgrace should not be in this academy. This rapist should be killed. Finally, whether to pull and get rid of this splinter. Sun Qian hopes that the chairman will fill all that has been done for him. The protagonist was brought into the arena as if he were some kind of prisoner. Ziming didn't understand how Qin Cheng could agree to such a thing. He must have been forced to do so. The girl, however, replied that it was useless to argue with this guy, so one should calm down. Even if she's not a worthy opponent for them now, a year 3, 10, she'll pay for it. Even if it takes a lifetime. Just to be buried next to him. The girl noticed that there was something wrong with this guy. Ixujian realized what had happened to this boy. She didn't understand how he was able to do this at all. The protagonist stood there and heard about killing this rapist. They called him a disgrace to the academy. The pillar in the Hall of Heroic Souls was also almost filled to the brim. How ironic. Just a couple days ago, everyone was admiring the hero on this site. And in the end, it all turned around in the blink of an eye. The guy asked, "But isn't that silly? Someone wants to save the world while he rejects this hero." Chen Wu asked if those were the dead man's last words. I think the President Ho's got something mixed up. The dead man here is not him at all, but only Ho Chengwu. All were bewildered at this surge of their strength. The protagonist is now at the 6th level of key training. His combat power is 60 units. The kid used the art of wind, gust. This guy's speed is much faster than Cheng Wu's. After that, Ho Chengwu utilized the water art. The protagonist used the power of Tai Chi. No one could believe that the combat power of 90 was inferior to 60. What's even going on here? President Ho just needs to finish off this rapist. That boy is really a monster. He was able to strike an opponent that was 3 levels stronger. Not to mention the magic power, he had twice the ability of a level 9. If President Ho doesn't respond, she will continue her strike. He's using the avatar of chaos to finish off this president. Things aren't going at all the way he expected. Ho Chengwu used the art of wood, a giant forest. The girl explained that Ho Chengwu techniques combine magic and martial arts. Even Li Tianyi admitted that compared to last time, his skills had improved greatly. It's his mana-absorbing technique. Now I see what he's up to. Now this guy won't be able to use the godlike form. The power is slowly draining away. The avatar of chaos is greatly increasing its energy consumption. So if it continues like this, it will be the first to lose. He needs to finish this as soon as possible. The guy guessed that Ho Chen-woo was using the concealment technique to hide, and he was well prepared. After analyzing every battle of the protagonist, he made his plan of action. At close range, even with his level, there would be no chance of winning. Except that immortals of his level can't use the soul perception technique. Relying on the art of concealment and lightness, Ho Chen-woo is now invincible to him. As long as he hides quietly in the shadows, Qin Chen's mana will be depleted. In that case, he'll just use fire and wind and fill his sword with it, and burn this forest to the ground. But the protagonist shouldn't expect to be able to use a spell. A spell that uses both hands is one big disadvantage. Luckily, the guy had time to react. Everyone was screaming about how awesome President Ho is. He needs to launch the next arrow at the protagonist's head. Turns out the techniques this guy was practicing are closely related. They make a perfect combination. The power of the arrows is very high. If not dodged, even a single arrow can seriously injure. Chen-woo didn't understand the best course of action right now. Perhaps he should continue to avoid the protagonist. But what about this one? After the arrow flies off the bowstring, there is a huge mana fluctuation. You have to hold your breath, find and calculate the trajectory. He saw that arrow. The girl yelled for him to duck. Another arrow was almost near his head. It was a double shot. He just almost died. This president is definitely worthy of the title of third in the list of immortals. Ho Chung-woo saw that the protagonist had already reached his limit. A triple salvo would definitely finish him off. All the spectators were silently watching this. His friends were very worried about Qin Cheng. The next step will decide whether he wins or dies. If Zhen Yuan was here, he would be able to withstand at least 100 shots. He would also be able to find him with a star atlas. But the guy realizes that he can't always rely on the power of a heroic soul. Ho Chung-woo released his 3 arrows. Jiang Qingchen's limit is 2 arrows, and these 3 cut off his escape route. No matter which way he tries to dodge, they will not reach him. But the guy wasn't going to give up that easily either. That arrow pierced him. The others didn't understand if he was going to kill himself. This animal had gone mad. Lee tugged and realized that he had done it on purpose. As the last 2 arrows were aimed to try and avoid the first one, Zhang Qingcheng purposely set himself up for the attack by covering his vital organs. He had found the weak point of that deadly attack. He won't run away now. That's not good. The protagonist chopped down trees, but Ho Chen-woo wasn't there. The girl also didn't understand where he could have disappeared to. The moment the arrow leaves the bowstring, he changes his position. This kid's got it. Another arrow almost caught up with him. Suddenly, a guy appeared from behind Ho Chen-woo and asked if he was so sure about it. The audience was shocked. Yuan asked what had happened in the first place. Ho Chen-woo didn't understand how he was able to use teleportation either. An ancient technique that reduced the land area to a few inches. A single step is capable of traveling thousands of miles. So far, he can only manage 10 meters. But that will be enough for now. Zhen Yuanzi had spent the past few days perfecting the elixir. At the same time, all of the protagonist's energies were focused on training. Did Qin Cheng win? Chen-woo only laughed and asked who knew that he possessed this kind of power. What a pity it didn't help him. Qin Chen realized that this cloning technique, President Ho had led him through it. Clones appeared on 3 sides, heralding the imminent end of this battle. The guy realized he needed to increase his speed to the max and dodge. Well, Ho Chung-woo said it was the end. Suddenly, he changed the direction of his arrows. They were directed at Chen Ning. Qin Chen shouted out that this guy was a complete bastard. All the clones fired. The protagonist must have time to protect her. I mean, she was screaming at him not to do it. But it was too late. He fell to the ground. Ho Chen-woo recognized this guy, a worthy opponent, and all of his clones disappeared. In this failed fight, it's a win for him. She can't feel Qin Cheng's breath. 9 arrows that pierce all vital points of the body. It's just instant death. Chen Ning started crying, not believing it at all. It's finally over. He was finally free of his weakness and cowardly side. Everyone was screaming about President Ho's victory and that the lusty bastard was dead after all. It's a well-deserved death. This is exactly how it should have ended. Yuan did not understand what Qin Cheng wanted to prove, though she probably realizes it. Killing and destroying, building on the corpses of men. That's not the way this world should be. And the main character's eyes grew dim. Slowly they began to close in, screaming that he was scum and he was finally dead. Someone's voice spoke to the young man that he accepts his determination and grants him another chance. In return, he must summon and free him. They will defeat all of them. The boy asked who it was. The spirit only laughed. In return, The spirit asked thousands of years if anyone cared. The demon fox drove the emperor himself crazy. The ruler did horrible things for no reason. The people were trapped. For all their sins, one death would not be enough. Everyone was clamoring to kill the queen and destroy the demons. They will hold a public execution for the peace of the common people. She only laughed. When the sun sank behind the ruined mountains and rivers in the distance, the realization came that it was over. She was the ancestor of a prehistoric clan of foxes. The Great War begins. The three saints led thousands of immortals to fight. Seeing that the three kingdoms were about to go, she, unable to bear the suffering of the people, turned into the Queen of Daji to drive him mad. To change fate, the Shang dynasty had to be destroyed, and then the war would end. All this time, she was killing one official after another. Her heart ached, and only one thought gave her peace. All to save lives. The goal had been accomplished, but the common people she fought for hated and divined her. They wished only to behead the demonic vixen so that they could taste her flesh and blood. The man took a swing at her. He wanted to prevent it, but he couldn't. Her head was severed, but the vixen sat as if nothing had happened. It's not like they didn't realize what was going on. Didn't he just kill her? The nine-tailed family had always been good at illusion and soul magic. It has the power of the 9 magic moons. It can turn even reality into illusion, and come back to life 9 times in a row. In that case, they will blow her head off time after time until she dies. Blood spatters appeared. The fox asked the young man, "When a man dies, he must want to survive, right?" The guy replied that it was possible. They beheaded her 9 times, but she stayed alive. Not for fear of death. Here she was, just wanting to hear someone call her something other than some demon queen. To kill so many innocents. To deceive the king who loved her with all his heart. And all for the sake of the common people of the world. If only someone understood her suffering, then all that had happened would not have been in vain. It's a shame that no one said anything like that before she was beheaded for the 9th time. That's how the protagonist ended. They're the same. She asked about what his choice would be if she shared her power. A temple that holds heroic souls. A prize in the sacrifice of feelings of obsession and grief. He asked the 9-tailed heavenly forest to let him inherit her dreams. 5-star heroic soul, 9-tailed celestial fox, Sudaji. Suddenly, the teacher realized something was wrong. Shared souls, Sudaji. People didn't understand what was going on. The boy, however, rose again. The tale obtained through 1,000 years of cultivation is the bargaining chip of the 9 moons technique. After the deadly battle, his combat power rose by 2 levels. Finally, it reached 80 units. Friends were glad he survived after all. Li tugged and didn't understand whether it was possible to return from the other world. Zhang Yuyu noticed that his aura had changed. She had never seen such cold mana before. Wei Zhan had a bad feeling. Ho Chengwu asked how that was even possible. He is sure that this kid must be dead. The protagonist wondered if not him, then who would rewrite the damn world? The audience shouted for the president to kill this rapist again. Suddenly, they heard someone's voice saying that Zhang Qincheng was innocent. That asshole needs to remember that she's putting her life on the line for him. She explained that Gao Hao has been looking for someone to play the role of a harassment victim for a long time. And she had proof. She had a note saying that they would need help to deal with Zhang Qingchen. After all, she doesn't need to be taught how to properly seduce a man. This was the same conversation when Gao Hao attacked the girl afterwards. There was their whole conversation about her selling her body in exchange she could become Xianqi's apprentice. Zuming shouted that they were all idiots. They had said that before, hadn't they? She knew that Qin Cheng would never do such a thing. The disciples wondered if it was possible that he had really been lied to and it was all planned. Gao Hao and the other bastards were just using them. The teacher replied that it was wonderful. After this duel, none of them will escape. Li Tianan got angry that it was a trashy wench, wanting to ruin everything. Sun Qian started talking about how they were finished. Gao Hao shouted that he would personally smash her against the wall. Going up against these people was too scary, and she still is. The girl confessed that she really wanted to be like Zhang Qingcheng, so he should definitely win, and don't dare lose to these scumbags. Sudaji noticed that this kid is a lucky guy. This girl is standing up for her hero that she is even envious of him. After all, she has surpassed the main character's expectations. Whether it's false or true, it doesn't matter anymore. The judgment of life and death is above any law. No one has the right to interfere. He keeps his word, so this guy is finished. Since Cheng Wu was able to kill him once, he would kill him a second time. Is he really sure he can do this? Qin Cheng thinks that now, he will be able to behold something that is usually hidden from his eyes. The awakening of power is a sign of moving to the soul purification stage. But how is this even possible if he is only at the 8th stage of koi development? He began to fly purposefully to one side. In this direction, there was a Ho Chen-woo that utilized the art of concealment. Even the fact that he was able to dodge that blow didn't help him. He used the cloning technique again. The kid guessed that 4 projections was his limit. If he guesses where the real one is, the next strike could be the last. But if the guy is wrong, he'll meet death by his arrow. That makes it a 1 in 4 chance of winning. Ziming couldn't stand it and stood up to support Qin Chen. The others also began to support the king of the first year. They have humbled themselves and lied to everyone, so the guy must punish them. Ho Cheng-woo also heard their cries for Zhang Qincheng to win, but they're not wrong about anything. His victory is simply inevitable. Ho Cheng-woo realized that this was not a soul purification. He didn't know how the protagonist sensed his clones. I thought he said he could see everything now. The falling guy couldn't remember the last time he'd had such a good fight. He studied techniques and spells for days on end, and afterward founded an ancient martial arts society. In the end, how ironic. He recognized that Zhang Qincheng was indeed the strongest. President Ho is a genius of ancient martial arts, though now only a Mutli Tianyi, all because of a measly pill. Chen Wu didn't realize where he got the Sansong pill from. The reason why this kind of elixir is so valuable is because the abilities of alchemists are getting lower and lower with each generation. Ho Cheng-woo could consider it a mere coincidence, but in the Tianquan Academy, he is the only second-grade alchemist. Zhang Yu asked, "Isn't the head of the Su family the same level?" Then no wonder Su Yun is so protective of him. How stupid would you have to be refuse to be friends with someone like that? This guy really is a consummate genius. He almost ruined the best talent in this academy. That's why Zuizhan was attracted to this guy. Ho Cheng-woo asked to say what he wants, for the guy to fulfill any order. But the protagonist replied that there would be no deal. To turn away from the principles of the Ascended for the sake of one's own salvation is unforgivable. Everyone watched in amazement as the guy did such an act. This pill is a second-degree panacea, and the protagonist just destroyed it. Ziming cried, since he decided not to give her away, so why not sell her then? The girl replied that he had always been like this. She, on the other hand, assumed it was all for the sake of showing off. This guy is really straight-up eye-catching. To survive, he had to give up everything that characterized him as a cultivator. Chen Wu knelt down and asked him to teach him. He won't last long, and this will be his redemption. It's a kind of way of realizing his sins. It was obvious that this guy was remorseful. In that case, he gave him another pill. This is the Kinquan pill, which is a second-grade alchemy treasure. With this holy elixir, he would no longer need to swallow the Sansong pill, which destroys his mana. Looks like there's a new king of alchemy. They witnessed such an event with their own eyes. I wonder if they've all been blessed. Ho Cheng-woo really didn't think he would give the pill to him so easily. The boy replied that his friend's house fed it to the dogs. The principal was right, and this guy really is a fool. Ho Cheng-woo admitted defeat. From now on, his life belongs to the protagonist. Now it was over. The winner is the student Zhang Qincheng. According to the rules, the life and property of the defeated one passes into the hands of the victorious one. Ho Cheng-woo, who is third in the list of immortals, gives up his place after losing. It was unbelievable to see a freshman rise to the top 3. His greatness is boundless. After today, all the influential people will carry olive branches to him. Even if they couldn't be friends, the most important thing was not to offend this freshman. The kid asked, "So why aren't they still applauding?" Everyone shouted out the name Zhang Qincheng. Those who had wrongfully accused him began to praise him in a flash of eye. He wouldn't have dared to dream of earning such an attitude as a student, but now, looking at those ridiculous faces, he found it tiresome. On the other hand, it was silly to expect anything different from Earth people. She's been disappointed in this world for a long time, but it's quite interesting. But the protagonist turned away and said that he already has someone he likes. Chenning rushed into his embrace. The girl apologized to him. She couldn't do anything from the beginning to the end. He told her not to cry, because it was already over. Yuan Yuan watched them. The girl muttered that this couple brought together by the heavens. How could a person like Yuan Yuan hope for such a thing? But she was approached by the president of the disciplinary committee, who praised the girl and told her to go back to the Sanke and report everything. On behalf of the disciplinary committee, she will be given the opportunity for free training. Yuan Yuan asked if she was allowed to receive something like this. The girl reassured her and explained that talent was not everything. In the future, the committee will need people with the same values. Yuan Yuan almost cried and wanted to thank the elder, but Zhang Yu shouted out to the guy that she recognizes that he is good. But her beloved is still a long way off. Whether it was the name of the academy's best or Chen Ning, he would have it all to himself. The girl, however, became embarrassed and asked what the two of them were carrying. Apparently, Su-da-zi has quite a few rivals. Yuan-zi explained that this little guy has long been liked by female disciples. The main character resembles this old man in his youth. She didn't expect to see immortal ancestor Zhen Yuan here. The old man replied that she could just call him Xiao Zhen. The fox wondered if he hadn't run like a doggy after the goddess Nyuva when he was young. And then Yuan-zi recognized that it was her student and brat who was preventing him from approaching the temple of his beloved. Su-da-zi replied that it was her duty to prevent perverts from disturbing her mentor. That little brat is too chatty. No wonder the patron eventually dumped her and made her an outcast. She also remembered that she had a younger brother named Sun Wukong, who was trained by Nuiwa. Fox had heard that the venerable Zhen Yuan had ginseng fruit trees in the Taoist temple. It seems that they were appropriated by one brazen monkey. Yuan-zi recalled that her wagon had been stroked by some Neja and Yang Jian with a group of uncouth children. The girl, however, replied that she had stolen an entire tower from the old man. The old man, however, recalled that she had been captured alive during the Great Battle of the Gods. The fox said that the monkey had robbed his house. Yuan-zi suggested to stop all this. For some reason she was going on about one primate. That old man was a pervert who harassed the goddess Nyuva. He managed to draw a draw in a battle with the immature Buddha Tathagata. Hongjun Daozu would rather give the seat of the Jade Emperor to a Taoist boy than to Yuan-zi. The old man himself had already asked to return to the monkeys. Meanwhile, the disciplinary committee was already grabbing all the deceivers. Sun Qian explained about how it wasn't her fault and Gao Hao made her do it. Gao Hao shouted to Chen Yuan that she was no longer alive. Sui Zhan was tired of putting up with all this. She slapped that shameless girl first. After that, the stupid jerk was slapped in the face as well. She asked if she could destroy their mana and expel them from the academy at once. If they think that being the principal doesn't mean anything. The guy asked not to be expelled. This expulsion is equivalent to death for him. His strength is constantly growing, and it is not beneficial for the academy to lose such a talent, he said. She immediately turned her attention to Li Tian and asked how they even dared to slander her students. She also assumed that the student council president was also involved. He called her words too hurtful. Zhang Qingcheng and he are best friends. The Li family has always strived for justice and righteousness. An Otrebia like Ho Cheng-wu would have been executed if he had only come close to him. Principal Shui replied that there are no impenetrable walls. She said to keep that kid out of her sight. Li Tian replied that a decent person has no need to be afraid of erroneous speculation, and that was the end of it. He watched the main character and his friends. A scene immediately flashed through his mind as the protagonist reached out for a tug and pull. That's why this guy deserves to be his only friend. On the way home, no one thought that Chen Yuan would personally be so helpful. Chen Ning explained that she might be a stubborn girl, but she was still a good girl. They should definitely be friends. The guy asked if it was just him, or if he sensed a note of jealousy. She replied that it was all nonsense, and the guy was like a brother to her. He has 2 spirits now. To defeat the Wu clan, you'll need something else. Now the next step is to practice meditation. You must absorb all the experience gained from the battle with Ho Cheng-wu. Yuan-zi started yelling about being killed by a tarantula with 1 bite. Su-da-zi asked Ancestor Zhen to explain something to her. The old man inquired as to what she wanted to know, an array of heaven and earth. Su-da-ji was sitting there holding Qin-Qin in her arms. There were also humans there, and it seems demons. She called this world too weird. The fox asked why the array of 2 beginnings had formed, and what was going on here in general. Yuan-zi replied by asking if she was doing well. The girl asked if he couldn't see that. Just then, they abruptly heard the screams of the main character and immediately looked at him. After the battle, his QI learning level had increased again and his combat power had reached 90. Now it's like the soul cleansing stage is just a stone's throw away. He noticed the vixen's intense gaze on himself and wondered if he had something on his face. She, on the other hand, is only concerned about one thing. Su-da-ji asked who he was. In response, the guy also inquired, as did Wen-zi, if she was doing well. She realized from their faces that they really didn't know anything. At that moment, a question appeared in her mind. Is she the only one who sees what is beyond the starry sky? Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was running off somewhere. As soon as she reached the stairs, some unknown man was already standing there. The hooded man said goodbye to her. She decided to open his mind with the ghostly art of the soul, but the magic sleeve prevented her from doing so. Fox asked why he was interfering, and didn't he want to know the guy's past. He also explained that the master of the Hall of Souls could give any orders to the summoned. He explained that the Master of the Hall of Souls could give any orders to the summoned. If the protagonist becomes her puppet, she will be able to control all souls, including Yuanzi. Does she really think he'd let that happen? The guy had only practiced for one night, so why did all the mana run out? He immediately looked at the two spirits with suspicion and asked if they were secretly using his power. They began to shake their heads. He told the two to go back to the shower room and sit there. A girl burst into his room and told him there was trouble. They immediately went to the window and saw the crowds of vehicles there. It looked like famous cultivators were flocking to the Tianchuan. The girl assumed that the Zhao family had decided to take revenge. They will regret deciding to drag his loved ones into this. Yanzi felt that they were all immortals with combat power above 100. Looks like we'll have to use the power of illusions. He immediately asked the vixen what was wrong with her in the first place. This guy would fight with his magic, of course. They also immediately greeted Zhang Qincheng. The chairman of Rice's company introduces himself, and he would like to suggest that the protagonist join them. But someone said that Rice is a lowlife, and he should pay attention to the Huawei Association. It seems that all the powerful people have gotten wind of his success. Their parents came out to the children and asked the girl what was going on and why such serious people, who are usually spun on TV, suddenly came to them. She, on the other hand, replied that someone had become the second youngest student to make it to the top since the founding of the school, and also publicly demonstrated the skills of a second-rate alchemist. Mom asked, and who was this talented student? He also explained to the chairman that he had no desire to join anything right now. He thanked them for the honor. But if the skills of an alchemist were needed and they paid the appropriate price, the younger generation would gladly be willing to befriend them. They decided to respect Zhang's wishes. If this genius needs any support, they will gladly provide it. Everyone is happy to be friends with a high-class alchemist. The guy went back to his room and asked Ili Tianan how he felt about it. He will achieve everything even without the influence of a famous family and surpass them by his own efforts. After which, he heard his parents shouting that whether this talent was Qinchen. It took a long time for his parents to realize it. Suddenly, Chen Yuanyuan called back to him. The guy replied that he thought she didn't want to talk to him and thanked her for yesterday. The girl asked him for help, for the Zhao family was here. They attacked her. An hour earlier. We just need to shut up the Chen Yuan. It's not that hard. The Bureau of Immortal Control has already intervened in the investigation. She is now the only witness to the accusation against his own son. Doesn't the head of the Great Halo family know how to get rid of whistleblowers? Gao Wenxian asked. But isn't it easier to pay for silence? Framing a classmate is not such a serious offense. After saying these words, Li Tian and suggested that he was so much intimidated by Zhang Qincheng. It is unfortunate, but he believes that the best price for silence is death. He also asked if, by taking only his son into account, he had forgotten that this also applied to Li Tianyi. After that, he ordered his men to kill the girl, but to do it cleanly. If there's any evidence left, the Zhao family will be finished. A subordinate asked the head what to do about that guy. The man replied that no one from the family should run into him from today. This kid can surpass the great masters in the future. They can't afford to insult such a talent. Tianyi replied that lowlifes devour their own kind, and geniuses naturally suppress those like them. Qincheng immediately asked where they were. He would come to her right now. The girl replied that he was catching up, and so she reached the very stairs. She couldn't believe that a supreme monk was attacking an ordinary girl. Well, she shouldn't feel bad, because in the eyes of the strongest, they're all just ordinary lowlifes. It's just that today, they decided to get rid of her. Her phone dropped, and the guy asked again where they were. But the girl didn't answer at all. He immediately called out to Sudazi. She showed up and asked why he was yelling. The guy explained that it was a smartphone, and it was receiving data that people use to communicate. She should use her soul power now to find out where the signal is coming from. After which, he immediately called out to Zhen Yuanzi. The old man replied still well outside. The old man must get into resonance with him and use all his strength to step 1,000 miles. They head toward the place Daji sees. There he landed outside the building. They just can't be late. Suddenly something fell in front of him. The sight struck him to the core. It was Yuan Yuan's body. He immediately used the divine technique, Origin Qi. The guy begged her to wake up and come back to them. Yanzi stopped him. The guy asked if he wasn't a saint. There must be a spell that could help her. Yuansu explained that any power has a limit. He began to ask her to use her 9 magic moon technique. The vixen explained that her magic only reverses the attack received in reality into an illusion, and she can't influence others. Is it really back to normal after all? Had nothing changed at all and he was helpless. Meanwhile, someone was already watching them. Daji warned me that this man is in the soul purification stage. No matter how much of a big shot he is in the Zhao family, the guy's bound to kill him. The hooded man didn't realize what kind of technique this was. Could be teleportation. Although it doesn't even matter as long as the one using it is only a practitioner of key management. This stranger didn't feel like fighting this guy. But since he had come himself, it would be good to get rid of another splinter. This stranger also said goodbye to the protagonist by attacking him. But then his arm was pierced. This is the law of thunder of the highest rank of the Qianlong Pavilion, shrinking the firmament. There's a lightning master in town who is capable of injuring him. And it's Zhang Yu. That sucker is killing people from her academy. Apparently, he's just in a hurry to die. Now the second strongest man in the school wants to fight him. What an honor. She asked if he had fought with Li Tianyi. The man advised the guy to be sensible and it would end now. Otherwise, death will suddenly catch up with him. It was bad enough that he ran away. Shuizhan, who had seen Chen Yuan's body downstairs, appeared and asked what was going on. The girl replied that she too had just arrived and had successfully saved the fool's life. The protagonist replied that the Zhao family had started to take revenge, and he was to blame for what happened. They had the guts to do it. Director Zhui asked if there was any evidence. He replied that unless they were willing to be destroyed by the academy, it was unlikely to find any evidence. She will return to the school now and personally interrogate Gao Hao. She'll use any means necessary, even torture. In the meantime, the director will get him to confirm all the murders his family has committed. Zhang Yu wanted to go with her. But Shuizhan replied that she was too young and some things were not for children's eyes. She handed him the address of Chen Yuanyuan. Since this girl had died for him, he should pay his respects to her family. The protagonist's condition was extremely depressed. She also noticed it. The president of the disciplinary committee has decided to offer condolences on behalf of the school. Police officers were already on the scene. The guy took the girl's dead body and put it in his car. Zhang Yu asked how he was, but he just stayed silent. He has experienced the death of a friend and almost lost his own life. There is no doubt that he is both very frightened and hard at the same time. Qinsheng only whispered that he would make everyone in the Zhao family pay. Everyone without exception. They arrived at the house of the Yuan. A woman came out and asked who they were. The guy introduced himself as her daughter's classmate. She immediately guessed that he was Zhang Qincheng. The boy was surprised that she knew him. As it turned out, his daughter had been talking about him a lot lately. She even said recently that after they met, she rethought a lot of things for the first time. She told him not to worry and said she's a pretty progressive parent. This is the age where it's time for love. Mom asked where Yuan herself was. She thought they had gone on a date. The guy told me she was dead. She just stared at this guy in disbelief. After that, the woman realized he wasn't even joking. A little while later, they left. The girl knows he wants revenge. But the Zhao family is very powerful and they can't be defeated by one man. Let him better leave everything to the disciplinary committee. The guy replied that she really has a lot to learn from Shuizhan. The girl asked what he was even talking about. Qin Cheng, on the other hand, explained that the Zhao Hao family would immediately expel him from the academy. After that, this kid would no longer be under their control. The Immortal Control Bureau would take over the case. It turns out, Auntie only rushed to the school to prevent the Cultivator department from picking him up. She immediately dialed the number of the woman who was signed from her as the horny Aunt Shui. The principal picked up the phone and the woman apparently told her everything. Zhang Yu cracked her phone open. The principal was late. When Zuizhan arrived at the academy, the Zhao Hao had already been handed over to the bureau. Now we can only hope that the Immortal Control Bureau can find the evidence, but we can forget about that now. The Gao family will pay someone to come forward, and even if they don't believe it, they'll still have to close the case. Anyway, the Immortal Department is subordinate to the Qianlun Pavilion. It shouldn't be this incompetent, but that's what they'll see tomorrow. The head of Dongfang Shixi Pavilion was shown on TV. The girl and him are quite similar. She immediately pretended they knew what he was talking about. They couldn't even cross paths with a man like that. Dongfang Jishi will train this person in the technique, the thunderous strike of the Dragon of Calamity, on the Emperor's orders. Once again he failed, and he kept doing it over and over again. Now he could see why the Lord had chosen this guy as his apprentice. The boy replied that he knew he wasn't strong enough and asked without mockery. He has a goofy daughter. But, like this guy, she tries her best, making her much stronger than the others. She has her mother's last name, and she's like her late mother in character. In order to happen, her siblings, the girl ran away from home and went to train alone in the ordinary world. The boy has been coming here for the 3rd year, but this is the first time he hears that Dongfang Jixi has a daughter. The man explained that she had died in the city of Tianquan, in the crash that didn't take only his life. When the witch clan attacked the town, she was the one who saved the kid and died for a man she didn't even know. The protagonist promises that her sacrifice will not be in vain. If his daughter were alive, they would definitely be good friends. Now he realized it was her. The girl only wondered what he was talking about. Hinchin told her to just forget about it. He had always been a burden to those around him. The guy didn't even know if someone like him could rewrite the fate of others. The next morning, Zhang Yuyu called back to him. Everything happened just as the protagonist said it would. This morning, someone came to the bureau and voluntarily surrendered. He confessed that he saw Chen Yuanyuan alone and decided to kill her out of spite. Gao Hao was immediately cleared of all charges. The whole school doesn't believe in his innocence. They collectively boycott classes and rally in front of the Immortal office. He passed out. As soon as he opened the door, Chen Ning appeared there. She was told what had happened yesterday. The girl asked if he was going to kill Gao Hao. The boy guessed that Zhang Yuyu had asked the girl to stop him. But Zhang Yuyu only said that there are countless police officers in the bureau, so there is no need to go there now. There is a suitable place to attack on the way home. Zhang Yuyu will be there to detain the rest of the family. He took back what he said yesterday. She and her aunt are really the same species. Immortal Crime Bureau. People were protesting because the Immortal Affairs Department was covering up for criminals. The Zhao family must pay for their deeds. They're demanding justice for the academy students. Call Wenzan has arrived. The woman immediately wanted to lash out at him and asked about how he even dared to show up here. His family should pay in blood. But the guard pushed the woman away. The man appealed to the chief of police of Kanya, saying that his son had caused a lot of trouble. The police chief told him to get out of here or he wants to turn himself in. The subordinates asked Mr. Kan if they really should let him go. They would never believe that the Zhao family was not involved in the case. But what can the police chief even do now? It's just a police department, and it's all about evidence. The police chief said that in half an hour, Gao Hao will be released. Chief Khan is wise, but there's something else. Gao Wenchen must have gotten a little cocky. The man replied that this was not true, but too many people mistakenly held his son responsible for the girl's death. For example, Chairwoman Zhang Yuyu, and that guy Zhang Qincheng. He's just worried that anger might cloud their young minds, that they might wish to take revenge on his innocent child. This is the most convenient place to kill, and if they don't want to attack, they'll do it here. He hoped that Mr. Chief would follow him personally and see to the safety of his child. He is here as an honest citizen and is asking for help from the crime bureau. Especially Mr. Chief would not want the talents of the country to become killers overnight due to immature minds. He had to gather his men and tell them to follow him. Their job is to protect the Gao Hao. Mr. Kan is indeed a reasonable man. He has a deep admiration for him. As soon as Gao Hao came out, everyone started calling him a bastard and a murderer. The Immortal Affairs Bureau is in cahoots with the Gao family. They can't let that bastard go. This herd of fools must first provide proof in their own words. He will convict every one of them of slander and sue them until they are completely ruined. The man ordered the names of those who dared to insult the Zhao family to be written down. The lawyer should also send them all an official summons. Zhang Qincheng appeared and asked the head of the Zhao family to send one summons to him as well. Others thought he must be in an ambush right now. The police chief didn't expect her to be alone. Now the police chief realized he'd been played. This guy really was able to anticipate their countermeasures. This time he'll figure it out on his own. Gao Hao asked to rid them of that smug face. The disciplinary committee has no control over him, and the bureau has no evidence. What can this guy even do? He can only worsen the relationship with his family and end up like that stupid girl Chen Yuan. His father immediately slapped him in the face, telling him to shut his filthy mouth. He advised the guy to stop there. There are many capable people in the Zhao family. This man is also a master in the soul purification stage. Qincheng can die in the blink of an eye. This kid doesn't need to see powerful families hovering around him. In fact, all they need are alchemist skills. They're just looking for profit. If he dies, no one will even make an enemy in the Zhao family for the sake of a useless dead man. You can't even argue with those words. It's true what they say, the kid's smart. There's no point in fighting over the departed. Qincheng only needs to say a word, and the man will put an end to all disagreements between them. In addition, the Zhao family will support him in the future. He also told his lad to apologize for his behavior. Or does his son seriously want to compete with a genius? Gao Hao apologized to Qinchen. He doesn't like the pointless feuding either, and these endless grudges. The girl did not understand the meaning of her brother's actions. The others already thought that he had compromised. The woman called him a scoundrel, and how stupid his daughter was. He really wants to end this feud, so he asked Gao Hao to die. His father immediately became angry. He can't let his child die? The crowd screamed for the main character to kill him. They immediately rushed to the defense of the people. A woman asked her dead daughter if she had seen it. The boy she had fallen in love with had avenged her with his own hands. The pain they had caused Qin Cheng yesterday would return to them tenfold today. Gao Wenqian shouted that this trashy kid would die today. They'll see about that. Suddenly the fire hit the man. He shouldn't hope that Xuejian would allow any of her disciples to be harmed. Mr. Khan and Jiang Yuyu have arrived. He really did do a similar thing to this Gao Hao right at the bureau door. The man ordered to surround and capture Zhang Qincheng. They must not let Gao Wenqian even touch this guy. Mr. Khan is once again trying to brazenly arrest her student. Does he really want to piss her off like that? Others asked, how dare this teacher obstruct the law? In his own head, memories flashed through his mind. He ordered his men not to move if they wanted to live. He is aware of Director Shui's strength. But if she decides to become an enemy of the Bureau, he, as one of the 4 great masters, will not be able to turn a blind eye. The woman explained that it wasn't really her wish. All students and staff their academics are opposed to the office. He didn't expect another principal to come here. The old man told the young man not to act rashly. Isn't it the task of adults to be responsible for the actions of youth? The man asked if Teacher Shui was really willing to do such a thing for Zhang Qingcheng. The woman showed her the aftermath of a battle with an army of demons 50 years ago. And it's the result of being infected with corpse poison. The headmaster was horrified and asked if the mistress was superior to them. She replied that except for her, no one had survived that battle. When they died, their soldiers turned into the walking dead. She had to give over 90% of her strength to suppress the infection. Otherwise, she'd just become one of them. He could not have expected at all that such a terrifying power really existed. It's been plaguing her day and night ever since. All the while reminding her that one day the demons will return. If one were to give Zhang Qincheng some time, he would definitely achieve immense strength and become an important ally against the evil one. Director Shu isn't in the best shape, so he decided to take the showdown. The academy principal, the head immortal, the head Li and Su had been considered the 4 great masters for many years. They had always been considered equals. Therefore, he would have been encouraged to check it out now. That old man Zhao seems to have lost his mind. He's doing all this for one single student. The old man told the students and teachers to get ready. The guy didn't understand why everyone was acting this way right now. The man started to get angry and asked if they all thought they could get away with it. Suddenly, Dongfang Jixi, who was the head of the Qianlun Pavilion, called back to him. He greeted the great master. After a short conversation, he said that Director Shui was indeed a master of his craft. The man told his men to retreat. Everyone was happy about this victory. They were shouting about not taking the dark side. It's the Bureau that must get out of here with the Zhao family. Zhang Yuyu asked if her aunt had asked her father for help. Xuezhan replied that she was just hinting that his future son-in-law was in a little trouble. The girl was immediately embarrassed when the protagonist was called son-in-law. In the back, she was yelling about how she doesn't like this emotionless guy at all. I mean, they're rivals. That bastard shouldn't even dare think he'd be safe under the protection of the school. He swears he will do everything in his power to avenge his son. This man also gets no mercy from the protagonist. He's taken a vow of the soul. He vows to fight to the last drop of blood and challenges the entire Gao family to a duel in 3 days. He asked the head of the Zhao family if he accepts the challenge. The girl shouted that this man was just provoking Qincheng. There was no need to be so reckless. For him it was just great. It's a fight to the death he's in. Something appeared in the sky. This indicated that their contracts were done. This kid should prepare to regret his arrogance. The Zhao family is related to countless famous clans of Tianquan. One word would be enough, and in 3 days, he would have to deal with half of them. The head of the Zhao family can do whatever he wants. But no one will stop the protagonist from ending this man. The girl took hold of his clothes, asking if he even realized what he had just gotten himself into. A trial of life and death is an ancient, valuable contract that transcends all laws. Once signed, it cannot be broken until one of the parties dies. Auntie had put in so much effort, and he had chosen to die again to please his impulsiveness. The academy could have taken care of security, but it's too late now. The teachers' council won't be able to intervene. In 3 days, Zhang Qincheng will have to fight against the Gao family alone. The thing is, the problems won't end as long as Gao Wenqian is alive. The girl recognized what the wound was. It turns out he is the murderer of Chen Yuan Yuan. Chen Ning heard that Rothgao uses all the connections and gathers masters from all over the city. The guy apologized for making her feel bad about herself again. She decided that in 3 days, they would fight together. There are too many opponents for one guy to handle. They also heard something from the street. As it turns out, Mr. Kan ordered them to secretly protect the main character's relatives. The guy explained that even to that couple, the girl was now no match for him. The battle is nothing like a fight between students. It's enough for a guy if she takes care of her parents in the meantime. Yuanzi asked how he thought he would deal with Gao Wei Qian. The boy replied that it would be very convenient to get a Hong Dong from behind the palm. The fox replied that he was dreaming. Da Ji advised to listen to her girlfriend. The Gola family can really attract a lot of people. The protagonist will be killed as soon as he steps on the doorstep. The current plan is to prevent them from recruiting allies. Most of the families act according to the situation. Given his status as an alchemist, half of them would remain neutral. He heard someone knocking on his door. He thought it was Chen Ning again, but it was Suyun. It seems that their little master was so busy with the matter of the upcoming battle that he had completely forgotten about Sisu's birthday. He hadn't expected her to drop in on him at a time like this herself. But she advised the kid not to think that her family would immediately switch sides if anything happened. They are rather more like the protagonist himself. The guy asked if they were going to the party. She replied that she wanted him to meet her father first. He hadn't expected this turn of events. Su family estate. The girl informed her father that she had brought him. Su Wanshan, who is the head of the Su family and one of the 4 great masters. The man asked if he didn't expect to see one of the great masters crippled. The guy replied that he thought so. Wanshan also didn't think that a second-rank alchemist would turn out to be such a young guy. Qin Qin wondered at his feet. Was it really the injury that was to blame? Wanshan replied that it was already in the past. Given the condition, it's been less than a decade since then. About the causes of the stoic poison, which causes the channels to be depleted. The man realized that this young man truly deserved the title of alchemy genius. Just by looking at him, one could realize a lot about his condition. The boy asked if he could have a closer look. The girl asked the master if he could cure Papa's feet, but her father replied that her girlfriend should not get her hopes up. Over the years, he had visited 3 alchemists at the Udan school, but they couldn't even identify the poison, let alone cure it. The guy saw the condition his leg was in. All this time, day and night, he was in severe pain. If he had not suppressed the spread of the toxin, he would have died long ago. Poison is not simple, so it was not surprising that the other alchemists had failed. The girl asked if there was no way at all, but that's okay, because he had accepted his fate long ago. Still, it's been quite a while. The protagonist stated that he would get him on his feet in 3 minutes. It was even very hard to believe. Now the guy was using the truth of chaos, recovery. Surprisingly, his legs were actually in normal condition. The guy offered to try to get him up. His legs did move. Finally, those 5 hard years are over. Now he can stand on his own. The young master has great skill. A grace that is like a benefactor. The boy replied that he had previously practiced this spell, so he was just lucky to identify the poison. Wanshan inquired about his identity. He also assumed that the guy had dealt with him before. Qincheng replied that Uncle Su shouldn't ask too many questions. He asked to be told in order, and if there were any other victims besides him. Yuanzi guessed that the guy had noticed it. There could be no mistake. The reason is the demon corpse that was used by the Wu clan. 5 years ago, the cattle Li Tian and his son were gone, so the man headed for his estate, but he almost died from an unnamed poison. If the other 2 masters had not arrived, his life would have been cut short even then. It just can't be. All the preparations, even the usual assumptions could be wrong. All this time, the Wu clan was just playing with them. Banquet hall. Someone noticed Zhang Qincheng, that second-ranked alchemist, standing there. The man wanted to go over to meet him, but he was stopped. It is said that he challenged Gao Wenqian. Their acquaintances are everywhere here, not to mention their closeness to the Li family. If this guy showed up at Miss Su's birthday party, he's probably looking for an opportunity to ask for help. After poisoning Mr. Su, his family is no longer so powerful. Even though they welcomed this kid as an alchemist, but no one would dare to help. The man was thankful to be told about it, as he almost didn't get into trouble. The protagonist to them is like a person who brings bad luck, but who cares about the opinions of such scum anyway? The old man asked if he was worried about the Wu clan. Since the Eli family has been in the Tianquan for 100 years, their sphere of influence is very vast. If they really are the Wu clan, the opponent could be anyone present. In that case, the right thing to do would be to focus on the problem with Gao Wenqian. The Zhao family are their main henchmen. If the Lee family is interfered with, they are the weakest link now. Since nothing is clear yet, they'll just go with the original plan. The vixen said she liked the little guy. If he survives, she will have some surprise for her. He can't wait for it. It looks like little brother Zhang has also come to celebrate. It was Mr. Lee. Everyone greeted him. Someone also said that he had matured a lot since their last meeting. Su-yun guard stood in front of him and asked him what a member of the Lee family was doing here. The boy explained that he had come here to wish Mrs. Su a happy birthday, although he didn't expect to see all the Chin-chen here at all. Tianyi thought that the kid was preparing for the duel at home, but in reality, it was different. He guessed that the main character had come here to ask for help from the Su family. Mr. Lee openly supports the Gao family. After this, no one else would dare to help Qin-cheng. Moreover, who would even dare to refuse Gao Wenqian? But the guy just kept quiet and looked at the pull, and the protagonist replied that once he dealt with the Zhao family, whether or not he pulls and becomes the next one, if they heard everything correctly, it could be considered a declaration of war. As a second-level alchemist, he's made enemies of the Li family. This guy really needs to clear his head. Tianan asked if the guy didn't think that by doing so, he might ruin the relationship of the Li clan with the Su family. Except that Chief Su is paralyzed and lying in bed. He had better think of the consequences and not make such a show. Su Yun's underlings were not willing to tolerate such words, and if he sent a disrespectful message to Tianyi himself, he would drown in a pool of his own blood. He would see if the old cripple could protect him. A father came in with his daughter and asked if the young one had just called him a cripple. Their master is finally cured of his illness. Tianan didn't realize when he had time to heal his legs. The old man's body shouldn't bother him. He better go back and tell Li Tianyuan to punish his son. Otherwise, he would do it with his own hands. Everyone was confused that someone was able to handle the poison. The man replied that God himself was merciful and had given this boy to help the Su family. The girl told him, just nodding her head. The father knelt down on purpose for all to see. The young master used divine power to heal the old man's legs. Su's family will never forget his benefactor. Other family members also bowed, saying they would never forget it. Young master made a life and death pact with Gao Wenqian. They won't dare to interfere. But if other families turn against the kid, the Su clan will do anything to punish them. Wenlun told them to obey the Lord's order. Is he really willing to start an entire war for the sake of a mere apprentice? He gives his word. If the family does not intervene, the Su family will be left out. Everything depends on their actions. The whereabouts of Zhuan Yuan's sword have not been established yet, so there is no need to stir up conflict. The guy hopes that he won't forget his promise. In 3 days, Zhang Qingcheng and the Gao family will clash in a fair fight. Although the entire Gao family is just scum, but he shouldn't rush to be happy about it. There are more than enough of them to deal with the student. Wan Zhan apologizes to the young boy and explains that the old man is able to intimidate Li Tianyi. However, he will not fool the eyes of the protagonist. The lad realizes that his legs have been damaged for several years and will take quite some time to fully recover. This was all they could do for him for now. Qin Cheng replied that even alone, he could handle it. Since he needs some materials, he asked Mr. Su to look for them. The girl guessed that it was the ingredients for third-grade panacea. The guy's point was more for her improvement. They didn't expect a guy to come up with an idea like that. The protagonist realized it was time for him to come clean. He is in fact an alchemist, not of the second step, but of the fourth step. It's the kind of news I didn't expect. If he is telling the truth, no one will want to antagonize him. 3 days later, the Gao family home. The man was informed that they would not be able to oppose the Su family. Yes, and the opponent is probably a fourth-stage alchemist. He inquired about what the other houses were saying. The subordinate replied that those who had promised to help could no longer be contacted. And it looks like we can't expect any help from the house either. Mr. Gal is incredibly strong, and also has dozens of cultivators under his command. Are they really that intimidated by some brat? But you can't be so careless. This is about avenging his son and the honor of the Gao family. Everything must go perfectly. Since they can't personally participate because of Su's family, then he has another solution. He has heard that Qin Chen has appropriated the heaven-breaking sword given to the Zhao family. However, he does not know that this ball has unusual properties. Once he uses it against them, the Gituda will take his life. The blade is supposed to be a gift that confirms the strong bonds between families. If anything else happened, he could drink the blood of a supreme ancient bloodline to recreate a body like them and gain near immortality. Now he was curious to see what the protagonist would do. He had reached the peak of the 9th level of key refinement. As soon as his soul power awakens, he can immediately start purifying it. It's time to end the Gao family. Zieming asked the boss if he was really going to go alone. There are hundreds of cultivators out there and he can't handle the crowd. In fact, with this status, it's possible to attract quite a few masters now. If not, one could always ask Zhang Yu or other classmates for help. But he's already made up his mind. Also, the guy doesn't want to get anyone in trouble. Chen Ning shouted for him to come back alive. She asked her aunt to let her in, because she wanted to go help him. Zhejian asked why she wanted to help the kid. Weren't they rivals? The girl explained that he would die there. The teacher said that the fight had already attracted the attention of the whole town. But everyone is only talking about the Gao family. As the daughter of the head of the Qianlun Pavilion, taking advantage of her abilities, she will attract a bunch of attention. The girl wanted to object, but the teacher asked her to listen. A few days ago, the emperor summoned Sui Zhan to his office to discuss the situation of the Xuan Yuan sword. Many years ago, a powerful witch turned human and snuck into the city to search for it. The teacher asked how the girl thought where she might be now. Zhang Yu asked if the Wu clan had found out that the blade hidden somewhere in Tianchuan. The likelihood of that happening is high. Therefore, it is better for them not to seek attention unnecessarily. She must know the burden their family is carrying. Only this ball is capable of breaking the magic circle that protects humanity. It is also capable of killing the witch ancestor. The outcome of the battle depends on the one in whose hands all the Xuan Yuan will be. Therefore, even if it's even Qin Cheng or someone else, if her niece's life is at stake, she will sacrifice everything without a doubt. Besides, did the girl really think he would be alone? The people from the ancient martial arts club really came to see him. It's time to return the favor. This is a battle fit for the Ho Chunk boys. They didn't get on well with the head of the club, but in return for saving him, the club is prepared to take risks. The guy replied that they could do whatever they wanted. Also standing there were two of Su Yun's subordinates. The Su family can't intervene, but Wen Lun isn't here on their behalf. Her boyfriend is going to a dangerous place, so she can't just leave him unattended. Also today these guys are not a disciplinary committee, but battle buddies. The main character noticed someone and asked if he told them to stay. The girl replied that half of the freshmen were asking where to go to support him on a voluntary basis. At this rate, the boss will become an idol among students. The entire sophomore Xianqi class is here. They won't allow their juniors to be intimidated. The third year has also come to the rescue. They decided to cover for brother Qin Cheng. There were a lot of people following him. He won't let himself let anyone down again. He'll definitely rewrite history this time. The others began to worry, as they had been told that this guy would be alone. They noticed the students of the Tianchuan Academy and Sanyake Academy, and almost all three courses had gathered. But the old man told everyone to calm down, as it was only a handful of students. Today's battle is not only for the dignity of the Zhao family, but also for their existence. If they want to live, they must fight without question. They will fight to the last drop of blood. All of the main character's men also threw themselves into the fight. Seeing all this, he can't stand by either. Everyone has found an opponent. Wen Lun quickly dealt with the people who were against him. But suddenly, the Zhao family's man decided to attack him from behind. Fortunately, Zhang San had his back to him. Numerical advantage doesn't help, because the Zhao elite surpasses them in skill. If they want to win, they have to get rid of the best fighters of the Gao family, and then finish off Gao Wenqian. Zhang San ordered to cover Zhang Qin Cheng and move towards the building. Ho Cheng Wu and Zhang Qin Cheng, combat strength 90. Su Han's combat strength is 80. Chen Ning's combat strength is 60. He noticed how the girl was growing up fast. It's natural. You have to work hard to protect yourself, your little brother. The old man pulled Wang Tao behind him and said that they could only approach the Gao family gate through his corpse. Ho Cheng Wu was immediately worried about his club member. Wang Tao replied that this old man was too strong. The entire ancient martial arts club was interrupted. The protagonist has learned that the value of his skills goes beyond 90. Su Han explained that it was Butler Gao Han. He single-handedly handled 3 9th-level cultivators. You also have this old man is also famous for being the first refiner in Tianchuan. Ho Chen Wu told them to go and he would take over this old man. The old man advised the boy to take more men. The guy replied that not this time and called the old man a starper. They wanted to prevent the protagonist from going forward, but Ho Cheng Wu used the wood technique. A trap. They were blocked by trees. Ho Cheng Wu and Zhang San shouted that no one dared to let any bastard from the Zhao family pass the gate. Just over 10 people were able to pass. All those who could were the top of the disciplinary committee in the 3rd year. Su Han stopped them. There was no one on the property at all but them. Could be a trap. Outside the gate, their comrades are giving their lives to buy time. That's why you can't go forward recklessly. There's too much danger ahead. It's a pity that none of them have the skill of soul purification. Otherwise, one could pass through without worrying about anything. There is no such person, but there is their immortal lord. The guys engaged in a spiritual exchange. Dachi. She had never seen a technique like this before. The guy told everyone 10 meters behind him to go forward. Fox advised him to take a breath and focus on his surroundings. This would help to awaken all spiritual energy and enter the purification stage. A man had already moved on him to kill him. The girl yelled for him to be careful. The man noticed his weapon snapping. Then the main character dealt with the man. He didn't understand how that was even possible. Chinchin told everyone to keep their distance and move on. Suhan couldn't believe that he had actually finished off an 8th level Chi assassin with a single swing of his sword. More attackers were already moving on him. The kid was using a Taiji Yin and Yang blade. He dealt with 2 more people. Behind him, another new man attacked, but the guy managed to dodge it, after which he chopped the man up. The man didn't realize if he was already a master of soul purification. He canceled the spiritual exchange. The guy announced that all the Zhao mercenaries were finished. But is a man capable of such a thing? When using spiritual energy, it seems that people's speed slows down by 10, comparable to the power of purification masters. The skills of the fox he borrows only for a while, but the Gao Wenqian he is about to fight is a true master of soul purification. They're in place. The others started shouting to rush in, surround that dog and kill Wenqian. Dazi replied that it was too easy. We have to be careful. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath them. They didn't understand what was happening now. Suhan announced that if they wanted to live, they needed to transfer all their mana to her. Luckily, they have a magic shield. Otherwise, they'd be in trouble. The spell is too strong, and this shield won't last long. If this keeps up, they'll be buried alive. The guy thought it was time for an ace up his sleeve. Yuanzi told him to take his time. The power of souls is limited in use. The next time will be the last time. Therefore, it was necessary to save it for the main battle. Here, he should rely on his comrades. The girl assumed that this was the work of Gao Wenqian. Suhan told him to go ahead. They can handle it here. But the guy didn't want to leave so easily. The truth was that there was no time to hesitate. If he continued to use up mana, there would be no chance of victory. Everyone's life is in the hands of the protagonist. The guy asked him to finish listening. He's an alchemist. He handed them a potion that can restore all mana. There's about 100 of them. They can drink it when they need it. You don't have to act like they're saying goodbye to their lives. You'll only make them laugh. 1 jar is worth 50 million yuan. There's at least 5 billion on the floor. It seems that he will have a serious conversation at home. Finally, it was Gao Wenqian's turn. The guy wondered if the Gao family usually lived in the netherworld. Fox shouted that then they also decided to fight outside. It's a natural technique and illusions. Phantasmagoria, a gaze of despair. Suddenly someone's hand was caught in his leg. He wanted to get rid of that hand, but she belonged to a Yuan, who shouted that it was all his wine. Gao Wenqian helped her become an evil spirit to take revenge. He hadn't expected to see a vengeful spirit here. She impaled him. Justice must be done, Yuanzi asked, wondering why he froze. The protagonist replied that her death was really his fault. Therefore, it is perfectly normal to hate. The girl offered to leave together. He already wanted to answer her. Daji smacked him on the head and said that it was not enough for a fake to confess his love yet. Gao Wenqian's ability prevents him from manipulating the souls of the dead. It creates a multiple illusion. She won't let the protagonist die from a cheating technique on her own watch. The man called him a chump and wished him to perish in endless shame. Yuan pounced on him again, wishing for them to die together. But he just pushed her away. They don't have to play with feelings of grief. The man didn't realize what had just happened. He, however, was consumed with sadness. He decided to use something else. Through spiritual resonance, the strongest opponents that exist in the mind of a Wenqian appeared. The illusion may not harm the body, but it traumatizes the soul and can even kill. It can destroy copies with the power of unification. But the guy didn't reply that his opponent hadn't shown up yet. So you can't go with Trump. He senses the movement of primordial chaos. Spiritual perception has pumped up his soul power quite a bit. If it is possible to destroy his illusion by his own efforts, he may be able to begin purification at once. Young Master Li uses the Gao fighting technique. It was too easy. The Su Yun fire technique and the Zhang Yuyu lightning technique simply couldn't be that weak. The guy demanded that Gao Wenqian come out, for his plan had failed. All the glasses cracked. Another hand appeared behind him. It was Chen Ning. The girl asked if the guy was okay. The guy didn't realize what had just happened at all. She replied that they lost their position when the protagonist headed towards Gao Wenqian, just stopping at the entrance. It turns out he didn't even enter there, but it's really over now. But the protagonist didn't let himself be fooled. She didn't understand how he guessed that he even had time to react. He knew that the real Chen Ning wore shorts. The reason for the failure of the strongest illusion technique is because he's just a damn pervert. There's a small scar left on my soul, but there's no wound. It's still a hell of a pain. It is indeed not easy to break such a thing at the level of qi management. Yanzi wondered how he even knew he was wearing Chen Ning. Dazi called him a pervert. The guy really couldn't even guess that was all they heard. Gao Wenqian appeared in front of him and asked if he was now satisfied. The protagonist knows that the Zhao family does not practice phantasmagoria, and what happened earlier is nothing more than probing the ground. One of them has to die today. They immediately rush to attack each other. This blade made specifically for a heaven-shattering sword. If it wasn't for Zhen's reinforcement, this strike would have been the last one. Wenqian didn't expect that he would actually be able to withstand this strike. The threefold spirituality and the 7 unclean spirits are about to show themselves. This little one is ready to embark on the path of soul purification. Tai Chi sword, Qinglun tail swish. The man used distance reduction, after which he immediately appeared in front of the main character. The shortcomings of Wenqian techniques will not be hidden by Tai Chi Jiang. But is he really sure of that? The Tai Chi punch is perfect, but the man takes it with the strength of his soul. The main character's movements are too slow. Shinchen's techniques are perfectly honed, however the mana consumption he thinks is not small. The truth was that the only thing an alchemist had to worry about was a lack of resources. He took the pill and was as good as new. The longer this guy fights, the stronger he gets. It's pretty weird. He was able to intimidate Wenqian without even half purifying his soul. If the process had been completed, he would have lost without a doubt. But the guy was actually worried about the others. We need to end this soon. He wanted to team up with Daji. The man looked at the vial that Li Tianyi had given him before the fight. The guy immediately used shower unification, and the man drank the contents of this vial. Upon seeing the protagonist, he didn't realize what kind of power this was in the first place. But he abruptly began to scream, after which the man called Li Tianan bastard. It's chilling to the core. It's like a witch's blood curse. The blood will be mixed with the bloodline, resulting in a 10-fold increase in strength. But the body and mind will gradually decay. Li Tianan tricked him. This is not a power that humans can control. By drinking the witch's blood and forcibly changing himself, he will begin to turn into a walking corpse that can only kill. In other words, he would simply become the witch's puppet. So what about Togo? The protagonist killed his son, ruined his family. Even if he turns into a gutless zombie, he'll still do what he has to do. If he drinks this blood, then the Gitu Dao will awaken. For him, this power was too satisfying. Now he could even match even the 4 great masters. The witch's blood curse increases his physical strength, defense, and speed 10-fold. He asked Daji to raise his perception to the limit, after which he used spiritual unification, and also the true body of chaos. There will be no one here stronger than himself. The transformed man also attacked him. They faced off in battle. The kid used true chaos bodies, and despite the equal strength, this sword is still more powerful than Tianjian. All or nothing. But unfortunately, his blade didn't hold up. After which, Wenqian sealed him into the wall. It's even expected. Ordinary people aren't even close to the noble Wu lineage after all. The restraining amulet, the difference in cultivation, the manipulation of the bloodline. This battle isn't fair at all. The men were originally advised to surrender, and now death would not be long in coming. But you can't even tell from the man's face that he's happy about his victory. His son is dead and his family is destroyed. Even he himself has already become a corpse. All because of a girl who doesn't even have anything to do with him. He regrets that he indulged his child, that he trusted his family, and became an enemy of the protagonist. But there's no going back now. The guy, however, replied that pity is for the weak. Wenqian told him, repeating it again. The guy, however, reiterated that he had no regrets. He won't lose to anyone from the Wu clan. That decision was made back then. This man has to die right now. Before he blows off that insolent youngster's head and sacrifices it on his son's grave, let Qin Cheng try to do so. Yanzi shouted to Dazi to be ready to instill herself into Zhang Qingcheng and use her false moon to escape. The fox replied that she knew it herself. He was able to block that blade. After that, the kid used the true chaos body, 10%. He didn't realize what kind of power this kid had. It was growing and wouldn't stop. But his body isn't changed by mana. The entire bloodline is being rewritten. Mankind was created by the goddess Nuwa in the likeness of Pangu. The technique of true chaos, developed by Lao Tzu, was aimed at developing only the human race to fully recreate the first man. The characteristic of association increased from 5% to 10%. This means the true chaos kid's body is evolving again. The guy confessed that he owns one amazing thing called a shower room. Everyone only wants to reach the pinnacle of power, but I don't know that there is something else important besides the hall. It's the ancient heroes and their past deeds. He likes to listen to another story and cry like a baby every time. Wen Qian asked what soul hall this guy was talking about and what kind of nonsense it was. As an unremarkable man without any history, he envies them so much. He really envies them a lot. The spirits of the heroes are always with a complex character, or with a difficult fate. But without exception, they all stick to one thing, namely the path they believe is the right one. Let Chen Yuanyuan's death forever be on his conscience. He is still a brilliant alchemist who won the influence of the Zhao family. Now he can shake a lot of money from people for the rest of his life. But the truth is, he's a very cowardly man. He only dreams of the simple pleasures of married life, namely to spend the rest of his time with Chen Nin in peace. However, every time he closes his eyes, all the stories of those characters he longs for and looks forward to seeing come to mind. So one day, he decided to become like them. The two spirits immediately began to worry about him. Let his body be restrained, the feeling of love have to be stifled, and the whole world is set against him. There are only two words, namely, the right way. This boy has taken and overcome a period of soul purification. He can't listen to these snotty stories anymore. It's time for him to go to the other side of the world. The protagonist called for a hall of showers. The force caused the man to bounce back. He still didn't understand what this power was. The kid felt the pillars of calm and rage fill in. The memories of the Chu realm's ruler arriving began to flash through his mind again. He heard that Ganjiang is the best alchemist in the Celestial Empire, so he wants to ask him to forge him the strongest ball. Would this master refuse the sovereign? But a man wouldn't dare do that, and he'll get what he wants. The ruler gave him 3 months, and as soon as he was finished, he would be expected at his place. It takes at least 3 years to forge a weapon like this, just to temper it. But they were given no more than 90 days. If a man did not meet the deadline, the governor would be angry and punish him. Prince Chu is just a reckless man with the blood of the Wu clan in his veins. It would be better to cast a magic sword to defeat him. Although he was forced, he doesn't plan to break his promises even if he dies. The name of the first alchemist must remain his. And so they embarked on a journey, at the end of which a pair of yin and yang magic balls were cast. However, it had taken more than 3 years. The Chu ruler, who had burned through so much time, was already burning with rage. Presented with this sword, death still awaits him. He told his wife to hide the yin blade, but if the ruler comes for it, no doubt she must give it up. His family's life is far more important. The two of them were crying. The girl said that she understood everything. Chu's rulers asked if the man knew that disobedience was punishable by death. The ruler asked, even though he had come here with a blade, what his last words would be. The man explained that this sword was now just 1 step away from completion. He asked to borrow the emperor's tripod, and so they stood before the emperor's tripod. The man jumped in without a second thought and asked me to tell his wife to live a happy life and not to think of taking revenge. No one expected him to jump in there. He tempered his sword, utilizing his body's energy. This really is a true alchemist. They are all saddened by his early death. A woman asked her son if he wanted to take revenge on her for his father. The boy replied that he did. But the ruler has the blood of the Wu clan in him. It won't be easy to pierce his immortal body. The woman wondered, knowing his father, why he had sacrificed himself. It is said that in the deepest antiquity, the emperor fused the flesh and blood of all mankind, tempering the sword to kill the ancestor Wu. Before the death of the great Hong Yun, the blade was passed on to the human race. The Yellow Emperor Zhuan Yuan famously killed Qi Yu with this sword. Therefore, the weapon is now called Zhuan Yuan. Though the blood and flesh of 1,000 human lives would be better than their lives, sacrificing to the sword would make it much easier to kill the king. The woman also decided to sacrifice herself. She heard the boy screaming at her not to do so. He challenges the ruler of Chu to a duel. He wishes to avenge the deaths of his parents. A 16-year-old youth, equipped with the sword Moye, whose name belonged to his mother, entered the palace alone, and no one could stop him. In the end, the Chu ruler was killed, and so was the child who rebelled against the throne. At the end of the battle, the pair of swords disappeared as if they had never existed. Ganjiang and Moya. This is the same treasure that is mentioned in the story of the spirit of the fallen hero. But it is both the soul of the hero and a magical weapon. He asked permission from his ancestors for this ignoramus to adopt their dreams and desires. In this life, no one of the clan will prevail. Despite their numbers, they will still fall. He blocked the punch. After that, the guy activated Taiji Yangjian, Ganjiang. Once again, the man still didn't understand anything. The protagonist was finally ready to finish off his opponent. But the man didn't think about how easy it was to wonder either. True, his sword was beginning to crack. The guy kept coming at him. Ganjian and Mei combined the power of Taiji and Yin-Yang. It's as if all the power of the Mei has been gathered together. These swords are designed to kill the people of the Wu clan. The guy said it was over. The man also attacked him so that the protagonist died. Suddenly, the circle disappears. That means the winner has been decided. Su-Han inquired, and who won? Ho Chen-Wu recognized that this old man was really strong. It's a real monster, not a human being. Wen Lun said that this kid also inspires fear. He had interrupted almost everyone. Zhang San explained that when Chen Wu was injured, he was only a little weaker than Qin Chen. So what to speak of his current condition? From here on, everything depends only on the protagonist. The old man, however, replied that the chapter was not so easy to defeat. Gao Wenqian walked out to them. They thought the protagonist might have lost, but that's impossible. The Wu clan is immortal. With those words, he fell to the floor. Following him, the main character came out and explained that nature is imperfect. There are no immortals in this world. Plus, he has wisdom, passed down through generations by countless souls of heroes. This wisdom is enough to destroy all living things. Marks appeared on his hands. Everyone began to celebrate their victory. Chen Ning was glad that the guy was alive. She was already starting to think bad thoughts when she saw that man come out. He promised to come back alive. They noticed the staring eyes on them, after which the girl replied that they were only friends. The protagonist replied that she was just a fan. Cheng San and Wen Lun were happy that Gao Wenqian had been killed and the kid had won. In the end, the Gao family lost. Ho Chengwu knew that the protagonist would not fail. The kid approached the Zhao family's butler and asked that he take responsibility for the lives of the rest of the Zhao family. The old man shouted that from now on, there would no longer be a single person from the Zhao family who would ever become an enemy to Zhang Qingcheng. Everyone was praising the main character. He himself remembered how the academy had burned then and about that incident, and how his acquaintances had died then. The boy promised himself he'd never let them be disturbed. The protagonist asked where Liu Jiming had gone. It was explained to him that this kid had just now run away and explained that he needed to return to the academy urgently. The chairman and the director of Su should be informed. He went back to the loser. It's bloody blood, really nasty stuff. What happened in his past life must never happen again. He would no longer watch the tragedy at the academy like a fool. The Li family is just one step away from uncovering the truth about the emergence of the Wu clan. The girl reported that a message from Zhang San had arrived and the contract had been fulfilled. Zhang Qingcheng had won. Who would have thought that this boy would single-handedly massacre the entire Zhao family house? She sensed that some powerful aura was rapidly approaching just to their location. Tian Chuan's hidden man of the Wu clan had finally appeared. The protagonist clearly felt it too. They certainly didn't expect this turn of events. That disgusting odor is so familiar it cuts into your marrow. The guy doesn't even need to turn around because he can't even be wrong about it. The creature behind him is the ancestor of Wu. In his past life, he was the one who attacked Tian Chuan. Huanzi and Dazi began to tell him to save himself, for he was in no condition to fight now. He would be killed in an instant and could only hope for 9 false moons. The Wu clan's clan forefather reached out to him. His mind immediately brought back memories of running through the students, and also the way he mourned Chen Ning's death. In the demon's hands was Zhang Yuyu, who was crushed in the same second. The guy was screaming that this demon was going to end. He immediately lunged at that demon and wished to finish him off with his own hands right there. But the guy realized that everything was repeating itself, but this time Wu with Dizhang's bloodline. Its ability and sufficient to impact space. The pre-lord of the Wu clan told this inferior sort to just disappear. The boy noticed that he was splitting apart. Yuanzi and Dazi immediately shouted out the name of the main character. The guy explained that no time or space spell would help anything. He had been preparing for this moment since the beginning of his rebirth. Just a short wait and he would be able to use a technique that would be enough to kill instantly. But there's only one shot. He noticed the fire. Upon recognizing that someone else was here, he immediately snubbed the reception. It was Zhui Jian who turned to the ancestor of the Wu clan. What a long time she's been chasing this ancestor. After which, the girl turned her attention to Gao Wenqian's corpse. No wonder the Wu clan had already been in Tianchuan for several years. He won't have an escape route today. Hundreds of fire runes. She combined them. It's a forbidden technique in Jing. This woman is the strongest fire lord she has ever known. The girl was shocked that her aunt actually used a battle dragon. The Wu clan's clan forefather asked if this flame could burn out time and space. A spark can only ignite once, no matter how bright it is. It's meaningless. But this one time is enough. He touched Gao Wenqian, after which they disappeared, saying that there was a better way for him to die. She abruptly began coughing up blood. Zhang Yuyu and Qin Cheng were immediately worried about her, not realizing what was wrong. Principal Shu started to fall, but her niece caught her in time. Could it have been poison? The guy replied that it was an unusual poison, and an adverse reaction after taking the cursed blood. Zhu accepted the Wu blood without a doubt, but he didn't understand her connection to the Wu clan. Zhang Yuyu began to scream, not understanding how to act now. He took Shuozhan in his arms. The girl asked what he was doing. Qin Cheng replied that if she wanted to save her aunt, she should listen to him. He laid her on the bed, whereupon the guy told Yuanzi to leave, for he would do everything himself. He told the girl to take off all the teacher's clothes and her underwear too. Zhang Yuyu resisted and immediately asked what he was up to. The protagonist replied that if she didn't want her dead, she should do as told. Still, the girl agreed to do it. The boy noticed that the poison had already spread enough. If someone else had been in her place, he would have been a corpse long ago. The protagonist has engaged the truth of chaos restoration, after which the guy touched her body. Zhang Yuyu blushed and asked where he had spread his paws. The girl also shouted out, "Does it really have to be touched there too?" and called him a stinking pervert. Yuanzi listened to all of this passionately. She couldn't look at it anymore and ran away. With these doors, she struck Yuanzi. Eating has gotten a little better after all. Shuozhan inquired. He suppressed the poison. The guy remarked that he didn't suppress it but absorbed it. It's the most serious infection he's ever seen. The bloody blood has penetrated deep into the organs. There may even be something left even now. His practices involve forgiveness of all things, but there is no way to deal with such poison. She replied that it was a miracle to meet a guy. Zhang Yuyu inquired as to how the Wu clan's poison ended up in her body. In order to kill the demon, she decided to take the cursed blood herself, but it was consuming her more and more every day. The boy asked if she could hurry up to get dressed. As they undressed her, she didn't see him embarrassed. Well, of course men are all hypocritical. The guy, however, replied that he was forced to do it. She asked how long she had left. If he uses the force, the poison will begin to spread immediately. In that case, the effect is no longer reversed. Using mana for constant suppression and additionally using the chaos technique once a month, then she could probably live for 3 years. Or his powers would grow in those 3 years, and he could heal her completely. The girl fell to her knees and just couldn't believe what the guy had just told her. Sujan apologized for hiding it from her. It was clear to him now. He had always wondered, having been a disciple of Dongfang Jushi in his past life, why he had never heard of Shuozhan. Progenitor Wu's strength had only increased now. In her past life, all the Tianquan cultivators had united, but there was no chance of victory. It was pointless to publicize that she had been beheaded by the 4 great masters back then. He fears that it was Shuozhan who killed the demon, but she died from the cursed blood. However, the Qianlun Pavilion to cover up the case of Shuozhan completely erased all the information, and it turned out that the 4 great masters were the assassins. All in all, it makes sense. Most likely this secret case is the key to the reason for the demon's attack on Tianquan. Apparently the ultimate link to find out the truth of the Wu demon attack is here. The niece spoke to her aunt about not letting her die. Shuozhan replied that it was a pity, but it would no longer be possible to kill the demon with her own hands. No wonder she's still single. The war never leaves her lips. That's why she'll remain a maiden. Shuozhan got angry and asked why he even cared about it, and she didn't like it herself either. Zhang Yuyu asked her to calm down somehow. After that, the teacher simply told them to get off her back. Zhang Yuyu forbade the boy from getting personal. He wondered why some teacher had kept the poison in her for so long, and also why the head of the disciplinary committee also knew about the cursed blood. She also knew that only the primordial chaos technique could suppress this bloodline. But the technique had always been under the control of the Eastern Emperor Wang Sheng. Therefore, the woman wondered how he learned it. It turns out Zhang Qincheng was practicing a primordial chaos technique that not even the emperor's cousin's sister had practiced. Only he can heal the teacher, but she must be honest in return. Since he saved her life, there's no reason to hide it anymore. Zhang Yu is afraid that when this kind of ordinary person finds out about her and Auntie's identity, he will start licking his heels in fright. He had guessed their identities long ago. Perhaps the purpose of coming to the city was the clue. She is the first counselor of the Donglun Kingdom, and an elder of the Qianlun Pavilion that the Bureau single-handedly established. She came here to find the Xuan Yuan sword. After meeting the demon, she was even more convinced that this sword was definitely hidden in the Tianquan. And now it was time for the identity of Jiang Yu to be revealed. Originally, the girl wanted to communicate with the guy as a normal person, but it looks like she will have to reveal herself now. She is actually the head of the Qianlun Pavilion, called Dongfang Yu, and at the same time the daughter of the elder of the Kunlun school. Her highness is thus one of the heirs to the throne of the Dunlun kingdom. But the guy didn't care about that at all. Now it all adds up. The demon's attack in his past life was not random. The man of the Wu clan had been hiding in the Tianquan for a long time, increasingly enslaving clansmen to discover the whereabouts of the Xuanyuan sword. It wasn't until half a month later that it became known why the demon had attacked the academy. Probably because the sword was there, so the Wu clan decided to act no matter what. But it wasn't because the demon attacked on that day. Only after discovering the sword would the Wu clan be ready to strike. The girl wondered if he was so frightened. He should put his feelings in order, for she liked the rebellious look in the guy so much. But right now, neither Zuizhan nor the demon had discovered anything. It turns out that he has so much information in his hands that they couldn't even dream of. The girl replied that he might not fall to his knees. Now, in order to prevent tragedy, one would just need to find a sword faster than that demon. Therefore, it would be better to join forces with Zuizhan. She wanted to know where he'd learned such a thing. He showed the source of all things. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about at all. Yuanzi assumed that it was the same sword that belonged to Hongyun. At that time, the Yao clan occupied a larger palace and the Wu clan was wreaking havoc on the land. To oppose him, the Yao organized a genocide of the human race. At the cost of the blood of 1 billion people, a sword was forged that could deal with the demon race. Hongyun couldn't bear the extinction of humans, and taking a sword blank with her, she went alone to the god's palace. But she never imagined that she would be killed by 12 demons. As she took her last breath, she held her sword in her hands and caught his eye. Hongyun wished to pour her soul into the assassin's blade, thus giving birth to the Celestial Empire's first lethal weapon called the Purple Blood Blade. It protected the human race from generation to generation, endlessly reborn. And then in the era of the 3 rulers and 5 emperors, Qi Yu led the demon army. Having been reborn as a fairy of the 9 heavens, Hongyun granted Huangdi a purple bloody blade. Thus, she provided support in defeating Qi Yu. People didn't know the real name of the blade. Therefore, it was called the Xuanyuan sword. It was strange, since he didn't even know where that sword could be right now. He could clearly see that there was no trace of purple blood on her body. Daji asked Zhenyuan who he was talking about. A little later, "Great ancient deity, ancestor of demons, please bless your descendants to banish mankind. Let the demons return to this earth." The victim was Li Tenyi himself. He shouted. It was his father who was worried about his son. If people want to gain the power of Clan Wu without being consumed by voodoo and aborted into a corpse, they must obey the demons and keep renewing fresh blood on the damned. But Li Tianan betrayed him, annexing large clans without authorization. Moreover, he hid the blood he was given to destroy the outsider. By doing so, he had offended the ancient deity. Li pulls and asks to stop. He doesn't want to become a demon corpse. Has the vile brat forgotten how his mother died? She began to cry, remembering about her mother. Memories flashed through his mind that he no longer wanted to know the protagonist, but he also wouldn't let the scum bully him anymore. He told his father that he understood everything. He needs strength to protect his friends. The father told the boy to go with him. The boy was shaking with terror. The child bore and possessed the accursed blood. Now they will become immortal servants of God. The woman was screaming about whether Tian Yuan had gone mad. Tian and their child. Does he really want to turn his son into the same monster? The woman cried and told the baby not to be afraid, because mommy was already there. She wanted to destroy all the demons and the whole Li family with her own hands. But suddenly someone poked her. That was Li Tianyuan, the end of betrayal to the demon god. A mother fell on top of her son. But for some reason, he blamed it all on Zhang Qingcheng. If it wasn't for that kid, his mom would still be alive. How could he stoop to this kind of behavior? The man began to explain that he didn't want to end up like his foolish mother, and he wasn't betraying the demon god. He did annex the clans, gave Gao Wenqian cursed blood, but it was all for just the Wu clan. If he has something to say, he should do it. This is his last chance. Zhang Qincheng had shown a strength that was comparable to God many times. If left to his own devices, he would definitely prevent the Wu clan from taking possession of the Zhuan Yuan sword. Even so, the illegal possession of cursed blood exceeds the guards. Tianyi admits the mistake and says it won't happen again. His faith in God is immeasurable. This guy's stupidity had dire consequences. Li Tianyuan asked if there was something that scared him so much. The Wu clan's clan prelate replied that it was Su. She is the strongest fire lord who beheaded his counterpart 100 years ago. Fortunately, she doesn't have that much strength in her right now. She's as weak as a burning candle in the wind. While we're at it, we should speed up the search for the sword. Only the major clans under his control could help him learn about Hong Yun's reincarnation faster. He loves gifted servants. Great Daijiang's sacred blood is beautiful. They must plan every day. It is better to use all the families under their control, even if radical means have to be resorted to. Tanya's not doing it right now either. He asked his mom to bless him. Only by combining all of Tianquan's strength would they be able to find this sword. Then we'll fight his father and destroy the Wu clan. Only he is worthy to be the savior of mankind. Could it really be the ashes of the saint that the guy from the Academy's treasury brought back? According to the teacher, it was found in the ruins, a celestial abode that had disappeared without a trace. If he understands correctly, the place to find this replica should be at the bottom of the Wat Tianquan. Shuijian asked how he knew that. The guy explained that he had already been there. All gags aside, he once considered throwing himself into the sea, and the reason for the suicide was Chen Ning's death. A lot of people didn't understand why this guy was the only one who survived. He sacrificed so many lives to save his worthless one. How else can he still live so peacefully? He must be related to the Wu clan, so we need to examine him. The father was yelling for them to get out of here. His son was also hurt. You can't keep harassing him. But suddenly the man was seized by his heart. They called an ambulance for him, but it was too late. That money saved by his father. 4. He doesn't want to do the operation, and said that with their help, the boy will be able to enroll in Xianqi. Mom didn't understand why he would do such a stupid thing. It was all because of him. He couldn't take care of Chen Ning, leading his father to his grave. The boy didn't understand why he was the only one left. He doesn't even have the right to live. He pounded deeper and deeper down. Some voice was telling the kid to wake up. He should open his eyes. An immeasurable threat is coming. Da Dao is 50. Tianyang is 49. They still have glimmers of hope. He was given the Hall of Souls and the brilliance of primordial chaos. Why that voice was familiar to him. But the boy didn't realize who was calling him. It was a Taoist temple. The doors of the temple opened before him, and inside was a hall of heroic souls. He reached for that hall. The shower hall cries out for a host. The Lord of Men, Yellow Emperor Xuan Yuan, appeared in front of him. He heard all the thoughts of the boy. He will honor the protagonist from the title of Emperor. Afterward, he asked the boy if he would join forces with him to stop the Wu clan and drive them out of this land, till death do them part. Then, filled with guilt and hatred, he lived and trained at the temple. In order to defeat the Wu clan, he decided to completely shut himself off from the world and harden himself, eventually turning into a single murder weapon. The Empress walked into him and reported that hundreds of demons had raided the northwest. Numerous troops of the Siouxian alliance had been destroyed. He'll get over it quickly. It won't affect his future practice much. Since he's been here, he's only been busy doing 2 things. Practicing, killing demons, then practicing again, and so on. Is he really not interested in the affairs of state and the position of the emperor? The boy asked the master how long she thought it would take for the Wu clan to destroy the human race. He asked her how long she thought it would take the Wu clan to destroy the human race. He doesn't have so much time to waste on earthly matters. He needs to catch up not only with his master, but also with the 20 demons who had received the power of the ancestor. He called himself a loser. To have the opportunity to atone for your own weakness is worth a lot. He's just an ordinary man, a lowly passerby who has no talent for anything. His only goal is to try his best to defeat the demons. He won't allow himself to be helpless anymore. The reason for the suicide is so ridiculous. This is bullying by Gao Hao. But as soon as he reached the bottom of the sea, he saw the very abode of the Celestials. He could not enter it, but he went around it from all sides. There he saw a fragment called the Position of Comprehending Chaos. Daji replied that the guy was lying. The soul is in an unstable state. No wonder he's holding that trinket. Turns out he's been to those ruins too. It all makes sense now. The guy asked if Teacher Shu had found anything there. She had gone down there for a thorough search, hoping to find the Zhuanyuan sword hidden there. They were shrouded in mysterious power, and as soon as it touched the door, the temple immediately disappeared. There was only time to grab the useless relic at the entrance. She thinks that this abode was erected by a certain generation of emperors, and only people selected by the true chaos have the right to enter there. He was definitely picked out by his handsome face. She really doesn't seem to know anything about this place. GPO Wenqian personally confessed that he got the cursed blood from Li Tianyi. He saw the girl going somewhere and asked what was wrong. She replied that it would soon be dark and whether the family was still alive. She absolutely can't go in there. She asked him if he was too brave. He shouldn't even think about stopping her. The memory of his master having a daughter immediately flashed before his eyes. She sacrificed herself to protect the protagonist. You can't turn against demons. You can't even think about it. She was saying he should stop underestimating her. The guy was telling that crazy woman to come down to earth. Those lightning bolts struck him as well. Marks appeared on his hands. They were traces of bloody blood. He has a great technique for containing the side effect. The way he is cured is by inhaling voodoo using the chaos technique. He believes that Li Tian Yuan and has already managed to reach such a Wuhua level, not to mention Li Pul Yuan, much less the Wu clan. She recognized his point. The power of the Wu clan is unfathomable. Once infected, Teacher Shui would no longer be able to use spells. Their only chance of victory is to find the Xuan Yuan sword. Daji praised him for fooling the two girls of the Qian Lun Pavilion. But he has only been cultivating for a month. He has such an ambition to fight the Wu clan. But Yuanzi is afraid that he definitely won't have enough. The bloody blood had reappeared on him. But he told them not to worry, because everything was more or less normal. Silhouettes of people he knows appeared above him. If I count Shui Zhan, he had absorbed the poison of Su Wanshan and Gao Wenqian. This is just crazy. If this keeps up, he'll soon turn into a demon corpse. But this was the only way to save Su Wanshan and Shui Zhan. Devouring the cursed blood was also a way to become stronger. It was as if he had turned into an actual demon corpse. The memory of his demonic body flashed through his mind again. A woman's hand came to his face. The progenitor of the earth. Mother of Bhavachakra Kautu. She spoke of no time left and immeasurable disaster looming. He must accept the blood of the Wu clan. This is the last glimmer of hope. He didn't expect to see the Mother of the Earth Hotu there at all. As it turned out, in his past life, he had absorbed the blood of a demon progenitor and died. But the right reason was the concentration of the powers of Xuan Yuan, God Dun Huang, Buddha Tathagata, and others. And also a common death with the Pangu. It's just an unfathomable disaster. The guy didn't understand what else it was at all. It was unclear why there were two different memories of his past life in his head. He seems to have forgotten something very important. Daji saw that he too had noticed something strange. How can he even be absorbed? Something like this. They stared at the protagonist and his change with incomprehension. He now had 400 points of combat power. She noticed that the demon's blood was really amazing. After absorbing it, its soul purification level could be raised to the 4th level. With his current power, he was getting closer and closer to Li Tianyi as well as Jiang Yuyu. A Gao Wenqin level master that he fought more is not a problem. He seems to have completely suppressed the cursed blood side effect. When creating a human being, the goddess Nyua, let us say, tried to accommodate in one body 3 forces, namely, immortals, demons, and monsters. The goddess, for example, tried to combine 3 powers, namely immortals, demons, and monsters, in one body. And as an apprentice to the goddess, she watched the process of human creation with her own eyes. And they thought she had so much experience. Having mastered the chaos technique, he is the closest to perfection. The guy's body can hold the blood of monsters, the blood of demons, and the blood of immortals all at the same time. Everything is only good until the cursed blood surpasses the mana limit. Yuanzi asked what would happen if it exceeded it. In that case, he hopes these guys can kill him quickly. I'd rather die than turn into a mindless monster. The old man inquired, in order to deal with the Wu clan, does he really have to do that? Guy, on the other hand, asked if the old man one day discovered that he had the ability to start over and save Hong Yun, what would he do? Even if one has to descend to the hell of eternal torment, meet the Rahu, suffer the ancestor demon Styx, he will still save her. Being born immortal naturally doesn't realize that most people do everything they can to simply survive. In his past life, he held on to his so-called dignity, rejected the cursed blood, and eventually lost to the Wu clan. Only now can he finally recognize that if humans want to confront the superior race, it is only by taking possession of their own power. Chen Yuanwen house. Her mom sat beside her daughter's dead body, but suddenly the girl opened her eyes. The protagonist flew the sword. He felt sorry that Yuan had died. But Gao Wenqian is already dead. Therefore, he hoped that her spirit in heaven could find peace. Arriving at the dead girl's house, her mother ran out to him, telling him to come here quickly. The lid of the coffin, Yuan open. He noticed that the 9 moons technique was working on her for some reason. He immediately turned to Dazi and asked if she had done it. The fox had already spoken, hadn't she? If he were to kill Gao Wenqian, there would be one surprise waiting for him. When Yuan Yuan was at death's door, the guy had used 9 false moons on her. Now the vixen had just put them into action. But didn't she herself say that this technique is only effective on herself? In response, however, the vixen asked what if Chen Yuan Yuan was herself. They were just in the deepest shock. At first it thought it was a mere coincidence, but now she is certain that Yuan Yuan is her reincarnation. If her heroic soul fused with the Yuan Yuan, then she would then be able to use the 9 false moons on the girl. At the same time, it means that she will no longer be able to part with the Yuan Yuan. If the illusion is dispelled, she will die. This is an unprecedented case of a hero's spirit leaving the host and becoming possessed by another person. But he shouldn't be so worried. In essence, she was created by the Hall of Souls. Being in a different body, the protagonist would still be able to point to her. It sounds like that, but it's more like it's as if Daji is using the Yuan Yuan body to try to achieve a soul materialization that he was unable to complete due to insufficient cultivation. In theory, what would result from their fusion is still equivalent to the host soul. Sharing his life and cultivation with him, the attachment to the soul hall wouldn't go anywhere. The choice is up to the protagonist. He must trust Chen Yuan Yuan. Sometimes he can't trust himself, let alone another person. Foxy already wanted to say something to that, but he decided that the hero's spirit would leave the body. From here on, Daji will do everything on your own. She didn't understand, since the guy had said earlier that he couldn't trust them. But it's not about trust. Chen Yuan Yuan died because of him. It's his way of repaying his debt. Moreover, after acquiring his own body, becoming of the same cultivation level as him, Daji would not only be able to act on his own, but would also be of incomparable help to him. 9 false moons. Break the laws of nature. Fix yourself to another body. The girl fell to the ground. She's awake. Yuan Yuan remembered everything clearly, but she still didn't understand what had happened. Tears came to her mom's eyes. She couldn't believe that this really wasn't a dream. Her daughter was alive. The woman asked the protagonist what kind of divine magic he used. Yuan Yuan asked if the guy had really saved her. The girl threw herself into his arms and said she thought she would never see him again. Then she called him a fool. The guy, however, asked her to recover because there is no way he can get away from the image of a rebellious girl. She replied that she just wanted to. He assumed it was just one of the side effects of the spell. The fox replied that this little girl truly loved him. The girl started screaming, not realizing what was happening. The guy explained that Dazi will explain everything to her, but the girl must remember that only they know of her existence. They share the same body now. She too is under the shackles of the Hall of Souls. If she can think of anything to do, the guy can kill her in one fell swoop. Yuanzi noticed that she was a little too happy. The girl asked why not to be happy when her reincarnation was saved. If she even had the thought of betraying Zhang Qingchen, he would kill her without blinking an eye. The fox had indeed hidden something from him, but did he really think that Zhang Qingchen still hadn't noticed anything? Yuanzi remembered that the guy had just said that he didn't even trust himself, let alone others. Apparently he was talking about the fox. She, however, replied that this matter only concerned Qin Chen and the Hall of Souls. If she was in a Yuan Yuan body, she would be able to get more information, but Yuanzi's age is no longer the same. Where's the youth to give him now? Reprehensible wisdom is to be loyal to the House of Li. The last hope of humanity is in their hands. They must let their hands run free and do everything, even if the entire city is in ruins. They must find the reincarnation of the Xuan Yuan sword. But if they make too much noise, the Bureau will definitely pay attention to it. It's just a bunch of hooey. Who here doesn't have blood on their hands? If he gets his hands on that sword, he'll be the next Holy Emperor, and they will be considered heroes for centuries to come. Everyone began to praise their Lord Li. He repeated that it was forbidden to lose, not to mention that his father might discover their plans. This is the last chance to deal with the demon. He thanked the protagonist. Without this guy, he wouldn't have made the decision and approached the matter thoroughly. Shopping center. Now the realization finally reached her that she was not dead, and alive after all. Created from the legends of Dazi, she is now in the same body as the protagonist. Fox doesn't even know if it's ironic. This guy really changed her life. They had achieved their new life with great difficulty. The fox suggested that they have a good time today. The old man asked if he couldn't see that he was the first one to park here. The young man did not believe that he dared to argue with him at all. So he asked the old man if he knew who his father was. She, however, not wanting to see these arguments, decided to befriend them. The man apologized because he was too impulsive. The guy replied that it was his fault, and it was not nice of him to take advantage of his position. Yuan asked if this was Daji's power. Fox replied that this was the girl's power. She asked to be allowed to take control of her body for a while and be shown what it meant to be alive. She took off her blouse. Everyone immediately began to stare at her. The woman asked the man who he was staring at. Wenyan was surprised that her soul was soaring. Daji told the others not to hide their inner selves and fall in love with her. Let them enjoy the girl as much as they want. Yuan noticed some silhouettes where a man said that he wanted this beauty. The other man, on the other hand, failed to win a single game last night. Tonight, he'll get his nephew to help him raise the ratings. The boy complimented the woman, but it was as if his soul was telling this old woman to leave already. Yuan asked if seeing through people's mood swings was also her ability. The fox replied that it was not an ability. When you raise your soul level to its maximum, you become sensitive to the emotions and obsessions of those around you. There is nothing good about it, as most of the thoughts are just awful. People are surrounded by these throughout the day, and after a while they become oversaturated and emotionless. In this state, she will try to please someone, even beg for those emotions that can give them some pleasure. But in terms of Yuan, she asked whether she found this life beautiful or vile, but she is free to determine her own life. She saw the emotions of the girl and the man in which the girl asked not to touch her. The man, on the other hand, asked if the girl was waiting for someone and asked to be allowed to touch her a little. Yuan wanted to break something. His arm was really broken now. He must repent and confess his true intentions. He, on the other hand, grabbed onto the girl and asked how he could even do such a thing and apologized. This world is only happy because of their existence. Daji asked if this is considered the limit of luxury in the current times. Of course, there are many expensive and beautiful things, and they all belong to her. Yuan wanted to stop her. After all, it is very expensive here. The girl came in here to buy everything. Yuan said it was expensive. The consultant replied that the items were out of stock. Daji asked how not, when there are plenty of them on display. Does she really think she doesn't have enough money? The consultant pointed out that this is a limited edition collection of handbags, and it's not here for sale. There are many unspoken rules about luxury goods. If she wanted to buy their bag, she had to get in line. She didn't realize what the queue was. The counselor thought it was another kept woman of one of the local rich. She would never understand them. Daji asked if she didn't like her. The counselor responded that she could not help with that in any way. Daji wished she had been even more polite. The store employee immediately dropped to her knees and said that she would now pack everything for the honored customer. Two girls with not the best characters merged into one. He will hope nothing bad happens to them. Yuanzi replied that Daji was ranked among the great martyrs. She had long ago learned to restrain herself, but the boy wondered if the old man was so sure of that. The girl was telling everyone to pack everything in sight. Suddenly, the girl was pushed out and began to fall. She used a tailwind, and after that the flow. This woman was now all right, Daji said to Neil. The woman was thankful for the rescue. The boy asked if there were such obedient gods in the world. Yuanzi replied that it is not a god, but the power of Daji. When the soul reaches its limit, a single glance is enough to use the most gruesome technique. Yan noticed the protagonist and waved at him. Daji asked if she liked this guy. Yuan asked if it was so obvious. Falling in love is the most beautiful feeling in the world, so there is no need to be ashamed of it. They can create an incredible love story. 3 men stood in front of her and demanded money from her for everything she had bought. She told the kid to pay for it all. Qin Cheng asked why on earth he should do that. Isn't that his duty as her master? He is not comfortable with such an inference. Yuan asked him not to say such embarrassing things and return her body, but he refused to pay. Well, the truth is, he didn't do it for long. After that, he paid for everything. He woke up immediately and didn't realize what had just happened. The guy asked if she had used magic on him. After materialization, the soul synchronizes with the cultivation level of the host. It turns out against her technique, he has no defense at all. The girl asked how he could say such a thing. It was a little prank. Yuanzi said, Chen Yuan has crossed the line. The guy separated the soul. Daji asked what he was doing. Qin Cheng said that it was as a punishment. Future imprisoned in the Hall of Souls. She cannot use her body and is left to rely solely on his wishes. The girl seems to have gotten it all wrong about his intentions. Turns out that's what he's into. Even more so in public. Yuan asked why he was so enthusiastic, but she didn't even realize what she had to do now, because she was completely powerless. There was no alternative but to accept the offer. The girl replied that one cannot get true pleasure through violence. The protagonist, of course, knew that their heads were not in order, but he did not think so. The old man explained that there was a legend that Daji had suffered from hobbies as a child. But that was within reason. It seems she needs to be brought down to earth a bit. The protagonist decided to put her soul back into her body. The girl asked if he wasn't going to continue. It was only then that she noticed that control of her body had returned. Daji explained that she only wanted to please the world with her beauty and enjoy the emotions of those around her. Guanyin wondered why she didn't use her power to pay the bill. The vixen remarked that in order to enjoy herself, you have to spend money. The protagonist replied that she should spend her money. Yuanzi was surprised that Yuan really does write everything down. A girl was walking at night and called back to her mother, after which she explained that she felt like someone was following her. She turned around, but no one was there. The girl thought it was too suspicious, but suddenly someone appeared from behind her and pressed his hand over her mouth. She had heard talk that the Xuanyuan sword was a demon killer, and it could dispel the cursed blood. If the body turns into a zombie after the blood is injected into her, then she's not the one they're looking for. She just needs to be killed. The girl woke up. She started turning into a zombie. Looks like the resurrection went perfectly, and one could finally calm down. Yuanzi thought that the guy would be angry, but then he remembered that he and Chen Ning had agreed to go to the evening infamy. And then the guy realized that he was too late. The girl would definitely kill him. Yuanzi provided him with an expensive bag that he could take to the girl as an apology. The boy thanked the old men. Yuanzi replied that he was no older than the protagonist, and asked him not to call him that again. Yuanyuan asked if she had made Qin pay on purpose. The fox replied that what could be better than a gift from a loved one. He's really so thoughtful. Suddenly the girl saw all the things the fox had seen before. There she lay dead, and in Daji's arms was a Jin Cheng. After which, Daji, who was holding Qin Cheng, turned her attention to Yuan. She didn't realize what was going on at all. Daji had told her not to give in to the illusion. No matter how real it is, the girl must hold on. If she believes it for even a moment, she'll be completely mired in it. The divine greatest form of spiritual beginning and end. One is the demon formation and the other is the mystical Zhudian formation, the three most famous ancient formations. One speck of dust is the smallest particle of the stream of consciousness. One particle is one world. If one immerses oneself in it, one's consciousness will forever wander in an infinite world, sinking deeper and deeper without the possibility of returning back. She doesn't know why these formations to her originated here, but they are not something that Zhang Qingcheng can't talk about. The girl inquired as to why she could not do so. Daji herself said that the guy is in control of her soul now, and she can't disobey his instructions. She thinks he has more important things on his mind right now. First, they have to find out the cause of the formation, and then they'll see. Suddenly, two people appeared in front of her. The female was the head of the Gongsun family, who was at the 5th cultivation level, and the strength value was 400. The man was the head of the Z family, who was at the 2nd cultivation level, and the strength value was 200. The woman said that any academy student from the age of 18 with an innate aura could be a Xuanyuan sword contract. They'll only know it after they try it. Yan Yuan found out about the heads of Gongsun and Si. She saw them in the report. She wondered why such powerful people needed an unremarkable girl. The man replied that they were only the young lord's sixes. If she obediently went with them, she would have less to lose. These two would be stronger than Gao Wenqian. Dazi asked for body control, but she refused. Yuan had a 4th level cultivation and strength values of 400. The materialized soul had the same stats as the host. Memories of the guy saying he hated people who bullied the weak but feared the strong flashed through her mind. She would try her best to get him to stop hating her. The woman realized that she was the only one who could handle her. The girl heard them talking to her just now about the Xuanyuan sword contract. It's such a coincidence that the guy she likes is also interested in it. So Yuan wondered if they would tell her everything themselves, or if she would have to make them do it. The man could no longer tolerate the insolence of this juvenile, but Yuan forced him to his knees, and then she lifted it up and lowered him to the ground. She will be content to see this exciting show 100 more times. But there was something tying her together here. Other than Master, this is the first time the head of the Gongsun family has seen such a strong disciple. Too bad it's over. But it's also the aunt who should tie herself up. She may be old, but she's so perverted. And after saying that, it was Auntie who was really tied up. No magic circles or shouting with such a complex illusion technique. They didn't understand how she had managed to pull it all off. They're trying to figure out such an elementary technique. Now these two have to say everything they know. A little while later they lay unconscious. Li Tian is really just a sick bastard. Therefore she should immediately tell everything to Qin Cheng. In recent days, several girls have died in Tianquan. Euro is currently investigating, so everyone should be more vigilant. The guy wondered why she had dragged him out in the middle of the night. The girl replied that she was worried about him. After the battle with the Zhao family, he didn't look like himself at all. For a few days he has been sitting in his apartment, not even showing up at the university, and also constantly talking on the phone with some girl. The protagonist apologized for making her worry. The demon invasion is getting closer and closer. He had already reached the 4th level of cultivation, and could even compete with many from the city. But he was unlikely to match up with the demon. Chen Ning inquired if she was his girlfriend. Qin replied that the situation is a bit serious, and besides, she knows it too. The guy didn't even understand how he should explain the fact that Yuan had been resurrected, and also became a part of him for the goodies. The girl asked to look at her, and asked if she noticed anything unusual. The guy replied that she had reached the 9th level. Chen Ning replied that he was a fool. Her abilities drive a guy crazy. The emperor would probably be thrilled too. She replied that it was all thanks to his exercise and vitamins. Except that those exercises always gave her some inexplicable familiar feeling. There was clearly something wrong with her cultivation speed. Yuanzi asked, "Who would have thought?" He felt as if she had a predisposition to these techniques from birth. It can't be that she is the reincarnation of Hong Yun. Yuanzi started joking about the guy being the heir of the Lord of Men, Yuan being the reincarnation of Da Ji, and Chen Ning being Hong Yun. Could it be that their group had all the great men in them? He would also say that Liu Jiming's people were the reincarnation of the demon progenitor. Then there would definitely be a complete set of Pangu bloodline. The guy decided to explain again. The guy asked if having a Xuan Yuan in the past had been converted into a demon killing weapon. The old man explained that it wasn't just a Huan Yuan sword or a demon killer's sword. It is a blade tempered by the great spirit of the clan of gods that Hong Yun herself took the life of. A guy shouldn't belittle her merit. That old man is definitely not a curable bore. Qin asked if he really has something against his wife. Yuanzi asked, "Does this guy really think everyone is a pervert like himself?" He and Hong Yun are purebred brother and sister. The guy seemed to understand what the old man meant. Yuan Tzu guessed that the guy had tricked him. He didn't understand how it was that Hong Yun's reincarnation was suddenly his sister. He was mentally prepared for a lot of things, but this was still a bit much. Yuanzi apologized. After all, this was all something that should have been told to him earlier. Qin understood that the old man didn't want to hide it. Everything happened subconsciously. That day, he saw the old man's memories in his dream. How he knew about the Hall of Souls, the sword, and the secret of Hong Yun. All these things Hong Yun had passed on to mankind. The secret of the Hong Dun is carefully guarded by the 3rd emperor and passed down from generation to generation. The Hall of Souls is now in his hands, but it was unclear where the purple blood sword was at the moment. Suddenly they noticed someone. Looks like they were spotted after all. The rest of you can come out too. Lao Lu, who had a cultivation level 5 and a strength value of 500, said that he didn't even know that they had a connoisseur here. Had he known how many girls this man had caught in the past few days, but they were the only ones who smelled his presence. Also beside him was Lao Zhao, who was at the 1st level of cultivation, and his strength value was 150. There's been news of girls disappearing all over town. Looks like they're responsible. Lao Zhao wants to take the girl for himself and leave the guy for Lao Lu. Lao Lu would quickly chop off his head, and that would be the end of it. These guys aren't as weak as they seem. The girl decides to take on the former, and he doesn't have to protect her every time. Lao Zhao didn't know when such a master had appeared in Tianquan, but Lao Lu replied that there was nothing to be afraid of some schoolboy. Even though this person might be 5 times stronger than Wang Qian, but that's not enough. But the girl was already attacked by Lao Zhao, but she managed to masterfully dodge him, after which she used the daze technique, shrouding clouds. She could barely handle him. The girl asked the guy what to do with them now, whether they should hand them over to the bureau. The boy decided to ask them something first. The technique he used is the calling card of the Liu family. Therefore, the protagonist assumed that his real name was Liu Dai's son. Does he really mean to tell you that this man is the chairman of the Liu company? Qin inquired as to what purpose they were stealing girls for. He didn't think it would come to this, so he decided to perform one action for the sake of a common great cause. He began to turn into a demon corpse. They just didn't understand why there was a demon corpse here in the first place. It was also 5 times stronger than Gao Wenqian. He wanted to attack the protagonist, but the guy was not confused and summoned the sword assassin Moi, after which he pierced that monster. When the monster hit, It pronounced that the demon's blood was the nectar of immortality. As far as the protagonist knows, there is only one person in town who has the cursed blood and is able to give orders to the heads of families. It's that young master Li Tianyi. Qinchen asked if this young master had ordered to capture young girls and where they were now, and also what he was going to do with them here. But this monster called the kid a sinner who prevented the Lord from saving humanity. Whereupon he replied that they were all sinners. It was amazing that the cursed blood had turned against its owner. They won't be wasting their time. This fixation technique is one of the oldest divine techniques. He doesn't have the slightest chance of drinking the cursed blood. He doesn't know how Li Tian made them all believe him. The man should have seen for himself that demon blood does not grant immortality. Drinking it is like committing suicide. If the family forces a man to do so, he must tell them what their purpose is. In return, the protagonist will ensure his safety. But this person didn't even think, "What do you tell them?" The kid realized he was about to explode, so he told the girl to back off. His last words were for them to underestimate their resolve, whereupon it exploded. After all, the guy didn't understand what motivated the heads of powerful families not to fear death at all. Chen Yuan called back to him. She told me that Li Tian and the Wu clan are in league with the Wu clan. They kidnap girls and wrap them in corpses to find the sword Xuan Yuan in this way. Chen Ning noticed a ball of poison near the corpse that was bitten by the second person. The guy yelled for her to stay away from that place, but it was too late and the balloon burst. Damn blood got on her arm. Qincheng shouted for her to remain calm, and he was now using the power of chaos to absorb the poison. But the girl was already starting to turn zombie. Qincheng and Yuanzi became the seers of how Hong Yun appeared, as well as the sword Xuan Yuan. She swung her sword, after which the cursed blood was dispersed. The protagonist didn't understand what had just happened, and why the curse was instantly dispelled. Yuanzi replied that it was the true power of the purple blood ball. He immediately ran up to the girl. The man informed Mr. Li that the life talismans of Lao Liu and Lao Zhao had broken. If a life talisman breaks, it means the person is dead, so they lost. Others wondered if there was someone in Tianquan who was capable of killing these two. Perhaps it was the Bureau. Tianan began to reassure his loyal comrades. For the sake of all mankind, he would not let this go so easily. But suddenly, the man noticed that these people had not lost. Their cursed blood had been touched by Xuan Yuan's sword. They finally found that sword. Everyone was overjoyed because they'd found him. At last, there was hope for the salvation of mankind. Tianan explained that no one is allowed to act rashly. They must not spread this information, especially to his father. There is only one chance, so a careful plan of action must be developed. You can't let the Wu clan see anything. Meanwhile, Suishen noticed that Chen Yuan was definitely dead. Therefore, she wondered what kind of method Qincheng had used. In fact, Chen Ning is not actually the owner of the sword. Li's family has also gone mad and is completely desperate. Even she has no idea what to do next. The girl noticed that the main character was looking at her. The guy, however, replied that he wasn't looking at her. It was on the news again that many young girls had gone missing in the city over the past few days. An investigation is underway, so they should watch their own safety. Ziming asked his boss if he was free after school. The guy reminded him for the mission. If he wanted to become a permanent student of Xianke, in addition to the registration fee, he needed to earn at least 10 credits in 3 months by completing various tasks. It turns out he never got any credit since he got in. Well, he didn't have time to think about it now. The girl noticed that they received as much as 100 credits for the mission. It looked like it was an A-level mission. The boss had wiped out an entire family. Then what was an A-level mission for him? Recently, young girls have been going missing. Even from their school, 3 have gone missing. The Bureau is freaking out over what is happening and offers a big reward for catching this pervert. They decided to accept this mission. There's no evidence yet, but she has a plan to catch the culprit. The guy had told her to stay out of it, hadn't he? But she was just thinking about those missing girls. She couldn't live with a clear conscience if she didn't get to the bottom of this case. But right now, nothing is more important than her own safety. She was the perpetrator's real target from the start. If Qincheng doesn't want to help, she'll do it herself. Does he really think she's that stupid? The guy has been gathering a lot of information these days, because he probably wants to solve this case himself. He always thinks he has to protect her. Qincheng always talks about her as a burden and always prefers to decide for himself. But she wants to do something for himself too. After school, the forest outside the school grounds. And is this really her master plan? Li Shiyelp asked Liu Jiming if he was sure that this plan would definitely work. Chen Ning asked how he even guessed to use the Shido as bait. He did some research. Several girls from their school have gone missing, which means the culprit is looking for beautiful single girls. Shidu is so beautiful and the clothes on her are awesome. This pervert will definitely not be able to pass by. The protagonist realized his mistake when he trusted his friend's IQ. Yuan Yuan replied that only a fool would fall for this foolish plan, and she wasn't called here at all. Yuan Yuan was just afraid that because of Ziming, Qin Cheng would be in danger. She asked the protagonist to protect her if someone came here. Chen Ning asked where the protagonist was stretching his hands. The guy on the other hand replied that it was all her. This asshole's taking it out on the girl. Yuan Yuan asked, he knows who the culprit is, but why did he join them anyway? Qin Chen replied that if they stayed, they would definitely see something interesting. Suddenly the guy told everyone to shut up because there's someone out there. I can't believe someone actually fell for that. She began to shake with fear, for she thought it was really a murderer. This man seemed happy to see this girl, but the man just opened his cloak so she could see his naked body. She immediately screamed in embarrassment and called the man a pervert. The others also cried out at this. She started to run but suddenly fell. The kid picked her up. This pervert realized it was an ambush. Jiming told the boss to catch up with this pervert before he ran away. As long as Qin Cheng is here, that is to say, he definitely won't be able to escape. The disciplinary committee has been patrolling there for days now, but not a single suspicious person has been seen. That's because the president intervened personally, so the killer is hiding. Shi Diyi screamed for them to catch the pervert sooner rather than later. The guy, however, replied that he was here today, and there was definitely no way to escape. Zhang Yuyu replied that she definitely did not expect Qin Cheng to do such a thing. She called the protagonist an animal and kicked him in the face. The guy asked if she had completely lost her mind. Zhang Yuyu replied that she was fine now. Shi Yuan remarked that she hit the wrong person. The real culprit is trying to avoid. She didn't expect to do anything wrong. The guy drove her off the road, but Yuan Yuan had already caught it. In her mind, she thought of having Qin Chen praise her. The girl apologized. She just didn't expect it. The guy replied that there were many things she didn't expect. All the actors are here this time, but the weird thing is, this guy is under a spell. Genyen decided to set him free. The man woke up and saw the king of the newcomers as well as the president, but she lifted him up and told him not to try to avoid responsibility. He has to say what just happened. He can't remember it. He was coming back from class last night and was attacked. He felt a sharp pain in his head and lost consciousness. She realized it was a trap. Chen Ning and Jiming were surrounded by 3 people. 2 people were with first-level soul purification, and 1 person with a level 2 soul purification. This is the girl that the Lord wants. They must capture her and bring her back to Master. The guy asked what they wanted, and they don't even know who she is. She is the girlfriend of Qin Cheng, who has been proclaimed the king of the newcomers of this school. They immediately recognized the name of the kid who wiped out the Zhao family. But now there's 3 of them. She also found out that I became the head of 3 families that cultivate immortality, namely Zhou Wang and Wu. Last time it was Lu Desun, and now it's them. Now it's up to them to get into action. She tried to mentally reassure herself that everything was going according to Mr. Cheng's plan. She just had to play her part. If they catch these people, they will know the truth. They noticed that this girl had the first level of soul purification, but it's not just a purification of the soul. This girl's technique is kind of weird. They noticed that Chen Ning was fighting with someone. A guy came running over to them and explained that she fights strong people in the soul purification stage. Zhang Yuyu immediately asked where Chen Ning was. He replied that the girl had defeated them independently one by one. They turned to flee and she ran after them. She must have been tricked, and that was part of their plan. They're trying to trap her. He turned to Yuan Yuan and asked if she could sense where Chen Ning was now. How good it was that the guy let him take Yuan Yuan the trace of her soul. From the fact that they were using the tracking technique, she realized they were prepared for this. The position is discovered, so they can find it at any time. The guy now said that he would explain everything on the way. Jimin yelled, "Why are they abandoning him again? Or maybe he too is scared of being kidnapped by a pervert." They finally found them. She would try to follow Chen Ning's idea. In the early stage of soul purification, it is quite possible to deal with them. But the guy replied that she should stay out of the enemy's way, keep her distance, and keep up. She didn't understand a thing. These guys have been so mysterious lately. It seems like they're hiding something from the president, but it's all about these kidnappings. He had originally planned to handle the case on his own, but Ji Ming's stupidity inadvertently led them to the real culprits. First the pervert, then this trio. Isn't that a bit much for a mere coincidence? He began to speculate what she meant. She also recalled the main character's words about not trusting anyone. Since they need Chen Ning, they just need to let them have it. They will move them to their lair on their own, and then They will catch them all. Zhang Yu cried out that they had put the girl in danger by letting her be the bait. Qin Cheng swept her eyes over the fact that she didn't need their constant protection. They're much more careful than they thought. He asked to examine the crime scenes, and the results were expected. The footprints that were left at the crime scene belonged to the Tianquan refining families. They are all masters at the soul refining stage and above, but there was no one from the Li family among the footprints. If the Xuanyuan sword doesn't appear, then this family won't appear in person either. They will not directly participate, but will secretly control everything. That way, if something went wrong, they would simply be left out and continue to serve the Wu clan. In turn, they can take advantage of it. Without the help of the Wu clan and the Li family, fearing the families under the leadership of Li Tian is not worth it. They're in place. Yuan Yuan felt a huge amount of strongest energy. In addition to the heads of families, Li Tianyi is probably here as well. He asked the girls if everyone was ready. They had a tough battle ahead of them. Are all the rookies this year really that strong? No matter how strong she is, even if she had wings, there's no way to escape. They reported that they had completed the master's errand and Chen Ning at their place. The girl landed. Li Tianyi came out to them and congratulated them on accomplishing a great achievement. They were the ones who had helped it happen. When he stands up as the Sacred Emperor and expels the demon clan, they, the heroes of humanity, will go down in history. A horrible sight opened before her eyes. She didn't realize what it was at all. She need not worry, for she will be next. She approached the girl and asked what was wrong with her. She told her to run away from here. These people are really crazy. But Chen Ning was determined to save her. Everything will be all right. But it was too late. But tears came to her eyes. Tian and replied that she didn't need to worry. He was different from these lower class members. As the reincarnation of immortal Lord Hong Yun, she would be the perfect victim to awaken the Xuanyuan sword. Her body will be sacrificed to the sword. Like her predecessor who gave the emperor the power of a divine sword to slay demons. She will become a goddess praised for centuries. She doesn't know what this guy's talking about, and she's not going to become any kind of victim. She must stop these madmen. Tian and asked if she really thought of stopping them alone. The girl replied that it wasn't like that. There was an explosion. They and everyone together will stop them right now. He definitely didn't expect to see Zhang Qinchen and Zhang Yu here. Yuan Yuan turned her attention to herself and asked if she was invisible. He turned to the guys who had brought the girl here and asked if they had betrayed him. They replied that they didn't know they were being followed. On behalf of the disciplinary committee, she will hold him accountable, but the protagonist decided to do it on his own. Tian and was his only childhood friend. That's the reason he has to put an end to everything. She'll take care of the rest. She used the art of illusion, the ghost seal. From now on, none of them are getting out of here. If it wasn't for this Zhang Qingcheng, he wouldn't have taken the path of perfection. And the secrets of the Li family would never have been revealed. If it wasn't for the guy, he would still have a happy family, and his mother wouldn't have died so suddenly. There was a warning on the phone that a strong group had been detected nearby. A level 9 horror whose combat strength is 900. Li pulls and hides his strength. He is at the 9th level of soul purification. Yuanzi offered to use their shared soul to raise his level to the 9th level. But he wants to end it himself. Today Qin Cheng turned against him. He prevented him from taking revenge on the demon clan and the father of Tian Yi. The protagonist didn't understand what he was saying. What could he possibly know? This is more than simple revenge. He will be the savior of this world. Only with his sword can he kill his father, and only with it can he destroy the demon clan. Only then can they save the future of this country. So it turns out he's saving the future of the country. These assholes probably only want to be lifeguards for a couple of chicks. They're sacrificing the future of humanity. Qin Cheng can't listen to him talk about killing people in the name of saving humanity. Mankind doesn't need such a beast as a savior. Tian and also attacked him with the intention of killing him. There was a massive explosion. They were able to protect themselves with a shield. Was the shockwave really that strong? Those two are definitely the real monsters. These two are definitely close to breaking through to the next stage. Others, however, were determined not to let these wenches get away. Zhang Yu said Chen Ning stand behind her. After all, she will protect her. Yuan Yuan asked if she had decided to compete in usefulness for Qin Chen. Chen Ning replied that she was not as strong as them. But 8 or 9 people she'll definitely take on. They decided to attack them, but most of them have been dealt with. Tianquan's family heads are just trash. They have to use a defense spell. They also need to combine their powers into one. You can't beat these girls that easily. They shouldn't even think about it. They are known throughout the city and can afford to have a little fun after them. Being in the soul purification stage more than half a century can easily handle these girls. They'll just wait until they run out of mana and sacrifice them. Chenning asked what they should do now. Yuan asked if they played in the Royal League. It's a team game, attack from the rear. With simple defense spells, the Ghost Soul technique couldn't stop them. The others didn't understand why on earth they were attacking their own. It's definitely all demon tricks. That girl is controlling them. They too can make an attack from the rear. Those men already wanted to attack Yuan, but the two girls stood up to defend her. With their attack, they dealt with a couple more people. Yu asked how much better she was than Zhang Qincheng. But Chen Ning only thought about where he was now and what was wrong with him. The guy used the great power of Yang. All those nasty people can do is run away. As a descendant of a great family, even on the brink of life and death, he will show his strength. These 4 types of energy control the sword Caolan. The Li family wields the technique of severe frost. The Wu family is flame and the Shao family is deafening thunder. Thunder and flames were directed at him, but the guy handled it with ease. After which he used the power of the spirit, perception. He wondered if he could master the direction of the sword attack with the 5 winds technique. He summoned my sword again, after which he easily repelled the attacks that were aimed in his direction. Tianan jumped behind him, yelling for him to look this way. Fortunately, the protagonist had time to use teleportation. A kid appeared behind him and asked where he was looking. Tianan didn't understand if it was possible to use this method twice in a row. Without saving up for the power of a shared soul, he managed to pull it off 2 times in a row. He is like a Sun Wukong with his magic cloud. Normally, such a technique would only slightly shorten the distance and could not be used twice. Yuanzi was personally involved in training him. She has put up with this elder Yuanzi for a long time. Does the old man really think he's that tough? Yuan heard her sister talking about it. This kind of distance compression is an ancient magic power. It is different from ordinary magic. It is a creation that is governed by the power of the 3 great laws. Inanimate objects can be easily manipulated. The vixen noticed her distraction technique. You can use the power of your soul to pre-record the spells you want on any medium, and activate the spell at any time. A few days ago, he had pestered the fox to teach him how to do it. Now I see what it was for. Back then, at the moment of their first fight, the leaves were burning due to the pre-recorded spells. Li Tianyi, as the target, had 2 spells cast on him. His skills aren't particularly interesting, but his combat power is one of the strongest he's seen. 2 swords will merge into 1. The energy of the sword is yin and yang. He already wanted to deal with this pull and pull once and for all. But that wasn't the end of it. Zhang Qinchen is really the best. He was wearing high-quality armor after all. He had completely forgotten that the Li family was a weapons manufacturer. He used his 500 battle property to suppress the 900 battle power of the Tianyi. And his sword had practically destroyed his family's best weapon. But he wouldn't give the protagonist even a chance to get close to him again. He dispelled the very petal that was attached to him. Well, he doesn't need to because he lost. Shrouding the flow of time, the most powerful wind elemental spell taught in school. This was the spell that Tian had just used to control the direction of the sword energy. And is the young gentleman not the only one who practiced this technique? It's the same unity of the 4 methods. They need to leave, because this guy's gonna drop a real bomb. You didn't have to say that. The others also began to flee. The wind element is filled with the purest energy of wood, filled with fire flow. And finally, together with the magical power of metal, it easily turns into a bomb. This is his own author's technique. The power of the unity of the 4 methods is incredible. But also, don't forget that the purity of Zhang Qingchen's magical power surpasses the others. This strike would probably wipe out anyone below the divine perfection stage. They began to worry about Mr. Li. Li tugged and finally revealed his main trump card. This Qin Cheng made him show the cursed blood of his body. Unlike the cannon fodder, Gao Wenqian, with the help of the Wu clan, did he manage to curb the power of the cursed blood. Li pulled and became a demon. Tianan noticed the way people were shouting about the master showing his strength. Qin Cheng doesn't even know what it cost to save humanity. He didn't understand why this guy was determined to destroy all his hard work. Its form is far more perfect than Gao Wenqian and the others. It seems to have the strength of a demon. Now, even if the 4 great masters come together, they will not be worthy opponents for him. In such a case, you must use the Dragon Disaster technique and the Forbidden Thunder technique. The guy shouted, reminding himself that this battle was between him and Li Tianyi. He had flashbacks of the young lord of the Li family attacking his father. In the end, he was killed by the head of the Li family himself. The details of the incident are being investigated. Suddenly, there was a lot of lightning. The students didn't understand what those sounds were or what was going on. It was the very moment they were attacked by the demon. It turns out that things had gone differently. In a previous life, Tian Yi betrayed the Wu clan and was killed while attacking Li Tian Yuan. And since the demon clan had been exposed, he was forced to appear in person and find Chen Ning. It turns out that the demon clan's attack can be avoided. To do this, you need to stop the pull, and right now. The boy advised him to stop, for his plan was doomed to failure from the start. He can join them to eradicate the Wu clan. Tian and will be able to use this achievement to ask for a pardon, and this is his only chance to survive. He's been forced to obey the Wu clan for 10 years. Now he's finally found a power that surpasses theirs. He even found the sword contract. He will destroy his father and make the demon clan show themselves and then join all his forces with the others to destroy them. In this way, he will become a hero. And then he'll kill Qin Cheng and nullify all the evidence. Everything will go according to his plan. Talking to him must be completely useless. In that case, let their power decide what is right and wrong. Someone was already heading towards them. Shi Ying, who was the deputy director of the Immortal Criminal Bureau, was there. He was at the 9th level of soul refinement. Xian had never seen anything like this before. The first extraction team should go on high alert. They should arrive on the scene as soon as possible. They also noticed that someone had decided to interfere in their battle. This is where the Bureau came in after all. The man realized that he was indeed a demon. Deputy Sai is the strongest person in this city. He is only slightly inferior to the 4 great masters. Now they have a chance to win. He noticed Qin Chen there and told him to get out of here, because a student can't handle this guy. Deputy Z shouldn't be so impulsive and get out of here quickly. He should report this to his superiors as soon as possible. Now the youngsters are underestimating him. He ordered the group to get ready. Tian Yi advises to listen to Qin Chen and get out of here immediately. They are an elite group and masters above the 5th level of soul refinement, having gone through more than one battle together. The guy was yelling at these idiots to do nothing. Tian and only snapped his fingers and dealt with one person like that. And after that with one more person. These two were called Lao San and Lao Wu. Qin Chen appeared in front of him. He advised that the man ordered his men to stand down. Don't they even realize that? But the rest of the team didn't listen and decided to make a joint attack with the 5 of them. How tired he was of those bugs getting tangled up under his feet. In those black lightning bolts lies the power of the witch, the ultimate embodiment of the one consumed by the cursed blood. The state of Lai pulls and is terrifying. Tian dealt with the other people who attacked him. After this move interacts with the witch's power, he will actually be able to use mana as a guide. But the man didn't want to wait any longer and pushed the guy away to get out of his way. He will kill that damned monster, or else all who died did so for nothing. Tian help him, since he himself had already chosen the path of destruction. His armor, comparable in effectiveness to Li Jiazheng's defense. He thought the lightning bolts of cursed blood wouldn't hurt him. It's a good thing the protagonist made it in time. The man didn't understand how he could even lose. Yuan explained that there was a reason why Qin Cheng was stopping him. In the face of a witch, ordinary monks and bugs are not worth it. She hoped her left hand would make him remember that. His arm was really torn off. He should stop yelling and be grateful to Qin Cheng. As an ordinary man, he wants to fight the embodiment of the witch's power. Tian is truly pathetic. He still has the nerve to say things like that. The pawns have been dealt with, so they will continue. One physical strength is comparable to that of 4 great masters. The guy was using a true chaos body. After that, he was able to block the pull and pull attack. The man didn't expect that he could actually block it. He finally realized the hereditary power of humanity. He abandons the dignity of the human race to pursue the interests of the enemy, purely because the rest of the world finds it demeaning to belong to the human race, which is in many ways inferior to the Immortal Clan and the Witch Clan. However, he doesn't know that the spirit of humanity has been the best since ancient times, and the power inherited by the emperors throughout history, comparable to the witch ancestors' power, is not inferior in the slightest. He still thinks that the legendary rulers were elevated to sainthood early on. There is probably not a single person in this world who has inherited their power. Also pulling and didn't understand how he was blocking those lightning bolts. The guy used a force of nature. He stopped the attack of pulling and... Couldn't those damn lightning bolts be able to pierce the sphere? Once upon a time there was an ordinary boy, in pursuit of a crazy idea to save humanity and banish witches. He accidentally summoned the spirit of the deceased Emperor Xuan Yuan. The spirit didn't look down on the boy, but entrusted him with his own power, making him responsible for the future of humanity, thus awakening the true embodiment of chaos. Thus, stifled by resentment, lacking ambition, the young man made a decision that day. Contrary to the hundreds of reincarnations up to the final death of the soul, one cannot afford to let down the Togo spirit of the hero. It turns out he has a fraction of the power that is only rumored. After repeated skirmishes, this body finally adapted to Hongdong's incarnation. But such a thing is impossible, and he's probably just lying. Li Tian is the only hope of mankind, and the Emperor's inheritance has long been lost. One punch will determine the outcome. He better use all his power, or he won't get another chance. Most of all about this guy, he doesn't like his own smug face. Does he think he's the only one surrounded by divine power? Tian, too. Supernatural comprehension is superior to normal magic, especially when combined with the power of the law. They'll review how a guy can stop the power of thunder combined with demon blood. Chen Ning wanted to help him, but she was stopped. This is not the level at which to interfere. The girl has to look at the weapon in his hands. The merging of the soul of the deceased with a direct descendant of the deceased. Great Yang limit, sword of Ganjiang. The Great Yin limit, the sword is mine. A fusion of yin and yang, the paired sword. He began to chop up these ball-pulling attack and he was blinded by a flash. After that, the guy started to come around. Xiezo Won. This kid combined the power of two blades, a power that even Hong Yun couldn't control perfectly, but this kid could. Tianan lost, and now those matters of life and death must be resolved. The loser must forfeit his life. He lost, but he doesn't think he's wrong. They really won't be able to determine what is truly right and wrong. If it wasn't for Qin Cheng, he would have wiped out the demons long ago. But pulling and should not shift the responsibility to someone else. It's over, but there's only one step left. He'll never give up. But the guy's point is that it's not over yet. I mean, he said this plan was doomed to fail from the start. Li Tian Yuan has been making Tian Yuan look like a fool all this time. Tian didn't realize what he meant. New adversaries have appeared on the scene. Tianan failed him very badly. For the sake of those lowlifes, his mother's followers, he betrayed the supreme demon god. Li Tian Yuan arrived, as well as all the masters of the Li family. The combat power is 1,500. Tian Yuan is incredibly strong during reincarnation. In the city, his family is the #1 in terms of strength. There are over a dozen level 9 masters alone. Tian Yi asked father why he came here. Qin Cheng wondered if he still didn't understand. Li Tian Yuan had long ago figured out their plan. To me directly, but just to find out about the Xuan Yuan sword. It turns out, from the beginning, he was just a bouncing and clowning around. Tian Yuan asked if the guy had already figured out his plan long ago, so why was there a need to fight with Tian Yi? The protagonist asked, what if that's what he originally wanted to replace this man here? It's all very funny, but is the kid worth it? Typical post-transformation attack. A new threat loomed over them. Upon awakening, he will be able to experience the fullness of nature. The body would become half immortal and eternally young. From that point on, a man could be considered a true immortal cultivator. Even though there is a small gap between the 9th level and the divine stage, there is still an unbridgeable gap. One person with cursed blood is enough to take the souls of 100 level 9 masters. The pressure is so intense, he can't even move. The children's jokes have come to an end. Humanity is doomed. The only way for her to survive is to follow him into the demon clan. The girl asked if she would go with him. He would let these people go. The order of the oldest spirit of the clan is to return the girl to him safely. Next, he himself will personally bring the deadly weapon of primordial chaos out of its unbroken slumber. It makes no difference whether the others die or stay alive. She wanted to save them somehow, but the guy wouldn't even let her leave. The doom of all mankind cannot be avoided. Giving your soul to the demon god is the only way to save the human race. He may not be as good as Li Tianyi or his father, but being an ordinary mortal, he often asks himself how he earned such a treasure. If there had been a Chan in his place, and maybe he would have done much better. However, he now realizes that Qin Cheng is much better than the so-called heroes. He can dare many things, but bow to these invaders who are killing his people never. People don't change. This guy's mana is running low, and he's dying. There's no one left who can fight him. All his friends will die here because of his idle chatter. But the guy replied that the only one who will die here is this man. But his friends are also not to be underestimated. It turns out that the protagonist specifically insisted on fighting Tian and alone to save his strength. The boy asked the daughter of the head of Qianlun what her chances of winning were. Her chances of winning are 50-50. They did not expect that Zheng Yu was the daughter of the powerful head of the Qianlun Pavilion. If you count the dead people of the Lai family who are capable of turning into demons at any moment, there is no chance of victory. A 9th level skill girl thinks she can defeat him in an even fight. Yan Yuan decided to take on a bunch of dead people. Chen Ning also wanted to participate in the battle, but Chen Ning and Yuan Yuan should not fight. And He Yuan, on the contrary, should help the guy protect Chen Ning. Since Tian Yuan is here, the demons ready to watch his back are most likely somewhere nearby. They can't afford to let him take advantage of their weakness. Dodgy something doubted that if they fought, they would have any chance of winning. Of course, Professor Jouet had already taken care of everything. Participating in the battle last time, she had made it clear to the demon clan that regardless of the severity of the voodoo poisoning, she would be able to sacrifice herself before she died from the poison. So the Dems wouldn't use Trump exactly until it became a necessity. Even if Professor Shui kills Tianyuan, they will not be affected in any way. To make right with Li Tianyuan, Professor Zue is not needed at all. The man ordered everyone to take the cursed blood and join the attack. They immediately followed her order. The girl won't let this guy or her aunt down, but what the guy meant was that they still have pull, and he ordered all the chapters that had sworn an oath to him to rise to their feet and engage in battle. The decisive moment of all mankind had come. At all costs, the sword must not be allowed to fall into the hands of demons. They must sacrifice their lives for the Li family, to give Jiang Yu a chance to kill Li Tianyuan. Tianan replied that when it was over, then the protagonist could do whatever he wanted with it. But for now, he offered to join forces. The sword must not fall into the hands of demons. Although Qin Chen was touched by his enlightenment, this was not what he meant. But the people who had sworn an oath to him began to flee. There's no way they can defeat a powerful opponent like the Lai family. They follow Mr. Li to reach the heights, but they don't want to die. The higher the position people occupy, the more they value their own lives. This applies not only to them, but to all the higher-ups of the world. Mankind will never overcome demons. That's why he always had an ace up his sleeve. He used the art of illusion, invocation. For some reason, their bodies weren't obeying. He made them take the cursed blood. The guy never trusted scum. So he cast a spell on them beforehand, and as soon as he needed it, the spell would work. After receiving the blood of demons, they will die along with the Lai family. Even after death, they won't let go of pulling and pulling. Such people have been ready to go to hell for a long time. Xincheng underestimated Li Tianyi's cunning. The man wondered how long this bunch of scum was going to hold back his army. The guy yelled to the girl that it was time to act. She must do it before everyone died. When thunder sparkles, a noble husband knows the harm of using it. If he sings without playing the drum when the sun goes down, the old men regretfully exclaim. It's from the Book of Change. Though rumored, the Qianlun Pavilion was founded by Zhou Yi, the strongest immortal of the Han Dynasty, to protect the emperor for generations. Zhou wrote the Book of Change with mankind and hid 10 forbidden arts in it, each of which has the power to destroy the entire world. Zhou Yi's ancestor is an outstanding person that mankind has not encountered for centuries. During the Qin dynasty, he studied under Hong Yun. He studied the true chaos technique and became the only person to awaken the absolute chaos bodies after the legendary emperors. And to protect humanity, he founded the Qianlun Pavilion. It turns out to be Wanzi's nephew. However, since the cultivation conditions of the true chaos technique are too harsh, an emperor who is not a son of heaven could not practice it. Therefore, the ancestor wrote a book of change consisting of 9 forbidden techniques to teach it to the descendants of the pavilion. Yuan Qi asked, "Is it something like ping-pong balls behind his back?" Qing Cheng replied that there were only ping-pong balls in his head. And this girl is one of the inheritors of the 9 forbidden arts. She called for thunder. Lightning struck her. She used her own powers to force the heavenly forces into her. Only those who dare to use their bodies to amplify the power of thunder and lightning, to endure the pain of suffering a soul scorched by fire, are capable of such a thing. She entered the dragon essence. If that bastard didn't turn into a demon corpse, he'd be dead in seconds. Tianyuan did not follow her advice and was immediately thrown aside. She immediately appeared in front of them and asked who gave him permission to get up in the first place. She struck him again. It was amazing that she was hiding such terrible power within her. Pavilion is also known as Dunlun, Shushan, and other ancient sects. Is he a real representative of the Dunlun state? Tian Yi had always thought that he was superior to Jiang Yu. He also definitely wanted to fight more with her. He immediately turned. Now it was already pulling, and he didn't know if it was even realistic to stop him with that kind of form. Invincible during transformation, such as this, and in conjunction with demon blood. How dare that little girl humiliate the master? He'll tear her to pieces. She had to double her strength. This girl vowed to surpass her father and become the next head of the Qianlun Pavilion. She lifted this giant, then used the art of lightning, a piercing light. She flipped off the Yuan Tian. The girl used the power of space. But this monster also didn't think of giving up so easily. Still, this attack had decked her. He jumped and was ready to crush this girl, but she pierced him with a piercing light. The girl had increased her strength by a factor of 30. Guy yelled for her to be careful, for demons are usually born with increased regeneration. Perfect corpses tend to follow that ability. He quickly grew his arm. She decided to kill him again, and used a piercing flash of light, after which she blew half his body off, but he began to recover quickly. Are demons really immortal? She wanted to use the piercing light again, but her body can no longer allow the lightning to pass through her. I think it's over. In terms of strength, the girl is not inferior to Tian Yuan, but the dragon's several times increased power is the limit of her body's capabilities. Every time lightning passes through her, she suffers a periodic damage. On the other hand, Pull Yuan can regenerate endlessly. In that case, she would increase the power of the dragon body by 3 times to deal with it once and for all. As soon as this silly girl's body exceeds its limit, she will die immediately. No longer can she worry about her opponent, for the guy will take him on. Tian Yuan started laughing as he felt the power of the demon clan's immortality. This laughter is making my ears pop. He shouted that it was time for Su's family members to gag him. The Li family is indeed patronized by the Wu clan. I guess that really was his backup plan. It turned out exactly as that boy predicted. He used the art of Yin, Demon Mound. Tian Yuan didn't understand how come his strength was completely suppressed and who was even capable of such a thing. Even though he hadn't reached the highest level of skill, he still thought of something to defeat the Wu clan. The Barrow is able to suppress the power of the demons in his body, making regeneration impossible. Zhang Yuyu must finish him off. She asked how many trump cards he still had. Perhaps they will see it again in the future. She used the art of lightning, a piercing beam, a 50-fold increase in strength. Now she could definitely kill him. Su Yun ordered her men to massacre the remnants. They dealt with the demons quickly, but someone did get a taste of it. So the man used self-detonation to die together. They spent their lives fighting for money and status, but in the end they all died. Su's family lost about half of their men. Is it really over now? He was glad to be of service to the master. But the guy also thanked Su-san for believing such a ridiculous story, where the Li family supposedly followed the Wu clan without hesitation. He's not the least bit sorry for what he's done. If the protagonist hadn't appeared here with Miss Jiang, even the unification of the 3 great masters would hardly be able to stop Li Tianyuan into a demon. The whole of Tianquan is indebted to them for this battle. The eradication of the unclean is nothing to the immortals. The girl asked what he was going to do about the pull, and that thing in human form had killed her little brother when she was younger. She wanted to end this worthless, disgusting scum on her own. Since he is Li Tianyi, he is able to accept both victory and defeat. Since his life is no longer worth anything, let Su's daughter take it. However, before he died, he asked one favor. This thug still dares to raise his voice. He begged to massacre Li Tianyuan with his own hands. Mother died before she could make peace. But he won't promise anything like that. Li's strength won't be enough to defeat his father. According to the original plan, the guy was going to gain Li Tianyuan's trust by passing on the news of the sword, and then sneak into the basement later. So that in a time of vulnerability when the cursed blood changes, you can kill him. He really was going to absorb the blood mana and reach the transformation stage at once. Then he would be able to unshackle himself from the demonic clan's persecution. He would take Chen Ning to the Divine Empress to ask for her blessing to receive the sword and go down in history as a hero. If Qin Chung hadn't intervened here, the plan would have worked. But if the guy himself didn't show up at the right moment, the Bony Tian would have been wiped out. First of all, Dongfang Jishi doesn't know how to awaken the blade. In addition, the Qianlun Pavilion is also unreliable. And under the demon clan's close surveillance, the chances of surviving to see Dongfang Jishi are slim to none. Secondly, this beast was used by Li Tianyuan as a pawn. He would not directly allow himself to be treated like this. Does he really think that his father wouldn't have prepared a backup plan? Their kin are very afraid of the final backlash from Shuizhan, so they don't show themselves. Therefore, there is only one best safety net. Every time they invade cities, they order their supreme to form a formation of 12 heavenly deities in advance in case of a critical situation. Tianquan was no exception. It takes 12 different demon descendants to activate these charms. It would seem that he could probably influence its triggering and canceling by being a loyal associate. That's why the guy had long bided his time, waiting for the moment when he would have to risk summoning the formation with the strongest offshoot from a dozen years ago under the Lai House. So that's what he's been up to all along. There are only 2 paths left for him to take. Either perish here as an outcast of the unclean race, or resort to the spell saved by the main monster for a deadly battle with them. Naturally, the choice is now obvious. He began to summon the 12 greatest deities. They got the bloody blood right away, and drank it, after which their transformation began. They also impaled themselves, Their blood was the key to activating the pillars. The sky began to change. They didn't realize what was going on. Everyone started screaming that the world was coming to an end, but people couldn't get out because there was a dome. Something started flying out of the sky. Light touched each of the demons' hands. They have noticed that the energy of the Li Tian Yuan continues to rise. Does the demon clan truly possess such power? Now even the three great masters can't handle him. He's grown again. Now that's when they won't even be able to overpower the giant anymore. But the protagonist replied that it was now that their trump card to seize the blade was lost. He thinks that the true monster lurking in the shadows behind the thug's back is already gnashing his teeth and getting nervous. This idiot had the audacity to self-launch his final information that was left in case of extreme measures.